So we have multiple breaking news coming out. Please share this video. Today is December 27, 2024, and welcome to the Real GS News channel. So we're going to start with this one here. A massive sinkhole opened up on Interstate 80 in New Jersey. Wow. So New Jersey is seeing drones, water issue, and now sinkhole. Man, they can't catch a break in the state of New Jersey. I mean, look at this here. Alright, so we're going to get to all this, guys. We're going to get to all this here. We do have some more breaking news coming out. And it's happening. Canadian Mr. Kevin will be meeting with Donald to convince him to annex Canada. This is no joke. See, at first we thought it was, fun and game and little laugh and this and that. But this is the real deal. Donald is planning on bringing in Canada as the 51st state. And yeah, we're gonna see what's going on here. Now you have Canadian Kevin said, I like this idea, and at least half of Canadians are interested. I'm gonna go to Mar-a-Lago. I start the narrative. Wow. Canada 51st state. We're gonna get to all this here, guys. We have tons of information. Canadians to Donald. Your takeover offer sounds pretty good. The Canadians want it. Alright, so we're going to get to all this. Guys, that was a huge event. Ballistic were fired. Multiple. Millions of Holy Land citizens are currently in shelter. Once again, as the bad groups in Yemen launch a missile strike, triggering sirens across the Holy Land. Wow. Stuff is going down tonight. Alright, guys, before I start, for those of you that want to send us letters or prayer requests, you can send it to me, Luis Santiago, or my wife, Jessica Santiago, at 3432 US Highway 19, number 2, Holiday, Florida, 34691. And for those of you that want to contribute to the channel, we do have the PayPal link in the description box. Guys, something strange is going on Twitter. Excuse me, X. Multiple big accounts are getting impacted. They're getting hit. So the blue check mark has been removed. And boy, oh boy, something... I don't know what's going on, but there's some war going on X. Everybody's like confused what's going on here. So we're gonna talk about that too. So it's let me just bring some of this information up. Give me a second here. We're gonna get to all this. Yeah, we're gonna get to all this here. Once again, you have a rare mutations found in first severe sleeping giant in a bird. You know what case? Hey, I know this person. Screech from Saved by the Bell. Nah, that's Zuckerberg. Alright, so Mr. Mark denies Hawaii Doomsday Bunker existent. Calls it a little shelter. I don't have a Doomsday Bunker. It's a little tiny shelter. You know, it's only 10,000 square feet. And man... we're going to get to all this here, guys. Vladimir, the leader of the Bears, said, I'm ready to make a deal with the Donald. All right. 24 days left. All right, guys. You get, again, many of you know what happened in NY subway. It was very disturbing what happened. There was lawlessness, and NYC mayor seeks charges in subway event. And once again, Colorado Gov said that the new people are vital, but lawlessness must go. This is the same Gov that didn't do absolute nothing when it came to those gangs taking over the complex. He said that we were just imagining things and nothing is going on. But yeah, that ended up backfiring on him. All right, so let's start from the very beginning here, guys. So we're gonna see what's going on here. Again, I do have the full article. This thing is not looking good. We're gonna get with the whole guys. After this, we're gonna talk about the Holy Land ballistic missile. But let me just bring this up really quick. So, a sinkhole that opened up Thursday along Interstate 80 in northern New Jersey forced authorities to close the heavily traveled highway's eastbound lanes. The heavily traveled highway. This, again, is New Year's, it's holiday, and all of a sudden this just completely just stopped everything. Everything just stopped. The sinkhole was discovered Thursday morning near Wharton, which is about 40 miles, 64 kilometers west of NYC. Now, the crews were evaluating how to repair the sinkhole, which left a gaping depression along the highway's right shoulder. It's too soon to know how long the repair would take. Mr. Steve, a spokesperson with New Jersey Department of Transportation, said. The closure comes at a time when traffic is lighter than normal because of the holidays, he said. Motorists were being directed to take a short detour before they were able to get back on the interstate, which connects northern New Jersey with Pennsylvania. And that's all the information for that one. But I want to see what's the updates on this. Here's one that was posted 3 hours ago. So we have an update here. All right, let me just skip that part. You have New Jersey DOT crews responded immediately and are on site continuing to evaluate the situation, determine the extent of the damage, and stabilize the area in order to design a repair, New Jersey DOT officials said. Westbound I-80 is not impacted. A 511newjersey.org live feed of I-80 looking west shortly after 5 p.m. Showed traffic moving swiftly on the westbound side with traffic cones lined up and several emergency vehicles on the eastbound side. A line of traffic appeared to be at a standstill as motorists were waiting to take exit 34. Look at that. Wow. What causes sinkholes? A sinkhole is a hole or deep depression in the ground that opens up when layers of certain types of rock, usually limestone, carbonate, rock, and salt beds, dissolve beneath the surface and collapse. Sinkholes usually form over time by a phenomenon called karst processes, in which groundwater breaks down mineral in the underlying soluble rock. The dissolved minerals create spaces inside the rock, weakening it until it collapses. I've seen one here in the state of Florida, right next to Walmart. They had to close everything. Everything was closed down except for Walmart. So sinkhole can range in diameter and depth. Some has vertical walls, other looks like saucers or shallow basins, and some generate ponds by retaining water, according to the USGS. The depression are common in Florida because of its limestone bedrock. Alabama, Kentucky, Missouri, Tennessee, Texas, and Pennsylvania are prone to sinkholes as well, also because of their bedrock. It's kind of strange hearing New Jersey having that. All right. All right, so that's the end of that story. So New Jersey's seen drones. The water is all smelly and different colors, and now sinkholes is popping up left and right. All right, so we're gonna go with this next story here, guys. It's happening. It says here, Canadian Mr. Kevin will be meeting with the Donald to convince him to annex Canada. I like this idea, and at least half of Canadians are interested. I'm gonna go to Mar-a-Lago. I'll start the narrative. Give me a second here. Let me just play this video really quick.
There's 41 million Canadians, basically the population of California, sitting on the world's largest amounts of all resources, including the most important, energy and water. Canadians, over the holidays, the last 2 days, have been talking about this. They want to hear more. And so, you know, there's obviously a lot of issues, more details, but what this could be is the beginning of an economic union. Think about the power of combining the two economies, erasing the border between Canada and the United States, and putting all that resource up to the northern borders where China and Russia are knocking on the door. So secure that, give a common currency, figure out taxes across the board, get everything trading both ways, create a new, almost EU-like passport. I like this idea, and at least half of Canadians are interested. The problem is the government's collapsing in Canada right now. Nobody wants Trudeau to negotiate this deal. I don't want him doing it for me, so I'm going to go to Mar-a-Lago. I'll start the narrative. The 41 million Canadians, I think most of them would trust me on this deal.
Just imagine Canada being the 51st state, and look out, Greenland, you could be the 52. Man, Panama Canal, again, that's not going to be a state. Again, we're just going to control that territory. Yeah, big things are coming. 2025 is going to be huge. Canadians to Donald. Your takeover offer sounds pretty good. Some Canadians are into Donald's idea of making Canada the 51st state, U.S. state, after he said on Christmas Day they get a huge 60% tax cut. Terrace from Alberta is even willing to give up being Canadian to become American because of this. Mr. Bruce said, Donald is offering Canada a 60% tax reduction and an economic boom if Canadians become the 51st state in the USA. We will be able to keep emergency rooms open. The dollars we earn will also have way more value than the weak Canadian dollar. What do you guys think? Once again, very, very, very important updates. And we're just going to have to wait and see. We're just going to have to wait and see. One thing I tell you guys is that Donald's going to be doing a lot of stuff because he only has 4 years. And he's going to be very busy in those 4 years. Alright, so millions of Holy Land citizens are currently in shelter as the group in Yemen launched a missile strike, triggering sirens across the Holy Land. Once again, look at this map. Huge. Man. So red alert sound across the Holy Land again. So red alerts have been triggered in the Holy Land after unconfirmed reports of a long-range ballistic from Yemen. The Holy Land military states the incident is under investigation with no confirmed impact or casual, Alerts were activated out of caution for potential debris falling within the Holy Land territory. We have more updates. So the group missile target the Holy Land. Air defenses intercept these objects as sirens blare in central Holy Land. Sirens wailed across the central Holy Land as the missile reportedly launched by these group from Yemen targeted Holy Land civilian. The Holy Land military confirmed the launch with air defenses intercepting the projectile. Explosions were reported shortly before the alarm sounded. All these information will be shared on my Twitter page. Wow. Alright, let's jump with the next one here, guys. Rare mutations found in first severe sleeping giant bird FLU case. The wonderful 3 letters that got me in trouble many times in the year 2020 reports mutation in the pestilence sample from the first severe of the bird case in a sleeping giant detected in a Louisiana resident. These mutation in the, I'm gonna skip that name, critical for the pestilence attachment, differ from those found in nearby impacted flocks. While the case is concerning, with parallels to a severe Canadian infection, the 3 letters maintain that public risk remain low, and no human to you-know-what transmission have been identified. Seems like everything's great, but for some reason, it seems like it's a very concerning information. Alright guys, we're gonna go with Mr. Zuckerberg here. Denies Hawaii doomsday bunker, and he says just a little shelter, just a little tiny one. It's a studio room. Once again, guys, give this video a big thumbs up. Thank you so much for your support. Bloomberg, Mrs. Emily asked Mr. Mark in an exclusive interview at the estate in Lake Tahoe about a 4,500 square foot underground structure considered by some as a doomsday bunker at his 1,500 acre ranch in Hawaii. Chang asked, "You do have a bunker there. Is there something you know that we don't?" Mr. Mark response was priceless, because he denied it was a doomsday bunker, calling it a little shelter basement. It's just a little shelter basement. The billionaire said his whole ranch got out of proportion as if it was some kind of doomsday bunker, which is just not true. Alright, so in late 2023, Wired revealed that Mark Bunker was around 4,500 square feet, equipped with a blast-resistant door and enough food for the tech bro and friends to survive an apocalypse. So, what does Mark know about future world events coming down the pipe? Well, it says read the rest here. And not everyone is a billionaire who can afford the luxury of a custom bunker. However, Mark recently listed an affordable option, a bunker in an old missile silo in Missouri with EMP shielding, and one in Kansas for under $1 million. I can't afford that, but we have a bunker that is a lot better. Our bunker is the kingdom of heaven. Yeah, I choose that. And it's free. It's absolutely free. Salvation is free for those who wants to repent and walk with Christ. We're gonna jump with this one here. Vladimir said, "I'm ready to make a deal with the Donald." The bear leader says he's always been ready to talk peace, but blame Crane for refusing negotiation. Vladimir insists he's prepared to make compromises but hasn't shared details. He denies reports of any post-election calls with Donald and says they haven't spoke in over 4 years. Meanwhile, Donald claimed he can end the biblical war in 24 hours. I guess we'll see. All right, so once again, guys, very important update. All right, let's see what's going on here. This is one of those stories that really bothered me the first time I seen the video. And again, guys, for those of you that don't know, it was an innocent person just sleeping, minding her own business, and some dude from the southern region lit, well, basically it was FIRE in the subway. So the mayor wants max federal time for this individual. The southern dude accused of, going after an innocent. The individual who illegally crossed into the sleeping giant in 2018 before being deported by the Donald and somehow made it way back to NYC because Joe let him in, where he now faces, there you go, federal prosecution could mean life. Way more time than state charges. And Mr. Adam is ready to work with ICE to make it happen. I'm shocked that Joe hasn't pardoned that dude yet. We got more breaking news when it comes to the people from the southern region. Once again, you have Colorado Gov said that these group, the people from the southern region, are vital, but lawlessness must go. The Gov said this as a state: we don't control immigration, but immigrants are an important part of our economy. If the Donald wants to target the lawless one, whether born here or abroad, Colorado will help. Lawlessness from other lands in our state will be apprehended, deported, and held accountable. All right, so that's coming out from Colorado Gov. Give me a second here, guys. I just posted this video not too long ago. I got to bring this up really quick here. Where is it? All right, so it has begun. So these video will be in the comments box. Mexico's mass exodus prep, 25 mega shelter. So they are preparing to take only their own people, the Mexican citizen, that were taken back from the sleeping giant back to their country. All right, so Mexico is working on that. Also, we do have more information here. And I did post a video. The link will be in the comments box. Guatemala to Donald will take them back for now. So Mexico and Guatemala just put out the information today, guys. All right, so the video will be in the comments box. I did post it, and it was over my other channel, The Real GS News. All right, give me a second here, guys. I want to see what's going on here. Okay, so this just happened not too long ago. You have something going down on X. Several prominent X accounts are reporting that their verification badge and monetized has been revoked after criticizing Elon pro-mass immigration ban. But Walls Alert, he wasn't putting that information. Walls Alert, he only put up the breaking news of Laura Loomer. But yeah, I mean, all of them, they got hit. They got hit. Wow. All right, give me a second here, guys. Let me just... It started with Laura. And it seems like her account's not around. That is strange. Hold on, give me a second. Okay, here we go. I found it. Alright, for those of you that don't know, this is her right here. And she is not very happy. Yeah, she's posting so many stuff right now. So you have Ross Alert. He posts this. Laura, a well-known ex-creator and reporter, has lost her verified check badge and subscription after questioning Elon's support for H-1B visas, the replacement of sleeping giant tech workers by Indian, and his relationship with the Red Dragon. And that's what caused it, I guess. Laura said, I have been more loyal to Donald and his agenda than anyone, and I have only been punished for it. Pay attention, MAGA. This is how you will all be treated now that the big you-know-who has infiltrated the MAGA. Mr. Elon is starting to look real. So she's basically calling Elon Musk. She's like, Elon is basically, seems like he's turning his back on the sleeping giant conservative, which is, again, I don't think so. Alright, guys. I'm not going to talk too much about this because everybody's getting hit, and I don't want to get hit either on this platform. I mean, everybody's talking about it. This is going to be a long and chaotic night on X. I feel more bad for Ross Alert. I mean, he was just putting out the update. I guess this is all of it for now, guys. Give me a second here. Let me just... Yeah, it seems like this is all of it. That's my pit bull. If you hear my dog barking, it's just Tyson. He's out there. Alright, guys, so this is where we at. So this is where we at now. There's another breaking news here. I'm not gonna talk too much about it, but the leader of the Bear, Russia, Vlad, said that the Bear could use Orishnik again. That's the hypersonic they used, and that actually, again, literally woke up NATO member. Now Vladimir said that the hypersonic will be deployed whenever the need arises, the leader said. Once again, the Bear country Moscow is in no hurry to use its latest hypersonic, but will not hesitate to do so if needed, Vladimir stated. All right, so he's sending a message to the Western NATO: don't test us, because we will get this thing in firing position. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching. It seems like this
Well, gang, it seems like we got another mystery at our hands. You might want to stop rolling your fat doobies tonight, because holy smokers, it ain't no jokers, guys. We have a pilot that is coming out sharing his voice comm, and he's sharing his experience that he must have seen a UFO mid-flight. I want to show you that clip. We also got new news reports coming out that these things are showing up all over the country, man. These alien twats, they are showing up everywhere. We gotta get right into it. Thank you guys so much for all the likes and the love on the channel recently. You don't have to do anything. I appreciate it though, but let's actually get into it. Roll it.
Well, you're gonna think I'm crazy. There's something that just went from right to left to right in a blink and then flashes lights 3-4 times and vanished.
Okay, well, I had an airplane cross from right to left, E-175, and now there's another one, 777 up there high off the right side that's descending to 28. That might be those two aircraft, I'm not sure.
This thing went 180 degrees in like a second.
Oh, goodness. All right.
Well, gang, it seems like we got another mystery at our hands. You might want to stop rolling your fat doobies tonight, because holy smokers, it ain't no jokers, guys. We have a pilot that is coming out sharing his voice comm, and he's sharing his experience that he must have seen a UFO mid-flight. I want to show you that clip. We also got new news reports coming out that these things are showing up all over the country, man. These alien twats, they are showing up everywhere. We gotta get right into it. Thank you guys so much for all the likes and the love on the channel recently. You don't have to do anything. I appreciate it though, but let's actually get into it. Roll it.
Well, you're gonna think I'm crazy. There's something that just went from right to left to right in a blink and then flashes lights 3-4 times and vanished.
Okay, well, I had an airplane cross from right to left, E-175, and now there's another one, 777 up there high off the right side that's descending to 28. That might be those two aircraft, I'm not sure.
This thing went 180 degrees in like a second.
Oh, goodness. All right. Yeah, let me know if you see it again. We'll make a report.
Well, the details, it literally went from
The captions are not 100% accurate, so don't mind that.
one coast to the other in front of us, and then it went up like 30 degrees, turned off its lights or whatever it had. It looked like it's a bright orangey thing, and then since we spoke to you last, it flashed us like 3-4 times, and we are still looking at it now.
So where is it roughly if I was to give you a traffic call?
I would say probably 60, 80 miles in front of us, and it looks like it's coming, I don't know, it's flashing towards us. But it is definitely not an airplane. It doesn't have a strobe lights or anything on it. It's just this bright orange going on.
Trump gotta deport them to their galaxy, man. Impose taxes on these aliens. Impose taxes. We demand answers. We demand answers. So this is like the pilot confession. It could have been something else. Maybe it was Santa flying. We don't know. But I want to play you this news report, and we got a bunch of other clips, guys. Wait for it. Roll it.
Now similar sightings are being reported here in San Diego and across Southern California.
Drone sightings spreading across the country now. Officials confirmed that unmanned drones have been spotted recently near Hill Air Force Base in Utah. Now, information on the number of drones that were spotted, how close they flew to the base, hasn't been widely or publicly released.
Developing news reported drone sightings are starting to appear in Nebraska. A viewer sent us this video that you're seeing behind me here. You can see several lights circling the ground, seemingly from the sky.
This time in White Settlement.
We haven't seen the formation of drones like that before.
Slowly moving.
Officers capturing video of the hovering drones last night after getting multiple calls about 6 drones flying together in a no-fly zone near Lockheed Martin and Naval Air Station Joint Reserve Base.
The buzz around.
What? They're flying around in no-fly zone, and you guys are doing absolutely nothing about it? You gotta put taxes on these suckers, okay? What is going on, man? What is going on?
Mysterious flying objects is gaining traction in Middle Tennessee as several people in Murfreesboro say they saw bright lights hovering in the night sky yesterday.
Tonight, Virginia State Police say there have been more than 150 tips of drone sightings like this one you see right here, all across the Commonwealth. Now,
admittedly, I have to say this does look like a normal plane, but apparently from what we're gathering, it's not a normal plane. And some people also went ahead and said that looks like that these Alamaus, these aliens are trying to mimic our technology. Like, how cute of them, right? If that's the case, how cute of them to follow the American laws with the FAA lights. How cute of them, how nice of them, actually, if that is true. But truly, I believe that it's a mixed bag. It's a mix of both. I do believe we have like real orbs out there. We got real UFOs out there that we do not know what they are. Of course, UFOs just mean unidentified flying objects. It does not mean aliens. It does not mean that, but we think that's what it means. And of course, like, I'm a believer that we're not alone. Let me know where you guys are. Do you believe we're alone? Do you believe that we're not alone? I want to know your perspective on it. But what are these? And FBI still don't know. They're not talking about it. Trump has issued that if you cannot bring them down, shoot them down. That's what he was saying. I'm paraphrasing. I covered that in the last video, right? Which I will link in a second. But
this month alone, and residents want to know, what are they and who is controlling them?
Some people in South Florida have claimed to have seen them in their own backyards.
Well, talk about this mystery unfolding in the skies. Dozens of drones spotted across at least 7 states in the Northeast, including Connecticut.
It is a mystery rattling nerves across the Northeast and now here in Massachusetts. Tonight, the concern over drones in the night sky reaching Cape Cod.
The FAA has now issued a temporary ban over nearly 24 towns and cities up and down the Garden State.
After a month of suspected drone sightings, the FAA has banned most drone flights in 22 areas.
Until January 17. Damn. So yeah, and of course some people are also gonna, based off of the news, the popularity surrounding this topic right now, and surely some people are gonna fly their drones. It's like a given. It's a given. People are gonna do that for sure.
Areas of New Jersey.
The mystery drone sightings lead to new restrictions for parts of New York.
This comes after the FAA issued temporary drone restrictions for nearly 24 towns and cities in New Jersey.
There's a bunch of red lights floating in the sky.
This video was taken by archaeologist Colin Rambo a couple weeks ago in Lemon Grove.
I was driving down the street, just right down the street from my house here, and I pulled my car over because I saw what looked like a fleet of glowing red orbs.
Yeah. Hey. Okay. I want to show you this video here. I was not waiting for it. I was not waiting for the video to end.
Oops. There's one right there. It hasn't moved from that spot.
Oh man, these suckers are putting their parking brakes on. Yo, come down. Come down. I'll give you some chicken nuggets, man.
Oh my gosh.
I'll give you some chicken nuggets. Come down. Let's talk. Let's talk.
Pennsylvania. What's today? December 22nd at 10:48, and that's over toward East Liberty. and it's just sitting there, not going anywhere.
Yeah, it's flashing up. Perhaps it's flashing lights to its boo-boo out there somewhere in the galaxy, right? Hey, boo, look at me, I'm here.
Just hanging out, chilling.
Just chilling.
Oops, there's a...
Yeah, and check this one out. This one is definitely baffling. This one is truly insane. So we got a bunch of dudes recording this.
Arizona, y'all. I don't know what's going on. Sorry for my language. I don't know what's going on. Look at
Arizona,
all this
y'all.
stuff. You see this? The sky? They're circling. They're circling literally. Something. They are circling literally.
Holy.
They are circling literally. What is this? Somebody please tell me. I don't know what this is. There's something at the bottom too. Arizona.
Yeah. I want to shout out 25 Buttholes. That's literally the name of the YouTube channel. I'm not saying that to be funny here. It's called 25 Buttholes, but check this out. This is interesting.
This is getting insane. Somebody just recovered molten metal that was dropped from a drone that was hovering behind their house in Wickham, England. The user posted these pictures on Reddit with this following statement.
This is all fresh in my mind, and I'm still trying to process what happened. During the evening of the 16th of December, I noticed a strange glowing object hovering towards the back of my house. I live in the countryside in the south of Wickham, England, and behind my house there is nothing. No buildings, no street lights. It's just a large grassy field where I often walk my dog. The object in question was circular or orb-shaped and was very bright to the point where my eyes couldn't focus on it. It reminded me of when you look at a star through a telescope. It's slightly clearer, but you can't make out what it is due to the amount of light being emitted. Due to it happening at night, my iPhone...
Okay, jokes aside, what you guys think this thing is dropping? Because I guess some comments would be like, hey, it's a mothership dropping like small drones. Yeah, right? Small drones or UFOs or whatever you want to call it. But seriously, it doesn't feel too big to be a mothership.
Camera did a terrible job at picking it up. The object made no noise, and the only reason I knew it was there was because I let my dog out for her evening toilet before bed, and it was in my line of view as I opened the back door. The whole encounter lasted, I would say, around a minute. If I had let my dog out in the garden a few minutes before or after...
It's way too far. I cannot shoot at it. It's just way too far. Like, I don't have that much of a range on my Bob of War.
I would never have seen it. About 20 seconds after initially spotting it, I noticed that it appeared to be dripping a molten-like metal onto the ground. After doing this multiple times, it started moving left in the sky, and after this, it vanished from sight due to moving behind the large oak trees on my property that are around 40 feet in height. I'll try and highlight this in one of the images. I've also adjusted the brightness to help highlight the object as it's quite difficult to make out. I came upstairs and updated my husband about what I had just seen, and he suggested that the next morning we should head out into the field behind our house with his metal detector.
Yeah.
It took a while, but we started finding clumps of metal like materials that looked as though they had been fused and heated at an extreme temperature and then cooled. The items also appeared multi-layered. Shortly after the sighting, there were helicopters in the area. We could hear them from our bedroom flying over our house, so we knew they were close.
Yeah, man, they had to. America! They had to, man. They had to come get it. You know what I'm saying? They had to come get it. No Diddy, though. Do you guys think that aliens are here just to get Diddy? Like, do you guys think that that's what's going on right now? Aliens before GTA 6? Oh, hell no, man. But this is a given right now. The military choppers, every time something happens, shows up. But again, it's like a Redditor saying that. No disrespect, though, but, you know, we gotta take it as in, like, don't believe everything you hear, but also don't dismiss everything you hear. I mean, it is true that there's way too many sightings right now, and it is true that UFOs are real, and once again, UFOs doesn't mean aliens, it means unidentified flying objects. And I'm saying I'm one of those guys that actually believe we're not alone, right? Mathematically speaking, it's just impossible based off of what they're telling us, that there are billions of galaxies, and in each galaxy there are billions of planets. Mathematically speaking, it's impossible, okay, for us to be alone. That's my belief. Some of you would believe it too, some of you won't believe it, and that's cool though. I want to know, like, where you guys at with it. You think ALMOs are real, you think they're not real. I want to know your take on it. And certainly with this situation, it's all over the place right now. It is all over the place, and you gotta get a lot of misinformation too on the internet. But They gotta tell
However,
us, man.
I will
They gotta tell
say
us.
that living in the south of England, there are multiple military sites, so not sure if that's a correlation. I've never seen anything like this before, and the whole encounter probably lasted no more than 60 seconds as the object was constantly moving the whole time. My question is, what did I see? Is it common for UFOs to drip metal, or could this have been something different? Is it worth sending these metal things off somewhere to get them tested? And if so, where would I send them? A university? Thanks.
This post was posted yesterday on December 23rd, and since then, it's rose to the top of the UFO subreddit with 22,000 upvotes and is going viral on X. But since then, the user's Reddit page has been deleted, leaving many to speculate whether or not the user is being censored. But what I found very interesting was that this footage out of San Jose, California, on July 22, 2024, captures exactly what she described witnessing on December 16th in England. Take a look at this glowing orange UFO that was spotted hovering over Japantown, San Jose, California, on July 22, 2024, at 10:41 p.m.
They're dropping. Any NASA astronaut watching this? Any scientist? Any any scientists watching this? Yeah. What is molten metal? Bruh. I mean, we've seen it, but like, what exactly does it do? Right? Creepy.
The object featured a large spherical shape with a smaller sphere attached on the left. It appeared to shed glowing fragments resembling molten metal, which dimmed as they fell rapidly to the ground. The witness noted a power outage seconds before the sighting and described the object as spinning and moving south. Hopefully, the user who posted these images manages to successfully get them tested and can share the results.
Oh man, the FBI is gonna be all over this, like the Men in Black. You don't hear about Men in Black no more, right? They're gonna be all over this. They're gonna be like, hey, now this is our property. They're gonna be all over this. They're gonna be, yeah, you took pictures of this thing, right? How dare you take pictures of this thing? If this is true, given if this is true, right? We're not sure. Seems like it is, and it has went viral, but not everything that goes viral means that it's legit, right? Let's be real about it. But interesting time, man. Exciting times that we're living in.
Another insane UFO sighting that just happened was this footage out of Dallas, Texas, on December 23rd, 2024.
This is real life, real time. This is what I'm looking at right now. That's in the sky. I don't know what it is. It came out of nowhere, really. But this shit is so real. Excuse my language, but this is the real deal. Yeah. I said I wasn't gonna believe it till I seen it, and here it is. It's huge, you guys. I'm so far away from this thing. That thing is still huge.
They're here to get Diddy. They're here to get Diddy.
Oh my gosh.
The alien said, "Ain't no party like a Diddy party." That's what the alien said.
They not lying.
Yeah, no, honestly, what the hell is that, right? Like,
slow. It is going slow and it's just hovering. This is the real deal. It's like, oh my gosh, I can't believe what I'm seeing right now.
We need like a speed meter. You know how there are like cops just hiding to give you a ticket and they're like checking your speeds and all that? Where are they at now? Huh? Where are they now? Where they at? We want you speeding this thing as well, man. Clear our skies. We need our skies clear. Or tax them. Yeah, like you guys tax us like crazy. You need to tax these suckers too, man.
I know y'all really can't see, but that right there, that's in that sky, is right there in that sky. Don't supposed to be there. And they turned the light on. Look, they turned the light back on.
I don't have that many bullets left.
What time? It's 6 o'clock. This thing wants to be seen.
Now I want you to take a look at these clips that were posted just yesterday on December 24th. There are numerous videos circulating of a cluster of lights over the Bronx that took place on Christmas Eve, with multiple angles and reactions from those witnessing the phenomenon.
be a chopper, right? But all of these
are back. Drone in the air and
un drone dans l'air et des putains d'orbes à une certaine distance. I do speak French as well. I speak 5 languages, so French is one of them. This means that one drone is in the air, and putain, that's like F word in a way, right? That's like a bad word in French. And the F in orbs at distance. Certain distance.
Fucking orbs in the fucking distance.
Yeah, des putains d'orbes. Ah ouais, si j'ai pété dans la... Ah ouais, calice de sti, des tabarnak, là.
What the fuck?
Putain de merde, yeah, that's...
Red orbs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Holy.
Looks like they're fucking...
On dirait que...
coming from whatever the fuck that is.
Okay, essentially, like, he's speaking in English, and that is translating in French there, so... You guys not missing anything? I got you, man. I'm not gonna let you guys miss anything.
I don't know, dude. New York City, the Bronx.
The Bronx.
Got orbs and a fucking drone.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
I
never thought I'd see it, but I'm fucking seeing it right here, right off my fucking balcony. Bronx, New York. New York City.
That, guys.
It seems like I'm the only one that has not seen a UFO yet, right? Like, how many of you guys have seen it? Let me know.
But VA hospital in the Bronx, New York, in Kingsbridge. Look at these drones. I'm trying to zoom in. Kingsbridge area.
Drones in the Bronx.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Oh my
8,
goodness.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and there's more coming.
So is this like the same video but from a different angle and different perspective and different guy? If that's the case, because that's how it feels like, right? So in other words, it adds more credibility. It adds the fact that this might be real. This might be real. I mean, there's so much activity there, so many of them.
And it looks like they're hovered over Westchester.
10, 11, 12. There is 12.
It's truly mind-boggling what's unfolding in our world right now.
Yeah.
Even more concerning is the apparent lack of interest from both the government and the media. Yet, with each passing day, the sightings grow. More drones, more plasmoids, more UFOs. Are these mere advancements in technology, natural phenomena?
I do believe, right, like, we got to have drones like that, the ones that we're seeing. We got to have them. And surely if you're like knee deep in the rabbit hole, you must know, right? Because we've had these conspiracies for a while that we have been reverse engineering these UFO crafts. So I do believe that some of them are ours, that are based off of the UFO technology. And I do believe that we're at a time where we would have military grade level drones technology. So this is why we're seeing some of them in the sky. Some of them are naturally like, what the hell, right? And some of them are probably orbs, some of them are actual UFOs, and mix that and couple that with the drones that may or may not be ours. It's like, yeah, you got this much activity, and then you got people that are curious about it. They are also gonna be flying their drones, and you know what happens after that, right? If you have not seen this video, check this one out. This is one of those videos that's gonna baffle the crap out of you. Check out this video on the screen and I'll see you there. We had one of those clips of a jet. Check it out.
G'day and welcome to Reality Check. Before we start this week's show, here's a little bit about our sponsor for this week. Dr. Stephen Gundry has this concept called caloric bypass. He says the key to losing weight and keeping it off is not in carbs or fat or even in probiotic-rich foods. Instead, it comes down to a specific switch you can flip in your body to flush out unnecessary calories. And by activating this specific process in our body, he says he's seen thousands of people dramatically improve their health, even at age 50 and beyond. Dr. Gundry has lost 70 pounds himself using his research, and he's kept the weight off for over 20 years and counting. His digestive issues are gone, his health is fantastic, and he feels younger and healthier today than he did in his 40s. His video's been watched by over 20 million people to date, and you can watch and learn more about it at thehealthyfat.com/Ross. That's thehealthyfat.com/Rost. It's linked at the bottom of this video, and just click thehealthyfat.com/Ross. Now, let's get on with the show. It's amazing to be here in the Valley of the Kings, which is where many of the pharaohs were buried in secret, with a huge number of the incredible treasures, the things that Howard Carter described when he found the tomb of Tutankhamun as wonderful things. But there's a mystery, there's a conundrum behind that whole story. Who on earth made these incredible technologies, these fine stone vases, the beautiful carved statuary, the incredibly well-honed granite blocks that are accurate, sometimes within micromillimeters? How do we explain those technologies with what we understand were the tools of that era? The pre-dynastic Egyptian civilizations, if they were lucky at all, had copper chisels. More likely, they had flints and stone adzes. Then how do we explain the beautiful objects, the wonderful things that Howard Carter described when he opened the tomb of Tutankhamun? That's what we're bringing Ben Van Kerkwijk on to Reality Check this week to talk about. Ben's been studying ancient Egypt and the relics of ancient Egypt for a very long time, and he has a fascinating story to tell. Join me on this week's Reality Check with Ben Van Kerkwijk. Ben Van Kerkwijk, welcome to Reality Check.
Ross, thank you very much for the introduction. That's very kind. And likewise, I will say I'm also have been a fan of your work for quite some time, and it's a real honour to be here.
Well, mate, we love the idea of causing mischief with doctrinaire dogmaticism. And one of the things I love about Uncharted X is you take us down paths with fastidious detail and analysis. And I find if I read online, you're often debunked by doctrinaire archaeology and dismissed out of hand. And frankly, there's not a lot of logic behind how they're so dismissive. I think one of the things I like to do on Reality Check is bring people face to face with obvious mysteries. Just like the UAP mystery, it's in plain sight. And the evidence that I see that you're citing it's in plain sight. It's right under our noses. So, mate, very quickly, before we get into ancient Egypt, give me the orthodox model of human history. Tell me when human civilization is meant to have begun.
Well, you're quite right when you talk about the doctrine and the dismissal of perspectives that are alternative or that have an alternate timeline, or they are suggesting alternate perspectives on our ancient history. And in fact, our perspective on human civilization and the history of it really hasn't changed very much over the last 150 years. It's one of those things that stayed fairly static. The Orthodox timeline suggests that civilization really started only some 6,000 years ago. And this is, of course, the Fertile Crescent, Mesopotamia, ancient that part of the world. That was the Babylonians and Mesopotamians started what we call civilization, then closely followed by the Egyptians, the Greeks, the Romans, the Chinese, etc. Only some 4,000 BC, 6,000 years ago, which has led us to a path of, I guess, our modern civilization today. That doctrine, which is what it is, has been increasingly challenged by new discoveries across many different scientific fields, as well as discoveries from within archaeology itself. And unfortunately, for one reason or another, it really hasn't affected, I guess, the mainstream position of civilization itself. One of the things that I like to point to is having shifted dramatically during this period where we've thought civilization is 6,000 years ago, is the extension of the human timeline itself. So for a long time, if you go back far enough before the age of reason, the age of science, you have the biblical interpretation of the human species, 6,000 years. The rise of science starts, and then the estimates get up to, well, maybe we're 50,000 years old as a species. Then we create techniques like, radiocarbon dating, C14 dating. They find some human remains in Ethiopia. And for many decades, they were dated to around 195,000 years old. So that was said to have been the oldest human remains. Yeah, go ahead.
I want to cite one example that really leapt out at me when I watched one of your videos. You talk about a burial site at a place called Toshka, and it's quite phenomenal because there's a corpse lying in a prone position in a fairly primitive grave, but there's something in that grave that really made me sit up, because the carbon-14 dating on what's in that grave suggests that it's 14,500 years old. What was found in that grave, Ben?
So Toshka is one of many sites that is in the southern area of Egypt, sort of northern Sudan, southern Egypt. And these are essentially Neolithic burials. So as you say, like in that 14,500 year time frame. But one of the biggest mysteries, and Toshka certainly isn't the only one. There are many, many other sites like this. But in that grave, in this shallow grave with a fetal position corpse, they're finding very primitive pottery, bone and bead ornaments, but also they found these remarkable hard stone vases or vessels, and they're made from incredibly hard stones, granite, diorite, and they seem to have been made with just remarkable precision. They're these, what I'd like to call kind of an out of place artifact that really.
Now, this is what I love, because this is the sort of stuff you're citing as evidence of a potential prior human civilization that as yet doesn't fit onto our timeline. Because when you're talking about precision vases, let's talk about how precise these vases are, because this is where I was watching your Uncharted X and I almost fell off my chair and I started tweeting in support of you saying, gosh, this is incredible. People have got to watch this. And I wasn't ready for the barrage of insults that you cop from contemporary archaeology. It's just amazing.
Yes.
And as you may have noticed with me, I really enjoy upsetting some people who have very doctrinaire positions on things. And there was no explanation from any of them as to how these precision vases could have been made. But let's firstly, with the Toshka site that you're talking about, there's no doubt that these precision vases were recovered from this site. They're not something that was inserted later on.
Well, no, because these sites, there's actually not a lot of records of these excavations for a number of reasons. These happened in the 1960s. Boston University and Harvard were doing the work down on this side, and many others in that I guess that Neolithic period. And all of those sites today are underwater. They were all excavated prior to the building of the the Great Dam in Egypt on the Nile and the creation of Lake Nasser, which is the largest man-made lake in the world now. But so they're all underwater. So we have to go on these photographs and these older records of these finds. But it's not controversial whatsoever to classify these precision hardstone vessels and vases as being pre-dynastic, so before the dynastic Egyptian civilization. Because not only do we find them in these sites that date back potentially as far back as 15,000 years, we find them in other cultures that predate the Egyptian cultures like the Naqada culture and the Naqada II culture, and then right up to the very early parts of the dynastic Egyptian civilization itself.
So how precise
this is where we
are
find
they,
these
Ben?
vessels.
How precise are the vases that were found, for example, in that burial site?
So it's long been a mystery. People have always wondered about this, but it's only been in recent, really the last couple of years, that we've been able to get our hands on some of these vessels and do proper analysis on them using things like structured light scanning or CT X-ray scanning and modern metrology. The examples that we've looked at have proven to be just remarkably precise is the best term I can give you. So if you want to talk about how precise, you're talking about aerospace industry levels of precision, where you're working in single thousandths of an inch. And for the metric viewers out there, we're talking about 25 to 30 or 40 microns, which is a thousandth of a millimeter. And when you're working in those
what's that in relation to, say, a human hair?
So a human hair is between, I think, 2 to 3 thousandths of an inch thick. So you might be talking like 50 to 75 microns. So it's less than the thickness of a human hair. And this is the margin of error that we're seeing on some of these vessels. If you want a really insane example, the best example of precision in terms of circularity on one of these vessels that was recently analyzed, the difference between on the X and Y radius, so the top of the vessel as you measure it in one direction relative to another, the error of margin that we found there was 4/10,000ths of a millimeter, so 4/10ths of a single micron. That's probably the best example that we found, which is absolutely mind-bending precision.
So forgive me for interrupting there, but just so our audience understand, when you're talking about the margin of error, you're talking about the accuracy of the thickness of the stone, solid stone. It's diorite. In some cases, it's granite. And it's been cut to a thickness which is absurdly thin, and there's a consistency of that thickness.
Right. So there's a lot of different ways to measure precision and accuracy on these vessels and these objects. So circularity, roundness, consistency of the material. When I'm talking about precision, it's like how accurately is it made relative to other surfaces. So the center line of the vase, like how accurate are the edges of the vase to it? How round is the top of it? That type of thing. And that's where we're getting these remarkable measurements from. So perfectly circular to within 4/10,000ths of a millimeter. In terms of wall thickness, that's another aspect of the remarkable engineering and machining that's gone into these, because you do have materials like granite, like diorite, porphyry, schist, these other very hard types of stone. Not only are they down to, like a 40th of an inch, so, less than a millimeter thick in some places. These materials are brittle at that. It's like glass. A cube of glass is very strong, but if you get it down very thin, it's the same material. It's hard, but it's very brittle. And that's the same case for stones like this. It's made even more difficult by the fact that many of these stones have large crystal inclusions in them. So the material goes from hard to soft as it's being worked. But whoever made these things, had the ability to machine them down to just very, very thin tolerances indeed, and keep it consistent. And it would be, put it this way, it would be an incredible challenge for us to replicate these sort of things today, even with our best machines and tools. And as of yet, we haven't really done it.
Now, I think the Toshka example leapt out at me because it was just so absurd. I mean, that's a grave that's 14,500 years old. I mean, indeed, that's incredible.
Yes, there are many others like it, like in that region of Toshka, and it doesn't match up when you compare it or you look at it within the capabilities of that civilization, which was obviously a fairly primitive civilization. Shallow grave, bone and bead ornaments, and very primitive pottery, like handmade pottery, nothing even turned on a wheel. So these are these out-of-place artifacts, and I think that another explanation for them, and one that makes a lot more sense when you consider the evidence, is the idea of inheritance. If you are a Stone Age people and you're in the business of making pottery vessels, if you found a stone vessel, like you're probably using stone tools, but if you found this stone vessel that's just perfectly made and remarkable, it's going to intrinsically become valuable. And that vessel's probably going to, propagate through the social structure. It's going to be buried with the chieftain or the king at the time. And that's where we find them. And the same process seems to have gone on in those cultures preceding the dynastic Egyptians, and indeed to the dynastic Egyptians themselves. One of the biggest mysteries I find about the vases, and one that shines a light on a lot of the contradictions when it comes to ancient Egypt, is the fact that we do find these vessels in the ancient Egyptian civilization, but only at the very start of it. So 3rd, 4th dynasty of the Old Kingdom, they found 50, 60,000 of these things buried beneath pyramids. And even the archaeologists admit that these are inherited heirlooms. They know they came from earlier times, and that the Egyptian kings of the time buried them with them. And after that period, they really just disappear from that civilization. It's like they didn't have the capability to make them.
Can I ask you this, Ben? What is the view, if you to articulate the view of modern archaeology, mainstream archaeology, what do they say about this notion of a prior human civilization that predates, for example, dynastic Egypt?
Well, they do know there were cultures, not so much civilizations. There were primitive cultures like Nakata, but they just suggest that all of the reports of it are myth and legend. I mean, one of the other major contradictions is the dynastic Egyptians themselves do have their own history. They trace back their own culture and civilization nearly 40,000 years. They have a king's list, and there's a number of different reports of this, and they go back to other periods, as do many other cultures. They have cataclysm stories and flood stories, and they talk about advanced civilizations, their ancestors with amazing capabilities, somehow being destroyed by cataclysm and starting again. But modern archaeologists and historians generally just dismiss that as myth and legend, and they say, well, no, the real history starts with, you know, Nama, the first king of the first dynasty, and that's when the civilization starts. They just classify everything else as myth and legend.
So let's talk about the accepted orthodox model of human history. One of the stories you've done, you talked about a 2006 New Scientist article that presented a timeline of human evolution. And officially, humans emerged, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is still the case in orthodox evolutionary theory. Humans emerged around about 195, 200,000 years ago, and the carbon 14 dating of the oldest modern human remains starts from around about 200,000 years ago.
That was the case in 2006, yes.
So what do we know now?
Well, so the story has changed since then. It's a good example of how new discoveries can change the story of our own species and history. So since then, since 2006, they've actually they made another discovery in I think Morocco. They found a jawbone of a human, and this was dated to slightly beyond, I think, 300,000 years. So instantly, it's like the human species just got a whole third of that time longer. We added another 100,000 years to the human timeline. And, you know, these discoveries and these advances in science have progressed even further than that. And today, that remains the oldest human record in the fossil record. But now we've got studies that look at things like DNA evidence when, you know, Neanderthals, which genetically speaking are our cousins, when we and Neanderthals evolved from a common ancestor, that date is somewhere in the realm of 800 to 900,000 years. Similarly, there have been studies done on teeth morphology. So how do we have the teeth that we have, and at what rates would dental evolution need to happen for us to get sort of the teeth that we have? And they did a massive study on the statistical analysis of teeth morphology. And it showed that for us to have the teeth that we have, we would have had to have been around 8 to 900,000 years. So I think the timeline for the human species keeps getting longer and longer. And when you put that date of civilization of, you know, only 6,000 years ago in the context of a period of time when you might have had modern humans on this planet for as much as 8 or 900,000 years, it starts to look a little ridiculous.
So officially, the orthodox model would have it that agriculture only began 10,000 years ago. And yet that would appear to be totally inconsistent with even the grave we talked about at the head of this interview, which is a grave that's 14,500 years old. There are these holes in the archaeological record that are not explained by the orthodox model.
Indeed, yeah, there are many mysteries and many contradictions when you take a close look at all of the evidence that surrounds the history of human civilization. The more that we learn, it's like it is a difficult process and a difficult period of time to try and analyze, right? We really do have very scant evidence. We're looking back through the mists of time, and the further back you go, the more scant that evidence becomes. And the more, you know, it's like there's been more civilizations that have had the chance to live in these areas and to change what you're looking at. So you have to continually evaluate the best evidence to try and put together the best theory that you can. My problem, I think, with the orthodox perspective on particularly the date of civilization is that a lot of this new evidence that comes up forms like things like Göbekli Tepe in Turkey. I mean, this was a massive megalithic site that it is 12,000 years old. At least, in fact, there's strong evidence that it may well be much older than that.
And so just to make the point here, officially, the Orthodox model still has it that around about 4,000 to 3,500 BC, the first civilization was the Sumerians of Mesopotamia. And then you had the Egyptians, the Greeks, the Romans, and the Chinese. But human civilization basically started 4,000 years ago.
Well, 4,000 BC.
4,000 BC, yeah.
Yeah, 6,000 years ago. Yes, that is still the Orthodox position. So everything prior to that we were considered to be hunter-gatherer. Like humans existed, but we were nomadic hunter-gatherers. You know, civilization, you define civilization with things like permanent dwelling, you know, large numbers of people. You get specialization, social structures, governance, these types of things. Agriculture is another one that you know, organized agriculture is another sign of civilization. Cities, those types of things. So prior to 4,000 BC, none of these things are thought to have existed. Yet we keep finding more and more evidence that, in fact, they did.
Now, you talked about Göbekli Tepe, which is in southeastern Turkey. It's a stunning discovery, a massive megalithic site. And we know that carbon-14 dating of organic material in the actual pillars at that site shows that it's at least 12,000 years old. And just to give the audience an account of it, it's got what we believe are astronomically aligned stones, possibly a celestial calendar, stone circles arranged geometrically. How does that obvious construction, and it's an elaborate construction, fit into the notion that civilization happened many thousands of years later?
Well, it's if you want to look at the orthodox or the mainstream perspective on Göbekli Tepe, and you can find this today, even if you go look at the Wikipedia page for it. Not that Wikipedia is a tremendously reliable source when it comes to controversial topics, but they will tell you that this was something built by hunter-gatherers. So rather than changing the date of civilization, they literally changed the definition of hunter-gatherers to, well, okay, they're not just nomadic tribes people, but now they're also guys that, they seem to enjoy doing a bit of megalithic pillar building on the weekends, maybe to get away from the wife and kids or something like that. I'm not sure.
Okay, so let's go through that. Let's deal with that. What's your response to that? I mean, my understanding is some of these pillars at Göbekli Tepe, the T-shaped pillars, they're hundreds of tons.
Well, no, they're not that big. It is a significant logistical challenge. Some of these, you're talking 20 feet tall, 20 to 30 tons, single piece stones, arranged very elaborately. They, in some cases, taken significant distance, like many miles from the quarries from where they were formed. The interesting thing about Göbekli Tepe, there are many things. This is a brand new discovery. It was really uncovered by a German archaeologist in the 1990s, and it's been excavated ever since. It's a site that has a lot of nuance to it. So the carbon dating that we have for that, where it's incontrovertibly 12,000 years old at least, we actually get those dates not from the pillars, but from these cobblestone walls that are enclosing these pillars. And there's strong evidence, and anyone that goes there would be able to see this for themselves. It's as if that site was rebuilt, like these primitive walls that surround these pillars and these stone circles. They were built to kind of repair and prop up these pillars. In some cases, there are actually broken pieces of pillars in these walls. And it's from those primitive walls that we get this date of 12,000 years old.
So do you think Göbekli Tepe might actually be a bit older?
I do, yes. I think that's it, probably significantly older. I think that there were people that came to this site that found it, or they knew about it, and they rebuilt that site. They protected it. In fact, the walls encompass the pillars. They cover up some of the details. And as I said, there's actually broken pieces of pillar, as if those pillars had already fallen and broken when they built these walls. And we date it based on the organic material found in these cobblestone, these rough cobblestone walls that surround it. There's clearly two different styles of architecture here as well. Like, one is a megalithic style with these massive single piece pillars with intricate high relief carvings on them that have these astronomical alignments and all sorts of significance. Martin Sweatman has written an entire book on this topic. It's fascinating. And then you have this primitive cobblestone walls that came along and were built to essentially restore and protect the site. It probably was a sacred site to these people. And it's from the remains of those people that we can date it to 12,000 years back, which was an absolute just shocking revelation at the time to the world of archaeology. Nobody thought that this type of megalithic building existed at all 12,000 years ago, and it of itself should have shifted the date of civilization back. It's a massive megalithic site. There are hundreds of these T-pillars. It requires a significant number of people. It requires specialization. It requires all of these facets of civilization to even undertake this sort of thing. And here's the crazy thing about that part of Turkey is not only so Göbekli Tepe was the first site, but since that site's been uncovered, they've discovered that there might be as many as 40 more sites just like it in that region of southeastern Turkey. And I don't think there's any question we're talking about an unknown civilization existing in that point way back in time.
So tell me about Karahan Tepe. It's even older, isn't it, than Göbekli Tepe?
It is. Yes, Karahan Tepe, nearby to Göbekli Tepe in that southeastern part of Turkey. It's another site that was found. It's something like 5 times as large as Göbekli Tepe. There is up to maybe 1,000 T-pillars on this site, these large T-pillars and many, many stone circles. It's in the process of being excavated. I've visited the site many times myself, and it's dated to at least somewhere around 500 to 1,000 years older than Göbekli Tepe. In fact, there's been more sites discovered recently that even are older than that, based on the carbon dating that they found. But it seems clear to me that there is much as is being discovered in the Amazon by guys like Graham Hancock at the moment. There is evidence that there was an entire lost civilization that we know nothing about that existed in this part of the world at that time. And this discovery should really be shaking the foundations of our ideas on human civilization and when it truly started to its core. But as of yet, it really hasn't had that impact, at least according to the textbooks and the universities. It's unfortunate because I think that the evidence is becoming overwhelming that that there was indeed some pretty advanced human activity going on long ago, and in periods of time that happened before, cataclysms and the Younger Dryas, which is a huge part of this whole mystery.
While we're on the subject, let's tell our American friends about the truth of the claims that the first settlement of the Americas by humans was about 12,000 years ago. I think the conventional explanation isn't it, that there was a land bridge that connected America to the essentially the European continent through Russia.
Right. Yes.
What's the truth now? What do we now know?
So indeed, yeah. So the orthodox story has long been that there was the Bering Land Bridge that was an ice-free corridor between the great ice sheets, the Cordilleran and the Laurentide ice sheets, the thing that cover the northern hemisphere. And it's said that humans migrated down through that path around 13,000 years ago and began to populate the Americas, starting in North America, moving down to Central America and then South America. However, and it's something called the Clovis Doctrine. These people were called the Clovis. It's literally named, we don't know that. It's named after the place where they found some of the arrow points and the flint tools that have a very specific shape. It's a place called Clovis, so hence the Clovis people. And we long thought that was the first population or the first peopling of the Americas. Now, since then, there has been a number of sites discovered, not only in North America, but also in Canada, that really are shifting that date further and further back. There are sites like Bluefish Caves, which has evidence of human occupation some 20 to 25,000 years ago. And recently, as talked about by Graham Hancock on his excellent series, Ancient Apocalypse, White Sands in New Mexico, we're finding evidence for humans existing in the Americas many, many thousands of years prior to this, this Clovis date of some 13,000 years ago. So it seems like that whole explanation for how people got to the Americas really doesn't support the evidence that we're finding in recent decades.
And so before we go to Egypt, let's set the scene for, I think, the final issue that you attach significance to, which is cataclysm. What you think there's been a cataclysm in relatively recent human history that has a bearing on whether we can even find evidence of these prior human civilizations that you believe potentially exist?
Indeed, and there absolutely was a cataclysmic event that occurred. There is just a massive weight of scientific evidence behind it at this point. We attribute people think about it. Probably the best way to think about this event is it was the last great extinction event to happen on this planet. And I'm not talking about the dinosaurs 65 million years ago. I'm talking about the saber-toothed tigers, the woolly mammoths, the woolly rhinos, all of these megafauna that existed in places like North and South America and Europe. Now, these animals, it was roughly 50% of what we would call megafauna, large, land-based animals. 50% of them went extinct in a very short period of time, somewhere between 15 and 12,000 years ago, and we're not really sure why. The orthodox explanation has always been human overhunting, which really doesn't make sense when you're talking about giant cave bears and the American lion, which was the size of a horse, and nomadic hunter-gatherers. That there were more mammoths at that point than people by many estimations. So this, combined with a lot of recent research into essentially climate history, has shown that something catastrophic happened to the planet around 12,800, 13,000 years ago. And there's more than 150 peer-reviewed scientific papers backing this up now, looking at what you would call impact proxies. So looking through strata layers in the soil, finding high concentrations of things like extraterrestrial platinum and iridium, shock synthesized nanodiamonds. So these things that are indicative of essentially cosmic impacts. So, chunks of a disintegrating comet or meteorites, very large ones that are either bursting in the atmosphere or they're hitting the ground. Just seems to be huge amounts of evidence that something like that happened only some 12 to 13,000 years ago. Correlated with that, we also know that this was the very abrupt end of the Ice Age, of the last glaciation period. Sea levels rose in a short period of time, some nearly 300 to 400 feet, 100 meters or more, in a real short period of time. All of those, the Laurentide and Cordilleran ice sheets, they melted, went into the oceans. So all of these things happened, and we can look back through things like ice core samples and places like Antarctica and Greenland, look at oxygen concentricities, determine things like global temperature at the time, particulate matter, and it shows that something happened 12,800 years ago. Something happened. The Earth just was plunged into this deep freeze for about 800 years. Temperatures dropped dramatically. There was massive climate change. At the same time, we have a massive megafaunal extinction. At the same time, we have sea levels rising. There are indications that during this time, at one point, up to 10% of the biomass on the planet was on fire. Absolutely crazy. Like the sun got blocked out. I mean, there's all these indications, and it all points to the most likely scenario being just a cataclysmic bombardment of the planet from space.
So it's fair to say we are at the moment in mainstream science locked into a paradigm, a doctrine, if you like. I love the way they use the word doctrine for Clovis doctrine, because it suggests they're somewhat doctrinaire. This is in defiance of the evidence that you and others like Graham Hancock point to, that essentially there must have been some kind of organised human society to make the artefacts that we see. You believe that this is strong evidence that before this Younger Dryas cataclysm, around about 12,800 years ago, there was some kind of advanced human civilization that was making these kind of advanced technologies, and that these technologies were in all likelihood recovered by whatever civilization followed.
Yes, that's a summary. That's what I think we're looking at when we look at places like the Sacred Valley of Peru, or we look at places like ancient Egypt. I think that explanation of inheritance and of longer timelines makes much more sense of the evidence than the orthodox story does. I mean,
why is there such doctrinaire obduracy to that notion? I mean, I've followed Graham Hancock's story with great interest, and I love his work. And the thing that really strikes me is, whatever you think of his work, he grounds it in as much solid science as he can find. And he really cops it from establishment archaeology. I mean, they're even trying to get him gagged.
Indeed, yes. He's been the recipient of just these, just terrible attacks on his character and all sorts of ad hominems and kind of how best to put this sort of liberal kind of dog whistling terms, calling him racist and xenophobic and all these terrible things, which is nonsense. I mean, I've known Graham for years as well. He's one of the kindest, just gentlest people you'll ever meet. He's a wonderful human being.
Well, I always thought the racist
he's definitely been attacked
because he's married to a Somali woman, isn't he? I mean, it always
it was Santa.
Utterly absurd. Yeah,
indeed, yes. She's actually, I think she's Malaysian originally, but yes, he's definitely not a racist. That's for sure. And in fact, he cops a lot of this flack, and in a lot of cases, he's literally reporting what other archaeologists and anthropologists have written in terms of things, these legends of Quetzalcoatl and these other things that they say, well, it's this idea that you're taking away this, the indigenous people's culture. It's literally the stories they told that is also reported by other archaeologists, but because he's alternative, he gets attacked for it, where all these other guys are saying the same thing aren't getting attacked. However, as to why this is going on, I think it's there's a couple of reasons for it. One is I think it's a reaction to the shifting of the modern media landscape, the rise of the internet, and the ability for people to do independent research and to get their message out. It's in some ways doing a bit of an end run around what has always been the old boys club of explorers clubs and universities, which is where these discussions used to take place. And in fact, if you look at archaeologists and explorers of previous generations, we're talking about the last century, the 19th century, they were very much more open to the mystery and understanding where they couldn't explain things they were looking at. And they were talking about that amongst their peers. And that's shifted now, where it's, you have the internet, you have social media, you have people like me or Graham that can get their message out there and make sense of it. I think there's a bit of a reaction from the gatekeepers of history, the archaeologists, the historians, in their academic ivory towers, that the rug's getting pulled out from under their feet a little bit. At the end of the day, archaeology is not like a hard science, like chemistry or physics might be. There's hypothesis, experiment, result. It doesn't really follow that. It's closer to language and art studies. It's an interpretation of a loose set of evidence, but they are deemed the expert. They're deemed the gatekeepers of this story. So when other people are threatening that, I think they interpret that as a personal attack in some way. So they respond as if they're being attacked personally. And we get some of the terrible accusations that have been levied against people like Graham Hancock. It's a funny, natural reaction, I think, because they're feeling threatened.
I see parallels here with the work I've been doing on UAPs, because in the face of, I think, overwhelming evidence that sits in plain sight, that there is clearly an anomalous phenomenon, there is this obdurate resistance from much of the mainstream media, but certainly from mainstream science and commentators. And it's quite hilarious, because the more and more the evidence mounts, you get admissions from the Office of National Intelligence, and they still dogmatically stick to their doctrinaire positions. The parallels are uncanny.
Indeed. It really is. It happens in a lot of different branches of science and investigations. Really, one of the things I like to say, and I think I'll quote Chris Dunn, who I think originally coined the phrase. But to me, it's like you wouldn't trust an archaeologist to design the chair that he's sitting on, but if it's an ancient chair, he's going to claim to be the expert on it, and that's a summary of all of the technological and engineering based evidence that we're seeing in places like ancient Egypt, and the perspectives that archaeologists have on them. In general, they're not engineers. They don't understand the intricacies of precision and stonework. They're just not playing in that field, and they routinely ignore all of the evidence that comes to us from true experts, machinists, engineers, people that can evaluate what they're looking at and talk about, the tools that the ancient Egyptians had and these primitive cultures or, ancient cultures had really can't explain the artifacts that we're looking at.
So, Ben, take me to Egypt. Let's talk about the plethora of ancient precision advanced artifacts. The schist disc, unfinished obelisks, the vases, columns, and precision boxes. Where do we start? Like, what's your favorite object that challenges the orthodox paradigm?
Tough to pick a favorite, Ross. I would think that there's one overwhelming contradiction that becomes immediately obvious if you can see it, and then you will see it everywhere in Egypt. And this is really my favorite place to start people off with ancient Egypt, and that is to consider that in ancient Egypt, and this is if you consider the Orthodox timeline, this is a unique feature of this civilization in that the oldest stuff is always the best. It's kind of funny to look at things like the Great Pyramid and the massive stone pyramids of Giza, which are just, until you see them in person, they're really, it's impossible to capture the scale of them on film and truly appreciate them until you see them in person. But it's monumental, takes your breath away. But people shouldn't forget that these are supposedly amongst the very first pyramids ever built. This you can extend this analogy across all these different facets of ancient Egypt. It's the oldest stuff that's the most massive, that's the most precise, that's the most difficult. And as it's like it's a civilization that started with a Tesla, and they devolved down towards horse and carts, because the ancient Egyptian civilization existed for 3,000-4,000 years. And it's almost like they went backwards in technology. They kept building pyramids. They kept building statues. They kept making sites. But the technology just wasn't there. It's always this oldest stuff that is the best. And this applies to so many different categories. It's not funny. And it's very difficult to explain technologically from a civilization perspective.
I didn't realize until I watched your videos that a lot of the more dilapidated pyramids are actually the more modern ones, the newer ones.
Yes.
And they were made of mud brick by dynastic Egyptians.
Yes, they were. And it's a good, and I like to point at those and think that, okay, do you truly believe that they started off being able to build pyramids like the Great Pyramid, 6 million tons of stone, 2.5 million blocks of stone, including granite beams that were lifted 150 feet up in the air that weighed 80 tons. There's 2,500 tons worth of granite in the middle of that pyramid. And then they went backwards to building these things out of mud brick? Or is it more likely that they saw this artifact, it impressed them as much as it impressed us, and they learnt how to replicate it, to try and build it? These kings that came along wanted some of that for themselves. They wanted to have some of that majesty and connect themselves to this amazing culture themselves. And I think that's what we're looking at when we look at ancient Egypt. It's the same tendency of these kings, guys like Ramses II, a notorious and probably considered today the most powerful king of Egypt, or pharaoh in Egypt. He would write his name on things. He would carve his name on everything. All these massive statues, Ramses II. And oftentimes that is then said to be in the history books. Well, Ramses must have had that made. And there's a tacit acknowledgement, if you dig deep enough in some of these history books, that, well, maybe he was renaming older stuff. But that's I think the tendency that, and that's the trend that happened in ancient Egypt. It's an inheritance. It's a desire to connect themselves to this culture that they did through their own myths and legends, and then to just model themselves after it. And I think that explains a lot of what we're looking at in ancient Egypt.
So let's talk about Ramses. I mean, you talk about how you suspect that what he was doing was using earlier artifacts and basically stamping his hieroglyph on those artifacts. One of the examples you use is at Tanis. And there's an obelisk. And you make a point that essentially there's a piece from a broken obelisk that was reused. Can you talk to that, please?
Yeah, it's just one of my favorite examples to show people. And Tanis is one of those sites it's talked about in the Bible, a very famous site. It's been around since the Old Kingdom, potentially even before then. So, 2700 BC, 3000 BC timeframe. And it existed throughout the ancient Egyptian civilization. And on Tanis, you can find the most amazing examples and evidence for this type of inheritance and renovation and reuse of ancient artifacts. So in the case of this particular block, it was originally an obelisk that must have fallen over or broken. So they took a section of it, and then somebody used it in a wall. So it's a reuse first, is it's put in a wall, and then somebody wrote on it. They inscribed these hieroglyphs on it. So there's another reuse where it's getting inscribed with hieroglyphs. And then Ramses came along, and he was very good at doing this because he would carve his name, and they were skilled at sort of carving over the top of existing hieroglyphs and carving very deep inscriptions into these obelisks. And you can literally see at the end of this piece of stone where his writing is blending in and covering up existing inscriptions. And there's this really deep cartouche of Ramses II, who was a ruler in the 19th dynasty of the New Kingdom. So you have a piece of stone that's been repurposed and reused 3, maybe 4 times at Tanis. And Tanis is one of my favorite sites because it also shows you some of the just mind-bending logistical achievements. There's another example of a reused piece of stone at Tanis that I think should questions anyone's idea that this was primitive people were capable of doing this. But there's a giant foot at Tanis. The Flinders Petrie found this back in the late 1800s. And it's this huge foot, like the toenail is larger than my outstretched hand. Like it's the piece of foot. It's a foot of a massive granite statue. And this granite, this foot has had the ends of it carved off, and it's been repurposed as a block in a wall as well. But it was originally part of this one single piece giant statue. And there's other pieces of it at Tanis. But the amazing thing about that that statue and that piece of granite is that piece of granite came from more than 1,000 kilometers away in the south of Egypt. So there was a statue here that would have weighed in excess of 1,000 tons, single piece, and somebody transported that block from way down in Aswan in the south, 1,000 kilometers to the north in Egypt, and erected this statue. And then later on, it broke and was reused as a piece in a wall.
You know, there's that great scene in the movie Planet of the Apes. I remember watching it as a little boy. And you come to the end of the movie, and of course, apes are running the planet, and you don't quite know where these astronauts are, these human astronauts that are being chased around the planet by these apes.
Yep.
And then at the very end, they find the Statue of Liberty on a beach, a dilapidated Statue of Liberty. Just on that point, there's also the Luxor Temple. There's these gigantic, huge solid granite statues that are polished. Beautifully polished, and they're surrounded by sandstone pylons, and there are glyphs inscribed onto the belt line of those gorgeous statues. What can you tell me about those statues at Luxor?
So at Luxor Temple, again, this is in the south of Egypt, typically attributed to the New Kingdom. And in fact, all the sandstone work is very much, I think that was work done by the New Kingdom Egyptians. It's worth not underestimating the capabilities of the dynastic Egyptians. They could do a lot. But there's some things that were technologically out of reach. And I think a lot of these massive granite artifacts are part of that. And you can literally see the strong evidence for renovation and reuse and later carving of artifacts in those statues. So, for example, on these statues, you have the belt line of these statues is often, that's where you'll find the glyph. Or maybe Ramses II is probably the most common one. You see it all the time. Also, his son Merenptah, his father Seti I, they did the same thing. But you can see that it's been carved, and it's been carved over the top of pre-existing features on the statue, which to me really doesn't make a lot of sense. If you are the guy, if it was always the intent to make this statue of Ramses II and to carve his name on it, you wouldn't go to the trouble of carving all of these existing features only to then have another guy come in and then roughly carve this hieroglyph over the top of those features. And you can see it very obviously. There are other examples of statues that have nothing on the belt line, like they were ones that they never got around to recarving. You can also tell from the way that these have been carved that the technology used to carve them is very primitive relative to the rest of the artifact. So the artifacts themselves, these statues and boxes and columns, are carved with the most remarkable precision. The granite is finished and polished to a level where it reflects light, like imagine the best kitchen granite slab you've ever seen. Like, that's not a natural finish for granite. You have to work very hard to get that reflective polished surface. Yet we see that surface on these just complex artifacts with curved surface and things like that. But you compare that to the glyphs and the carving of the glyphs, the carving themselves are very primitive. You can see the chisel marks. They're not polished.
But also, I think there's something about those statues at Luxor that I think is significant, and it's what you call overcuts. Can you explain that to me? What are the overcuts you believe evidence of?
So if you look closely at many of these statues, you can find this in the Egyptian Museum. On smaller statues, you can see it on the larger ones. We also see it on artifacts like obelisks. So these complex, massive granite objects have, in many cases, what is undoubtedly, I think, evidence for very powerful, likely machine-driven tools, where you have overcuts where a circular saw has been run up and down this. And nobody suggests that the Egyptians were using somehow powered circular saws. We were also talking about granite. Like the mainstream explanation for how these things were cut was, well, they got some sand and some water and a piece of wood or a piece of copper, and they're just rubbing back and forth. And you can grind away at granite and do that, but it's going to take you 2 days to make a cut this deep, or 3 days. So making overcuts. So
just explain to our audience, what is the official explanation for how, with the tools that we know the Egyptian dynasties and pre-dynasty periods at that time had, what were the tools they had that modern archaeology or conventional archaeology uses to explain how those statues were supposedly crafted?
Yeah, they literally attribute everything to the tools that they've found, which amount to copper chisels, flint chisels, and pounding stones. That's the toolkit. Like, that's pretty much it. And because this is one example of the circular logic that goes on in this space, everything must have been made by those tools because those are the tools that they found. So they just say everything is made by these tools, even when the evidence that there was a different tool is right there in the tool marks and in the artifact itself. It doesn't matter because the tools that we found are flint chisels and copper chisels and literally pounding stones, rubbing on them with sand. That's how they say everything in ancient Egypt was made. It's you got to remember, in the Old Kingdom, back in those periods of time, there's no evidence that even the Old Kingdom Egyptians even possessed the wheel. They didn't use the wheel. They didn't use pulleys. They didn't use. They dragged things on sleds. They used human horsepower. They really even didn't use too much in the way of livestock either. And we know this because the Egyptians drew these scenes on the wall. They showed us how they did things with primitive tools, and we have a lot of those primitive artifacts. We have mud brick pyramids, for example. They actually show us in the tombs of the nobles on the west bank of the Nile down at Luxor. You can find painted descriptions and scenes showing them making mud bricks and stacking them up, maybe making mud brick ramps, or they're making mud brick pyramids. What you don't find from the Egyptians, you don't see any evidence or any scenes depicting them building these massive stone artifacts. You don't see them building 1,000-ton statues. You don't see them building these giant columns and boxes and obelisks. They don't explain that, but they do show how they made the other artifacts that we see in Egypt. In a lot of ways, when you look at Egypt, it's something I call a tale of two industries, and you can see there are artifacts and objects that are explainable by these primitive tools, and they're what you would expect. They're sort of primitive artifacts. They're very rough, and these exist alongside with a whole other category of artifacts and architecture that is anything but primitive. It's precise, it's polished, it's massive, it's megalithic, and it's not explained by the tools that the dynastic Egyptians used.
So let's talk about tube drilling. One of the things that you point to a lot is someone was able to drill extraordinarily precise round holes in solid granite, really hard rocks. Tell me how hard granite is, and tell me, what tools the Egyptians supposedly had. How does orthodox archaeology explain these very obvious tube holes that are drilled into solid granite all around Egypt?
I find it to be one of the most fascinating mysteries in ancient Egypt, the mystery of the ancient Egyptian tubular drill holes. And we actually find these cores that come out of them as well. But they're often found made, again, on Old Kingdom sites, on the oldest sites. And they're made into stone like granite or basalt, which is, 6.5, 6 to a 7 on the Mohs scale of hardness. So, a human fingernail is maybe 2.5. Things like calcite or limestone or marble, alabaster might be a 3. Copper is around a 3. Steel is around a 6, 6.5. So you're talking about rock that is as hard as steel. And in fact, we have examples of some stones that are almost even a 9 on the Mohs scale being worked by the ancient Egyptians. Diamond is the hardest material we know of. That's a 10. So it's a scale of 1 to 10. So these are very, very hard materials. There's a reason modern sculptors work in marble. It's soft and it's homogeneous. Granite is very difficult to work in. But we find evidence for sophisticated tools being used into materials like granite and basalt. And one of these signs of sort of significant tooling is these tubular drill holes. You see they're small to large. We see them in all shapes and sizes. We find them, they're part of the Great Pyramid, for example. They're all over these Old Kingdom sites. And it's not so much the precision of them, but it's the analysis and the investigation into the tool marks themselves. So these spiral grooves that have been made into these holes, and indeed into the cores that came out of the hole. So you can think of this hollow tube cutting through the stone, and then it gets retracted, and you snap off, you remove a core of material from that hole, and you discard it. It's a piece of scrap, right? You want the hole, you don't want this core. But we found, and Flinders Petrie famously found several of these cores from these holes, and by analyzing the markings on those drill cores, you can make inferences and analyze the type of tool that was used and how fast it cut through the stone. So we know that there's these spiral grooves that show that, okay, whatever was cutting through this material, this hard material, was doing so at a very rapid rate in terms of how quickly it penetrated the stone. In fact, the rate of penetration into the stone is something like 500 times greater than we can achieve today with our modern tools. The tool might have been turning slowly, but it's penetrating into the stone very rapidly. It's very difficult to explain.
Has anyone ever been able to replicate the kind of drill holes that you're talking about that are cut into solid granite all around Egypt?
I mean, not with the same tool marks. We can cut that material, no problem. I mean, we have, silicon carbide tipped drills, and we can ceramic drills and things that we can cut that stone and work it, no problem. With our big powered drills.
But I'm talking about the technology that Orthodox archaeology says we had 5,500 years ago.
No. So the Orthodox explanation for these tubular drill holes is that they took a copper tube and they put some sand on it, and they got a bow drill, and they went back and forth. And look, that works. You will slowly, using sand, because sand has corundum and bits of quartz in it, flint, and it'll very slowly grind away at the granite. And it takes days and days and days to get this far into the granite. And those experiments have been done. So there was Dennis Stocks is an experimental archaeologist who did this. The difference is that the result of what you get, and this has been studied a few times, it looks nothing like the examples we see in Egypt. Can you grind through stone very slowly with that method? Yes. But the result and what you get looks nothing like what we see in Egypt. It doesn't have these same deep spiral grooves that are indicative of the power of the tool. You end up with this nice polished surface. Actually, as you might imagine, you're just really rubbing on this thing with sand, and it's just slowly grinding away the copper too at the same rate, and it really wears those tools out. So yes, you can use primitive methods to grind away at granite, but it just looks, the problem I have with it is that it looks nothing like what we see in Egypt, which is we see evidence for some sort of extremely powerful tool, potentially using a technology that we don't possess or that we don't use, things like maybe ultrasonics or thermal technologies or something. Because again, even with our most powerful tools that spin really fast and they can cut the material, it's just not penetrating the stone at the same rate. The tools and the cut lines in Egypt show that drill could penetrate through the stone 500 times at a 500 times greater rate than what we can do with our modern tools today. So it might have been going slowly. I mean, Petrie documented this, right? He said it's a 1 in 60. So if you unwind that tool mark, that circular tool mark in a straight line, so for 60 inches of horizontal travel, it's penetrating 1 inch of vertical travel in a circular form. So that's 500 times greater than what our tools can do today. And that's a real mystery. Like, it's very difficult to explain.
So,
but the marks are there.
The obvious evidence there is right in your face. There was clearly some kind of advanced civilization that we don't know about that was using mechanized tools.
Yeah, and of what form that took, I don't know. We've never found the tools. Like, that's always, and it's a legitimate question that comes up. So where are the tools? We don't know. We have the evidence for the tools, we have the marks from the tools, but we haven't found the tools. I mean, not for nothing, and it's a whataboutism, but even the mainstream explanation of saying, well, it was a copper tube and they used sand, they've also never found a single copper tube from ancient Egypt. So there's the where are the tools question applies equally well to the mainstream explanation. However, the result of those tools, and we've done the experiments with it, it just doesn't look like anything like what we see in ancient Egypt. There was a different tool involved, and the evidence is there for anyone that wants to go and look at it. You can look at the holes in Egypt, the scans, and the evidence has been documented by several engineers. You can visit the Petrie Museum in London and book a research appointment. You can look at Petrie's drill core and analyze it yourself. It's undeniable. It's 100% a spiral groove, and it just isn't explained by these primitive tools that the archaeologists say were used.
So just continuing this theme, in the early 1850s, there was an archaeologist, Auguste Mariette, who discovered this incredible series of discoveries at a place called Saqqara, these Serapeum boxes. Why are these Serapeum boxes so incredible?
It's probably my favorite site is the Serapeum of Saqqara. This is an astonishing site. And if you ever find yourself visiting Egypt and visiting Saqqara, which is a vast necropolis, the Step Pyramid of Saqqara. You can spend days and days and days at Saqqara. I would not miss the Serapeum. It's an underground labyrinth of these massive galleries and chambers. That's all rock cut. It's cut into the bedrock. It wasn't constructed like the roof is bedrock, so it's a tunnel system. But inside this, these massive galleries and chambers, you will find 25 of the most remarkable artifacts I've ever seen. And these are single-piece stone boxes, for want of a better term. The mainstream calls them
hard stone
sarcophagi.
too.
Very hard stone. Yeah, granite, diorite, syenite, all sorts of types of incredibly hard stone. But what's amazing about the Serapeum is just the sheer scale of them. These things weigh, with their lids, up to around 100 tons. So the body of the box itself is 70 tons, and the lid might be 30. And there's 25 of them down there. Like, it's, for some reason, and they've been moved in there, and they're shaped and made with, in some cases, just remarkable precision, like perfect 90-degree corners, flat surfaces and planes. It's a remarkable engineering achievement to manufacture one of these boxes. And
just to underline this, obviously we could do it, but what would it take today to cut that granite and that diorite in the way that you see in those Serapeum boxes at Saqqara?
So the question has been asked. A good friend of mine and the author of several books, Christopher Dunn, had asked a granite manufacturing company, like, could you make one of these boxes? And they said, yes. I mean, the cost would be astronomical just to get the raw piece of granite. And the only way they could do it, though, would be to basically cut 5 slabs and bolt it together, which is not what we see in the Serapeum. These are single-piece stone boxes. They're not slabs that are bolted together. They've been hollowed out. For us to do this today, I mean, you're talking millions of dollars probably for the rough piece of granite. Try moving a 100-ton load over any road as well. Like, you need all sorts of permits. It's extremely difficult and expensive to move that sort of load around. And then we would have to create custom tools to actually cut that stone out, and it would just be prohibitively expensive to do. Can it be done, and do we have the technology to do it? Yes, but it would take everything we've got, and then forget about trying to move these things into an underground chamber, because at some point somebody did this, that 25 times. They moved 100-ton boxes into an underground labyrinth, in some cases with less than a foot of clearance. The biggest boxes only fit through the passages by about a foot. Like, that's the clearance you've got. You've got to turn the corner, and then these boxes are put into these alcoves they're perfectly centered in these alcoves that exist off this giant, massive gallery that's so big you could, drive a Volkswagen down it. But they put into these alcoves. They're lowered down about 6 feet and put in the exact center of these alcoves, and they're kind of parked there. And that's where we find them today. I mean, honestly, the only reason they're not in the museum is because we can't get them out of there.
You mentioned Chris Dunn, and I love some of Chris Dunn's work because he has the pragmatic attitude of an engineer. He just looks at something like an engineer looks at something and tries to figure out how the hell you would build it. And to me, one of the greatest examples of this incredible mystery about ancient Egyptian technologies is the head of Ramses. Talk to me about the head of Ramses and the work particularly that Chris Dunn did.
Yes, I'm a massive fan of Chris Dunn. I'm very privileged to be able to call him a good friend as well now. I've spent a lot of time with Chris. I'm a huge fan of his work. In fact, he's responsible for getting me into this space in a lot of ways. And he has done what I genuinely think his work in the future will go down as just game-changing. He brings a lot of evidence to the table. And one of the things that he looked at that is truly fascinating was he did a symmetry analysis on the head of this Ramses statue, one of these giant statues at Luxor. It's like, 30, 40 feet tall, this giant big head.
Hundreds of tons.
It's the statue itself, means maybe, a couple hundred tons is probably in that range. Certainly there's bigger statues. However, this head is unique in that it was on the ground. So it's not anymore. It's not there anymore. But for a long time, it was sitting on the ground at front of Luxor Temple. So you could actually get up close to it and look at it, and it was very well preserved. And so what Chris did was he took a study on looking at how symmetrical is this head and is this face. Used a few techniques. One of my favorites was this reverse transparency overlay that he shows, where if you get that dead on center line, you can take a photograph of it, and then you make a copy of the photograph, and then you flip it on that vertical axis, so it's inverse, and then you overlay it on the original photograph, make them both transparent, 50% transparent, so you can then determine, you can look at the features, the differences in features from left to right, and it's basically perfect. I'd love to see it scanned with modern tools and 3D scanning technology to really determine this. However, by all accounts and from that sort of evidence, it looks perfectly symmetrical, which is just utterly remarkable, particularly when you're talking about something that is really three-dimensional. You're looking at it on a flat plane, but achieving that level of symmetry is absolutely an aspect of precision and machine precision. Like you cannot do this by hand. I've seen Michelangelo's David. I mean, it makes you weep. It's incredible artwork, but it's not symmetrical. It's also made from marble, much softer than granite. This thing's made from granite. Symmetry is not a characteristic of human faces either. We all have different sized eyeballs and nostrils. So it's not reflecting artwork. It's not something that you can achieve by hand. This face and this statue had to have been both designed and then likely executed with some machine-like precision to achieve this level of symmetry. It's simply not explainable with hand tools or with just by artwork. It's not something that exists in artwork. Symmetry is an aspect of precision,
So
and
how does orthodox archaeology explain that, Ben?
They don't. They really ignore it. I mean, most of this sort of engineering-oriented evidence that is brought up by people like engineers who aren't in the academic disciplines of archaeology, mostly it gets ignored. In the few occasions where archaeologists have attempted to explain the engineering achievements of the dynastic Egyptians, any scrutiny of their explanations just turn out to be ridiculous. For example, we talked about tubular drills, and I thought this was remarkable. This was so in one of the mainstream technology Egyptology books that was written by archaeologists. They, for the longest time, and to this day, will refuse to admit that there are in fact spiral grooves on this core, and that's the spiral groove is what indicates that it's penetrating the stone. They will tell you no, it's circular striations. It's just like it's a result of this rubbing mechanism. And they went to the point of, in that textbook, they have a photo of Petrie's core number 7, and Chris Dunn showed that they actually took that photo and they just tilted it. They tilted the photo to make the striations look horizontal on the page. I mean, so instead of acknowledging it, they're literally just saying it's not spiral, and here's a picture of it. You can see it's horizontal, but it's as if you took like a screw, a modern bolt with an obvious thread pitch on it, and you tilt it, and so those thread pitches look horizontal. They did the exact same thing in the textbook with Petrie's core number 7. So they ignore it, and when they do offer up explanations, there's some explanation for things like the stone cutting of massive slabs. It's so ridiculous, it's laughable from an engineering perspective, and those are the sort of topics I get into.
So, Ben, I could go on all day, and I think we should wrap up fairly soon, but one of the things I want to finish with is probably one of the smallest, and I know it's one of your favourites. Take me to the diorite vase, very small diorite, squat little vase in the Cairo Museum. Tell me what diorite is, how hard it is, and what you see in that object.
So diorite is it's one of the many forms of very hard igneous rock. Diorite's typically a little bit harder than granite. There's 1,000 different names for the types of stones in that range of material. And the ancient Egyptians, whoever made artifacts from these materials, used lots of different types of these very hard pieces of stone. One of the challenges of this type of material is that it's not homogeneous. It's made up, there's hornblende and mica and quartz and silica and all these different materials in that matrix, this aggregate that forms in, over millions of years of heat and pressure that forms into stone. So it means that when you're working that surface, it's, you're going from materials, microscopically, from materials that are softer to materials that are harder. So it's a very challenging stone to work. And there are examples of diorite vases and bowls and artifacts that just show just utter mastery of stone. The utter, and it's been machined with just this incredible precision. In fact, there are examples of vessels that have machined that type of diorite down to something like 1/40th of an inch thick, which is less than almost a little more than half a millimeter thick in places, and it's translucent. The light shines through it. Yeah, I mean, Flinders Petrie documented this under no means is this a modern forgery. Flinders Petrie documented this sort of stuff in the late 1800s, and he was blown away by it. And it's incredible manufacturing and just precision in these things. And we're shining a light on some of that.
Could we make it today? I mean, could we cut a vase like that out of diorite today?
Probably. I think we do have the capability, but nobody's done it because it's prohibitively expensive. It would take a lot more than our regular stone cutting tools. It would take aerospace grade 5-axis mills that are going to be burning through tooltips at a prodigious rate because of the material, and it would just be insanely expensive to do. And for what?
I think the thing that really leapt out at me about a lot of these vases that you're talking about is a lot of them have lugs on the outside. So the lugs would get in the way of a lathe, even assuming that the Egyptians had lathes, which is an open question. I suspect they didn't.
Yeah.
But how on earth would you craft to such thinness and such fineness the detail in a vase like that if you didn't have a lathe? What's the technology they use?
So it's one of the interesting parts about the vase investigation, or the vase scan investigation, is that the goalposts have shifted here, because for a long time, I mean, this is an example, 3D replica of one of these vessels. And as you said, there are these lug handles on the side of it. And for the longest time, people thought, well, these are all just handmade. And the investigation into precision and the machining and the geometry of them has said that it's now shifted where people are saying, well, okay, maybe the Egyptians made them on lathes, but they were on primitive lathes and you can make them with a lathe. And in a lot of cases, these lug handles show that that's actually not possible. You can imagine this, if you take away the lug handle, you can see how this might have been turned on a lathe, like you're spinning on a lathe and you're carving it, but you can't explain the lug handles with a lathe. You would have to leave a bullnose that runs all the way around the vase, and then you would have to come back with another tool and remove that excess material, the stuff that exists between the lug handles. And it's one of the details of the vase scan work has shown that however they did there's no perceivable loss of precision when it comes to the lug handles, which is something that we struggle with in our own manufacturing systems today. So that you lose positional calibration when you do tool changes. You expect a degree of loss in precision. We account for that in how we manufacture aerospace parts, jet engine components, rocket engine components, and that's part of it. But we don't see that in these artifacts. We don't see that loss of precision of capability. So what that means is that either they could handle that loss of positional calibration and deal with it better than we can, or this wasn't made on a lathe. And if it wasn't made on a lathe, the only other tool that exists that can make something like this requires 5 axes of freedom, and we call those things, 5-axis mills. And now we're talking about these giant, big robotic arms with tools that can cut at different angles, and it's all controlled by robotics. That's the only way you can explain the precision on these artifacts. It's the only thing that we have that's even remotely capable of doing something like this is a 5-axis mill that works on aerospace parts.
And yet we're talking about objects that are at least 4,000 to 5,000 years old.
Oh, at least. I mean, yes, the youngest ones of these are probably in that range. I suspect that they're far, far older than that, and that they've been inherited and they've been found with people that we then date as being 4,000 or 5,000 years old. It's tough to explain. It's fascinating. I think there's tremendous evidence that there was something very sophisticated going on long ago, and it's not explained by the ancient civilizations as we know it. And when you combine that with the evidence for cataclysm, the extension of the human timeline, every culture around the world talking about, origin stories involving massive floods or fire and conflagrations and ancestors that could do advanced things, but they were wiped out. All of a sudden, this idea that there was indeed an ancient civilization on this planet, they had some significant capability, and then they were wiped out, and we're looking at the remnants of what they left behind. I think that starts to make a lot more sense. I think it's a better interpretation of the evidence that's out there.
Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge. Just by way of interest, how did an Aussie boy get into this esoteric subject? What drew you into this arcane area?
Well, I have to give some credit. My mother was a history teacher, so I always had a strong interest in history. But honestly, I mean, I went in the IT computer direction at university, but I have to credit Graham Hancock for this. I was a big fan of his, and in 2013, I had the chance to spend 2 weeks with him traveling around Peru and Bolivia. And as you might imagine, his perspective on those things sort of opens up your mind. I had no idea about most of the mysteries that exist when it comes to the topic of ancient lost civilizations. And then I literally did the same thing in 2015. I spent 2 weeks with Graham in Egypt. And I met Zahi Hawass, and I met guys like Muhammad Ibrahim and Yusuf Ayawin. And that just blew my mind. And it's like I literally a year and a half after that, I quit my day job to try and pursue this full time. I was entirely obsessed with these mysteries and the obvious contradictions in the story of history, and I couldn't really think about anything else. So I kept going back to Egypt. And I'm very thankful that people have enjoyed the content that I've put out, and that it makes sense with them. And I've had tremendous opportunities to meet people like yourself, like Graham, Randall Carlson, guys like that over time, and Chris Dunn. And it's been quite a ride. I love doing it.
Well, Ben, I love your show, and I think the work you're doing is incredibly important. Ben Van Kerkwijk, thank you so much for sharing your wisdom with Reality Check, and I look forward to having you on again sometime soon, because I could talk to you all day.
Thank you very much, Ross. It's been a pleasure to be on the show, and cheers.
Thanks, mate. Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And please don't forget to click that red subscribe button to ensure you get more of News Nation's unbiased and fact-driven news coverage.
In the heat of the moment, precision and excellence are paramount. It's a creed we live by, both in service and beyond. Our beans are sourced from the finest regions, roasted with perfection, and packed with care. Whether you prefer whole beans or ground coffee, Operator Espresso delivers a cup that's unmatched. Whether you're sharing stories with fellow veterans or gearing up for a demanding day, Operator Espresso is there to fuel your mission. Operator Espresso is more than just coffee. It's a tribute to excellence. Join us in our mission. Experience the difference. Taste the honor.
All right. Hey, welcome, folks. Hope everybody had a fantastic Christmas. And it is 12/26/2024, and it's been about a week since we've been together. And so a lot of things have happened. We're going to look at airplanes that have been shot down over the Red Sea. We're going to look at this grand illusion of what is being presented to us by NASA, and we're going to pull the thread on a little bit of it. I think I have some answers for some of it, but I'm not 100%. And then, of course, man, things are popping off when you start talking about Russia and Ukraine and what old Flashbang is trying to do. And so buckle up. This is going to be your live sit rep, and we are coming to you from the Monkey Lounge in the great state of Texas. So let's get on with the deets as we look at the skies. Now, it is a little bit light today as we jump over here. It's sitting around 64, but of course I took out just a handful of trainers and some Cessnas that really don't matter too much to the grand scheme of things. But it is still kind of a holiday flex schedule, so it's not a lot going on in the skies. I did have one right here that I thought was interesting. This is, of course, your Doomsday plane. It's at 10,000 feet and descending, and it is 3 miles east-southeast of Belle Isle, Florida. So you've got the Doomsday plane, looks to be landing down there in Florida. And then, of course, we've got this balloon that's still parked out over Washington, D.C. area. And, yeah, we'll get into some of the deets around that. Now, one thing I will tell you, somebody had made the comment on one of the other channels out there that all of the nuke sniffer helo activity over Washington, D.C. was, in fact, due to the upcoming inauguration. Now, we are about 25 days out from that, so we are sub 30, and that is when I would expect to see it. But I will say this. There was a large amount of activity from the helicopter nuke sniffer, and then it just dropped off. So we haven't seen it since the 19th of December. So if it was indeed tied to the inauguration, we would see it continuing every single day more than likely, and that's just not the case. Now, we get a couple weeks out, you may see an uptick in that activity again, because that is truly a pretty big threat here in the United States, especially with this porous border. So the other thing, too, we're going to look at these border issues going on. I'm going to show you the flights by Omni over the last 7 days. Your mind is going to be blown as to how many people they're bringing into the United States. When I said that Flashbang was accelerating his devious activities, I'm going to show you exactly what I meant by that, okay? So let's do this. Just kind of looking at the skies here over the United States. You can see we do have a handful of, border balloons down here on the south. We've got Omni up and about. Those are moving illegals rapidly through our country, as well as DOD stuff, okay? So they're tied to Air Transport International. It's like a conglomerate, all right? Swift Air has kind of fizzled out. They went bankrupt, but then Eastern Airlines has picked up some of their activity, so we are tracking them as well. But we'll just get the bottoms-up number over Europe. And wow, look at the amount of Ruskies that are airborne right now. I don't think I've ever seen that amount of flights coming out of Moscow at any given time. Now, these are all tied to their military, so there looks to be a big scramble happening right now over this general area. That's interesting. Pay attention to that. We're going to talk more about what's going on over there, but that could actually be something that we need to watch right now, because that is, I have never seen this amount of aircraft airborne over Russia, over Moscow, ever, in all the time that I've been tracking them. So, in fact, let's just do this while we're looking at that. Let's just jump over here to the Ruski piece. And let me just show you what they've been up to the last 7 days, and you'll see them that out on the eastern flank. That's Alaska right here, and then this is their forward operating base, so to speak. Look at the flights. I mean, this is pretty right down on the China border, Russia-China border, very close to North Korea and Beijing. And then, of course, you can see around the horn here as they're kind of going into Tel Aviv and over what looks to be Libya, or near Libya. I can zoom in a little bit for you here, and just notice that, it's just right up against the Iranian border, not into Iran, but right on the border. You can see some things going into UAE and Qatar. A little broken trace there into Africa, out of the Red Sea. Actually flew out of Saudi. Again, that's a Russian asset. And just goes to show you, the Saudis are in bed with a lot of people. They do not like Joe Biden. They do like Trump. So this will be interesting to see how this all pans out. And then you see there's one flight from Russia actually going into Canada. That's doesn't land, just broken trace, just disappears as it heads up northern Canada side of the house. So eyes on that one. All right. And let's kind of get into our stories of what's going on out there today in terms of the news. Now, big thing, let me get the right screen. Here we go. Let's first and foremost, let's talk about what's going on with Cuba. All right. What you see on the board here are about 2 weeks worth of flights in and out of Guantanamo Bay. I want to start paying attention to this because anytime Trump has been in office, there seems to be a big uptick in activity going on in and out of Gitmo. Now, the interesting piece to this is if you look at this, this is what we call the Graybirds, all right? That's Phoenix Air, or AKA Graybird, all right? Notice that these are the arrivals coming out of Cartersville. You've got them on the board here. You've got them twice coming onto the board, Wednesday to Monday, so just in a very short span. Omni is in and out of there. Okay. And then you've got a couple others that's Wheels Up private jets. Some of these, I know there are like animal rescues and things that go in and out of Gitmo. I don't know if that's it or not, but another one here, Rev Aviation. All right, these little BE-20s. There's another Wheels Up again. So that's probably just taking contractors in and out. Sun Country. The Wheels Up looks to be on a regular tempo, so that kind of goes in. Tuesday, Friday is usually the tempo for that. United Airlines, same thing. Notice this one's coming out of Kingston, Jamaica, and Orlando. Just some very strange flights. Then we go over to the departure board, and you'll start to see it is, again, where they're all heading out of there. So you've got Jacksonville Naval Air Station, back to Kingston, Jamaica, D.C., a handful of actually Joint Base in Washington, D.C. So now let's go look at the grays. Where are they tracking in terms of their flights over the last 7 days? I just showed you 2 weeks worth. Now, notice you got them in and out of Jacksonville. We talked about that. It goes up to D.C. from there. Then you've got some that kind of pop up to our northern border and then across. You can see them going in South Dakota and then into Spokane, Washington. Now, these are the importance of the grays. Notice where you don't see it. Guantanamo Bay. I just showed you on the board of Guantanamo Bay. They've flown in and out of there. They have just chosen not to show you those flights. They've wiped them, in fact, from our trace lines. So that's Guantanamo Bay. Let's move on to the other stuff, but pay attention to that. The grays, again, those are agency Ubers, so to speak. Okay, they carry them around quite a bit. All right. Now, we're talking about some of the darkness and the shenanigans that this fella is up to. And, first and foremost, this is an addition to the 1,400 or 1,500 people that he just released, one of which was actually held on charges in Plano, Texas. And I do believe it was a very long sentence, probably for the rest of his life. 47,000 images of child pornography. And he was, I think, a Chinese guy that got released. Some of that were images of some very disturbing stuff. I won't go into the details of that, but these are the type of scumbags that this scumbag has been releasing, okay? Now he just took a list of 37 out of 40. Now, I don't know what the other 3 did that he couldn't commute their sentences for, but these are death row sentences. These are people that haven't been, where there's some question to whether or not they were guilty. These are straight up guilty people that murdered families, women and children included, that are sitting on death row for a good reason, and he just released them back into public. Let that sink in. That, to me, you're putting the American people at risk when you do that, okay? Treason. Let's just keep going. All right, China says U.S. is playing with fire after the latest military aid for Taiwan. Yeah, we're just pumping it in, and it's making China very mad. But look, again, more things that this creep has done as he's exiting our Oval Office. Saturday authorized the provision of up to $571 million of Defense Department material and services in the military, education and training for Taiwan. And separately, he also put in another $295 million in military sales that had been approved. So, yeah, there's that. Let's just keep going. U.S. sanctions Pakistan for developing ballistic missiles that can strike the United States. That's a little concerning. So Pakistan is considered one of the most dangerous and unstable countries in the world. And now they just basically upped on the list over Iran, right? And so remember who basically helped them get their nukes, and that would be the United States. Always comes back to get us, doesn't it? And Iran's the same way. Okay, look at this. Nuclear power plants report massive uptick in drone sightings. Now, this, I'm going to show you some very interesting TFRs, and you can see this image here just talking about these drone flyovers. You know, they get close to these power plants. They just hit some critical infrastructure. You can cause cooling towers to go, on the fritz. There's a lot of different things they could do if they are detonated or, have any type of devices on them, okay? So you go over here to, wait, let me back that up before I get into it. Let me just show you what the drone activity has been doing, and then I'm going to show you, because the drone, I don't know if it's tied together or not, but you'll see, first and foremost, these are large drones. that we're talking about here, like Q4s, Q9s. You can see it over Japan. Very light, nothing down under. And then we get over here to Europe, and you can see pretty active over the last 7 days around Kaliningrad. It tells you there's a lot of activity going on there. Again, these are high-altitude U.S. military assets for the most part, all right? And you see these rolling out of Malta. You can see them snooping on Israel right off the coastline, snooping over there in Tunisia. And, yeah, I mean, just look at the amount of activity. We go zinging around Israel, not in and landing in Israel or anything. They're just basically collecting data, intel. And then, of course, over the Middle East, down there near Bahrain. And then you can see one transitioning out over from the left coast to the right coast, right? And some low altitude stuff near, actually coming out of what looks to be the Fort Hood area, headed over towards Louisiana. I don't know what that's all about, but there's that, okay? And you can see some low altitude stuff there over the DC area. Okay, now we go back to the drone piece. Let me just show you all of the TFRs, security TFRs. Look at all of the security TFRs around Philly, up into Jersey, all around New York. Yeah, it's insane. Absolutely. I've never seen that. It's a lot. Okay. So just a data point for you. But then we get over here to this piece of news. This is where I find it pretty interesting, and that is the fact that Biden officials say we have no evidence that the drones are a threat to the public, but we really don't know what's going on. That is their MO. They don't really know what's going on with anything. They seem to be clueless at every single level, and it is a Festivus miracle, folks, that we have not been overrun in our country by our enemies. Well, it's probably still work in progress because that treats us or transitions us into this. Border czar, Daddy Warbucks, basically admits he could have blocked the migrant flood, right, but he just chose not to. Well, let me just show you. I've been mentioning the fact that it has been accelerating. So we get over here. Let me just show you what the Omni flights have been doing. Now, this, I do believe, are troops headed from Japan down to Malaysia in that general region. You get over here to Europe, you can see it is clearly a hub in and out of Ramstein. And notice it's all around the Baltic states. It's down into Europe. It's into the Middle East, pretty hot and heavy. Now, the one that I'm a little suspect of is this one right here. We could very well be putting troops into play there. It wouldn't surprise me because that is a pinch point into the Black Sea, which if you control that, you control the flow of goods to Russia, all right? But I have a feeling that's illegals that they've got Middle Easterners are taking out of that region, putting them into Ramstein and flying them into the United States. Now, this will make you sick. This is the U.S., by the way. If you can't see it because it's underneath all of these flight traces, but look at the amount of flights down into Central America, into the Caribbean. Look how thick the trace lines are. That is 7 days. I told you they are accelerating, bringing people into the United States. So, yeah, buckle up. Because now these are just people we got to turn right back around and kick them back out of the country. But look at the stuff into Mexico, into Central America. And then look at the thick traces into Hawaii. And then you got a couple little onesie-twosies that head out to the South Pacific. Then a bunch of stuff up to Alaska. I think they're moving illegals into Hawaii personally. All right. Now, look at this. It's Global X. This is your other perpetrator. Again, this is treason, folks. They're bringing illegals, knowing they are illegals, into our country on behalf of our U.S. government. And you can see all the places they're flying them to. And this is Global X. They are just straight up. They're not flying any military guys. They're flying illegals in. Look at all the spots, the stops down into Central America, into South America, into the Caribbean, into Cuba. All right. So just let that, it's a data point for you, but just let that kind of resonate. All right. Again, he says he could have stopped it, but decided not to block it. All right. Again, treason. Okay. This is the latest atmospheric river coming into the United States. And again, as I kind of zoom in, you can see danger boxes off the eastern seaboard, a plethora of stuff around from TFR's security over nuclear sites, etc. Notice the one that's up here on the Buffalo, Canada border. the New York-Canada border, near Buffalo. And then you've got this box, Pike East, military operations activated. That'll go red once it's actually a hot box. So, and then let me see if there's anything else catches my eye. We see it here. No boxes down off of Southern California. So we'll just kind of keep our eye on it and see if anything pops up here in the coming days. But yeah, I don't see anything else that really catches my eye. So let's move on. Okay, look at this. This is going to be RZE Poland. And I just want to give you kind of a laydown. Notice it's very light in terms of traffic coming in. And I see one camera flight coming in from Doha. And where does it go out of there? It looks to be this one here, National Cargo, as it leaves. These others, I don't know who they are. Remember, this is also a civilian airport. And again, it's the forward operating line into Ukraine, so to speak. All right, look at this. If you didn't see it, you probably did. Over the last 7 days, we've had actually 2 incidents. This was the one that actually hit an aircraft. A U.S. Super Hornet shot down over the Red Sea. Friendly fire. All right. But there was a second one that also almost got taken out. And that is just one of several incidents that we've had in terms of aircraft going down. So let's keep on going. Look at this. Dramatic video shows Azerbaijan Airlines passenger jet crash in Kazakhstan. I can never pronounce these stands. But this big takeaway is just showing you that there are, if you look at, this is shrapnel. So that tells you this was more than likely a missile defense system that what happens is they fly up next to the airplane. They don't hit the aircraft. They explode next to it. And then these pieces of shrapnel get into critical systems, engines, etc., and it causes the airplane to crash because they can't control it. Sometimes, the cabin gets compromised, etc. There are videos showing the airplane crash, and then there are videos from inside the airplane before it crashes, and you can see a lot of damage inside the fuselage, main structural seals that have been popped, and all kinds of stuff. So it was a very explosive hit right beside the aircraft, enough to cause it to crash, right? And so I think there was a dozen people or so, maybe a little bit more, that actually died on this flight. But definitely looks to be hit by a missile defense system, right? And then here is some of the images. So you can see that plane coming in. You can see the angle of attack as it starts to otter in. Doesn't look good. He tries to pull it up at the last minute, but clearly he's got some serious issues going on, and it splits into two, and not good. Pretty horrific. I would hate to be on a flight like that. Okay, and then here, Zelensky condemns Russian inhumane Christmas attack on the energy grid. So let's just take a look at what it was. But it says their Air Force shot down over 50 missiles. Now, of course, the Air Force is on ground. They're not flying, not as of yet. But this is just kind of gives you a lay of the land of what it was and what's been going on. These are the U.S. assets that are shooting down the stuff coming inbound. But it is, you can see it was quite busy. These are cruise missiles. Then you get out here and you can see all of the launches of bombers, etc., and fighters out of Russia, as this was Christmas Day, okay? Now, let's go over to the news for just 1 second, and I do want to show you, we'll get into the space piece, because what I want to give you is just kind of the latest on what Flashbang has said. He basically says that the overnight attack against Russia, I have directed the DOD to continue its surge of weapons deliveries to Ukraine. And we've been seeing that, and we've been talking about that quite a bit. But that is just confirmation that all of the mass amounts of flights we've been seeing going into Ukraine are indeed tied to a surge by the United States pushing equipment in for good old little man Zelensky. All right. And then, of course, just to stir the pot, right? Finland, Estonia power cable has been hit. Remember, it was a communications cable before. Now they hit the power cable. So Russia is continuing, and China, to mess around with the folks over there. This is making NATO quite angry, to say the least. All right. And all the countries around there. So, and then it just keeps escalating. Look at this. A hole found in a sunken Russian cargo ship. Basically, they said that this is an image of the ship sinking, but it was reported that they had 3 explosions that actually hit the side of the ship before it sank. And so, yeah, there you have it. Wild times, folks, wild times. All right, let me do this. I'm going to take you back over here. This is the premise of the show today, was really to talk about just some of the shenanigans that have been at play when it comes to NASA. All right. Now, you know, NASA was formed by a bunch of Germans. They came over Operation Paperclip, and that's how they stood up NASA, DARPA, and the CIA all at the same time. And the numbers were quite large. All right. And it continued on into the 90s before they actually stopped it. So there are people still coming behind all the folks that came in and probably died long ago. But look at this. Here is one image. Now, I will tell you, when I went to search this image, I couldn't find it on the internet. I was having a hard time actually getting it. So pay attention to it, because here's the million-dollar question. All right. Who's holding the camera? Okay. Just going to float that out there. So that was the moon landing. All right. Now, there were other things, CBS News, but they showed a simulation. They declared it was a simulation. People have taken that out of context. I get it. But then how do you explain this one? Right? This right here. I mean, here you have the landscape. This is the exact same landscape. They're saying and claiming this is an image from Mars on the top, and then this is actually the real image from Algeria. And then, of course, they show other things. For example, where they have in Canada, I think it's Devon, Canada, where they actually have a moon rover base camp that is set up there that somebody found inside of Google to basically debunk that most of the images that they are portraying, it looks to be, from what I can see, some type of a training camp because of the modules that are there. So they're trying to set it up with a condition that would help people simulate going to Mars. So I didn't show that because that's kind of the premise behind it. All right. But this one above, they talk about this being Mars, and then they show this is actually Algeria. I don't think that's the first time they've done that. Now, here is the one that's gotten the latest controversy, and that has to do with the astronauts on the ISS. Keep in mind that 2 of these individuals were actually launched in June on a Boeing spacecraft that basically had some issues. So they transferred them into the ISS. It was supposed to be an 8-day mission. And then all of a sudden they show up on the ISS and they've got Santa Claus hats. Okay. Now, I did pull the thread on this piece, and maybe they have an out here. I think it's very suspect because we've seen a lot of other images and videos out there that would indicate that not all of this is real. Like, some of it is done in a studio. But in this case, there was a cargo launch that came into play, 6,000 pounds. It was November 4th. Could they have put, hats and trees inside this, support flight that came in from Dragon X, I think it was, or one of the Dragon missions that's docked, okay? And it had 6,000 pounds of cargo. And so, could that be tied to this? Yes, it could be. But I just think that it is definitely suspect that all of a sudden people that were supposed to be only on an 8-day mission are now having images taken with Santa Claus hats on the ISS. It's just, too many things out there that are just really suspect these days. And, this one, again, could have been part of the cargo that came up to them for supplies November 4th. But, yeah, we'll see. Time will tell, won't it? All right. One more story for you. This one is not really a story. It's just an airline that we started to track. If you want to go out there and find it, you can get over there on Flightradar. It's called Airborne Qasem Air, okay? The reason I am starting to watch these flights because they are Iranian in nature, but they have U.S. agency backing. So they are operated, I guess, and funded by the United States, and they are tied to the Iranian Guard or whatever. So the Quds, I think it is. So it's just a data point for you, but I'm watching these flights because Just something I think we ought to keep our eye on because I stumbled across that piece. All right. All right. Well, listen, that right there is going to do it for our sit rep today. I hope you have a blessed and fantastic rest of your day. We'll see you in the Q&A here, live Q&A in just a minute for those over on Patreon. And then, of course, over the weekend on Patreon, we still have our Under the Radar and our Monkey Minutes. So that's it. You guys be safe out there. Keep that powder dry. Stay frosty. We'll talk soon. God bless. Monkey out.
'69. Do these UFO watchers have any reason to expect the government to get re-involved in investigating these claims?
Right now, they're a bit disappointed the government has not gotten more involved than it has in the last 10 years. But we do know that the CIA and the Defense Department has been doing some research into other sightings in other nations like the Soviet Union and Iran. But in the United States, they seem very skeptical.
The Belgian case was documented by U.S. government officials. Colonel de Brouwer had approached American officials to inquire whether this was ours. And we had told them no. And we had said also, we'd like to know whose it was. So there was a document filed about the Belgian wave, but no document filed about a wave in our own country, at least that we are aware of.
To me, the greatest evidence for the existence of something strange going on is the caliber of many of the witnesses. For instance, in Westchester, we had meteorologists, a Navy test pilot, IBM executives, a priest.
Are they all saying the same thing, that it is not explainable to them by any conventional explanation?
You just said it, Charlie. That's exactly what they're saying. They're seeing the same things.
You know, there were so many people that saw it. It wasn't, you know, if I saw it alone, I probably wouldn't have told anybody. If the three of us saw it, I might have told my family.
Right. Yeah.
But there were so many people that saw it that I was fine with, you know.
Yeah.
Spreading the word.
Me too.
And everybody that I told said they were sorry they didn't see it.
A lot of people took solace in the fact that Hynek was a guy who was on their side. If you witnessed a UFO, Hynek was one person who would take you seriously, wouldn't make fun of you, and really try to get a full picture of your experience. And that's so huge just to someone who has seen something weird in the sky and doesn't know how to tell anyone about it.
I felt validated. That's the way Dr. Hynek made me feel. So I could say, there's nothing wrong with me, and nothing wrong with my eyes, and nothing wrong with my intuition. They're all intact.
Dr. Hynek was someone who was very alive, very open. He told me once that the reason he became interested in UFOs was about the challenges, about, you know, what is this world? If this is real, what does that mean for human existence?
The last thing Hynek did before leaving this earth was try to understand the nature of the denial and the disconnect among human beings when something this dramatic happens. Hynek wrote an essay. It was a rough draft that was left on his computer when he died. He said, how is it possible that in the United States, where even trivial events are often flashed across the world, only one national TV and radio network carried an account of these utterly astounding sightings? Was no one minding the store? Was everyone asleep at the switch? Hynek was a different person than he was previously when he worked at Project Blue Book. Here he was saying UFOs, they're of scientific interest. The witnesses should be taken seriously. It was just the most profoundly important moment and setting a course of events that continued through the 70s, 80s, and 90s.
Starting as a complete skeptic, I underwent a transformation. And now, I guess the best way of saying it is it's an itch that I just have to scratch. I feel that we have a phenomenon that could be of tremendous potential importance to the human race. I feel that strongly about it.
It's a definite UFO or something like that. It just flew right over me.
This is highly restricted airspace. You don't want something up there that doesn't belong there.
The culture as a whole didn't really take UFOs seriously.
I stuck with it despite the level of ridicule for decades.
He described it as a huge ball with lights running around it. He said it was about 4 times bigger than the 747.
And my immediate response was, I want to break the story.
January the 8th, 2008. It was approximately 6 p.m. in the afternoon, and the sun was just going down. And my buddy Mike Odom called me and says, "You want to come over and enjoy the afternoon? We'll build a
News coming out. Please share this video. Today is December 26, 2024, and welcome to the Real GS News channel. Alright, so we're going to start with this one here. The Bear declares federal emergency after Black Sea oil spill. Man, this comes after 2 tankers were damaged in a storm spilling oil across Black Sea beaches near Anapa, a popular resort. We have more breaking news coming out, guys. Look at this one here. The Red Dragon test new space capable fighter jet. Once again, nation against nations building up. We have more breaking news coming out. Finland boards oil tanker after undersea cable damage anchors away. All right, so we're going to see what's going on here, guys. A lot of information is coming out. Also, I want to bring this one up really quick. Tornado watch issued for parts of Louisiana and Texas. All right, so we're going to see what's going on with all this news here, guys. But before I start, let's go with the verse of the day. We're going to go with the book of John, chapter 12, verse 26. Please share the video. Whoever serves me must follow me. And where I am, my servants also will be. My Father will honor the one who serves me. John 12:26. Amen to that. All right, let's see what's going on here, guys. Let's see what's going on. If you can, please share the video. Just got home from the gym, and right now it's 2:20 p.m. Thoughts on today's verse. We can't outserve, outlove, or outgive Jesus. He longs to bless us. He longs to pour out heaven's riches and grace upon us. Even more incredibly, he longs to honor us as his friends and younger brothers and sisters in God's family. When our lives are over, God the Father, Lord of the entire universe, will honor all who have served his Son and blessed others in Jesus' name. Now, Jesus promised that the Father will bring us home to himself and will honor us. Unbelievable? No. It's just another example of God's incredible grace given to us in Jesus, and Jesus promised us, whoever serves me must follow me, and where I am, my servants also will be. My Father will honor the one who serves me. Here's a prayer. Loving Father and Holy God, please help me follow the will of Jesus, obey his teachings, and serve others as he did when he was on earth. Father, I know I cannot earn your grace, but I want to follow Jesus. I want to serve others in his name. I want to help them find your grace in Jesus too. So I pray this in his name to honor you. Amen. For those of you that want to send us letters or prayer requests, you can send it to me, Luis Santiago, or my wife, Jessica Santiago, at 3432 US Highway 19, number 2, Holiday, Florida, 34691. Share the verse, memorize the verse, study the verse, fill your minds with the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, and that's the word of God. All right, so Jesus left us the gospel, and that's the door to heaven. That's the only way. There's no other way to the kingdom of heaven. Jesus is the only way, period. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Lewis, Oprah said there's another way. Nope, there's no other way. Jesus is the only way. All right, so again, study the gospel. If you haven't accepted Jesus as Lord and Savior, now is the time. Do you believe in Jesus? Do you believe that God sent his one and only begotten Son? Open your heart, confess your sin, and follow Christ. You receive the gift of the Holy Spirit, and you will be a Christ-like, a disciple. And that's the beauty. Working for Christ and walking with Christ and being with Christ is the most beautiful thing ever. And that's the greatest gift that God has ever given us. All right. So the Bear declares federal emergency after Black Sea oil spill. Now this comes after 2 tankers were damaged in a storm spilling oil across Black Sea beaches near Anapa, a popular resort. The spill, which began on December 15, has severely impacted local wildlife, including seabirds and dolphins. Over 10,000 workers are involved in the cleanup effort as environmental concerns mount. Now, I cannot show the video, guys. I can show it. One of my video got hit this morning. So it's the one, you know, the the bird, the plane, the bird from yesterday. Well, I got hit with that one. For some reason, I didn't show no pictures, no video, and I got hit. It's like this platform only allows me to talk about certain things. And hopefully one day someone will purchase this platform and make life easier for everyone. The Red Dragon test new space-capable fighter jet. Forget drones over NJ. Uh-oh. Can't say that. Man, the Red Dragon is upping the stakes with the maiden flight of its latest jet. Condemned by D, a white emperor. What kind of name is that? A white emperor. So the 6th generation jet is designed to be an integrated space air fighter that can fly at supersonic speeds and operate in space. Space? Oh, that's nice. Give me a second here, guys. Give me a second. All right, so I'm gonna have to fix my green screen. Hopefully it's all right, but I got a feeling it's gonna fall again. If it falls again, I'm gonna have to remove myself and just leave the article. So I am using the OBS, and I got a green screen in the background, and the green screen is, you know, attached to the wall, and I have to get a new one. So it says here, so this thing can operate in space. This is like the Jetson. You know, the cartoon Jetson. You got those spacecraft and everything. Wow. So it has a talus design and diamond-shaped wings, and is equipped with advanced avionics and stealth features. Now, the by D also has a large internal weapon bay to carry more air-to-ground munitions without compromising stealth. So that thing can operate in space. Space! That's where we at right now. That's where we at. So everybody that's talking about UFO, yeah, that's the one right there. I told you guys it was the Red Dragon stuff. And the bear has the hypersonic. We used to be ahead of all these lands. Now we are behind. We don't have stuff like that. I mean, it's a possibility we might have something, but again, these countries are, you know, moving forward, and they are, you know, showing the world this is what we have, and yeah, it's very concerning. All right, so let's jump to Finland. Finland boards oil tanker after undersea cable damaged. Anchors away. Well, Finnish authorities boarded the Eagle S, a Cook Island flagged oil tanker, and part of the Bear Shadow fleet after a 170 kilometers power line and several data cables were mysteriously damaged. Now, the ship conventionally missing an anchor is suspected of causing the chaos. Coincidence? Officials don't think so. This is the third oops in the Baltic Sea in just over a year. Now, last month, a fiber optic cable between Finland and Germany was served, and a Lithuania-Sweden link was damaged, traced back to the Red Dragon vessel, the Yimpeng 3. So they are blaming the Red Dragon. They are the one that's causing it. And supposedly, the Red Dragon ship is passing through the Baltic Sea, and the anchors is just dragging whatever is on the ground and ripping the cables. So it seems like this might be the third time. Estonian Foreign Minister Margis said damage to vital underwater infrastructure has become so frequent that it's hard to believe it was a coincidence or just bad seamanship. We must understand that damage to the undersea infrastructure has become systemic and must be treated as strike or our essential infrastructure. Finland's National Bureau of Investigation is now treating this as a aggravated criminal mischief. Well, it's not looking good here, guys. Now they are saying that this is no accident. This is no accident, and it seems like they're pointing finger at the Red Dragon for the cable being damaged. If you live out there in Louisiana and Texas, you may want to prepare yourself. There is a tornado watch issued for parts of Louisiana and Texas. The Storm Prediction Center warns a severe thunderstorm with damaging winds, hail, and potential tornadoes in East Texas, Louisiana, and Southwest Arkansas. Rotating storms may develop into a line by evening, increasing warnings for Mid-South region. Once again, a big warning was put out. What's the population in this area? Oh, a warning was sent out to 8.7 million people out there in Louisiana. This is not too far from also Texas. So again, please be safe out there. That's huge. The potential exposure population 8,790,360. All right, so they're saying the wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour possible. That's like a category 2 right there. Once again, hail storms, scattered hail up to 2 inches size possible. Tornadoes, a few tornado likely. Warning was sent out, tornado warning, up to 7 p.m. Central Time, Thursday, December 26th. You may want to prepare yourself. You may want to prepare yourself. Again, get flashlight batteries, and please be safe out there, guys. Please be safe out there. Give me a second. I want to double check something really quick here, guys. I can't talk about the bird stuff, the plane. That's going to be Patreon, guys. That's going to be Patreon. It seems like so far this is all the update. I got some more news. I got a lot more breaking news here, guys. A lot more. Hold on. Wait a minute. I got this one here. I want to bring this one up. This is very important. Let me just bring this one up. Vladimir said, this is a message from Vladimir, the leader of the Bear. We're working on ending the biblical war in Ukraine with the help of Slovakia. Talks on the peace process are happening. Now, once again, you have Fico, Slovakia's prime minister, said his country is ready to provide a platform for a conversation like that. Which is good news, right? We want to end this biblical war. And we are certainly not against that if it comes to pass, because Slovakia is a neutral country. So Vladimir is working on ending this biblical war. But yesterday, the sleeping giant leader, Joe, he said he's going to be sending a lot of stuff, a lot of equipment, and a lot more ching-ching. Come on, Joe. Stop, dude. Stop. Just retire. Watch the Golden Girls. Eat whatever ice cream flavor, but stop this biblical war. Can you stop sending all this ching-ching to Ukraine? Enough is enough. But again, what do you expect? the Warhawks. And they've been doing this for many years. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching. Again, please share this video. For those of you that want to give your life to Christ, you can email me. My email is in the description box. Me and my wife are here to help many and to lead many to the righteous path. And that's the path of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. For those of you that want to send us a letter, it's a prayer request, you can send it to me, Luis Santiago, or my wife, Jessica Santiago, at 3432 U.S. Highway 19, number 2, Holiday, Florida, 34691. Thank you so much for watching. God bless you all. Put faith and trust in Jesus Christ, for he's the only way, the truth, and the life. No one gets to the Father except through Jesus. Thank you so much for watching. Till next time later. Peace.
Hello valued viewers, I hope you're all doing very well. A couple of weeks ago we did this F-14B Tomcat Airwing versus ST-21 Super Tomcat Airwing, and you guys enjoyed it, but you demanded a follow-up. You wanted the Super Tomcat versus the Super Hornet. Also, you wanted the Super Tomcat to have its concept weapon, the AIM-152, so a plane that never was with a missile that never was, but what promises to be a very interesting battle. So today, a full ST-21 Super Tomcat Airwing using AIM-152 versus FA-18F Super Hornet with AIM-260 JTAM. Battle is extremely simple. We have Bullseye here in Oman, distance between supercarrier fleets of 175 miles. Blues. The Super Hornets, we have a supercarrier with 3 escorts. Don't worry too much about the escorts today. Today is really about the air wings. We have an air wing, or in a large squadron of Super Hornets. It's the FA-18F variant. Note, a nice chap has contacted me and supplied me an E variant that we can start using, a much more high detailed model. So we will start using that, but it will take several weeks until we've got it fully adapted and integrated into GR. Note as well, before I forget, I should do some credits. VSN for these models, CH and Drop for doing some boring work, and Spino for today's AIM-152. So the Super Hornets are 32 of them, AI, all set to max skill level and fire at the maximum range of their missiles as best suits the GR long range missiles. They are equipped with 12 AIM-260 JTAMs, range about 130 plus miles, and 2 AIM-9Xs. There will be no conservatism in their play today. I will not ask them to fire their missiles off in an RTB. We are just going to fight deathmatch style. I think that will be most fun. We also have our humans today who will be in the same aircraft. They will be respawning, but the AI will obviously have only one life, and that's the Blues. Oh, AWACS, redundant AWACS on both sides, which we need to get the GR missiles working. Reds, probably what you came to see today, guys. It is the ST-21 Super Tomcat concept, the one that was never built. 32 of them, and they're set up the same, and they are equipped with a really interesting weapon. It is the AIM-152 GDW. It was a missile, again, that was never made, but if the ST-21 would have been built, then this is the missile it would have fielded, with a range of, well, no one really knows, but the best guess is about the same as a JTAM, about 130-ish miles. We've got a staggering 15 missiles on this. Now, it looks a bit stupid having these missile nacelles out like this. That's the best that Spino and CH could do. In reality, they would have been recessed into the body of the aircraft if they had ever made this, which they didn't. So you just have to accept that. A data link pod to drive it, 2 tanks and 2 AIM-9 X's. So that's going to be a really interesting comparison. We've also got humans. So with that, guys, predictions, everything's set up as best we can. I've tailored the flight models to be as realistic as we can to basic kind of Wikipedia type information. What's going to win? Super Hornet, that very much did make it into service due to its versatility and its cost effectiveness, with what will be America's premium missile in whenever it comes out, months, years, whatever now, the AIM-260, versus what could have been, but was deemed just too expensive and just too fancy, the ST-21 Super Tomcat, with what would have been its weapon in service right now, the AIM-152.
I think they're going to be pretty even, actually.
In terms of raw power, I think the ST-21 should take it.
We didn't make the M152, Spino did, so I can't account for it, but it probably will be within reason about the same as the JTAM. So let's just say the missiles cancel themselves out because we don't have enough data to really compare them. The aircraft, I probably would slightly favour the Tomcat. It's going to go faster, that we know for sure, and it's going to be slightly kinematically more powerful. The Hornet's a damn fine plane, but it's going to be a bit more powerful, and power means dodging missiles a little bit easier. That said, it's got a bigger radar cross-section. A radar cross-section is modelled today. The Hornet has a radar cross-section of 0.05, but it is massively buffed by the missiles, and it's going to be more like 2 meters squared today. The Tomcat has got an enormous radar cross-section. It might play into it. I don't know. Anyone else, guys?
What about the radars in each aircraft? What differences have we got? Because that's going to play a key factor, I'm guessing.
Great question, and zero difference. They both have the generic GR AESA radar, and the Tomcat would have had the AESA radar from the start, and over 60% of in-service Super Hornets now do have AESA radar. In a simulation, zero difference.
I think the Hornet will possibly pick the Tomcat up first then and get missiles off, but like already been said, that turn and burn rate of the Tomcat to get out of trouble at longer range shots, could we end up with a merge?
Who knows, guys? Who knows? It'll be interesting to see how my humans deal with this there's nowhere to hide until you get into the mountains. How will you deal with this massive long-range missile on both sides? And both of these missiles today are guided by the data link as well, so you can't really even hide from them. Welcome into the battle. We have Simba and Drop, ST-21, Strider Squirrel, and Cannonball Superbog. Guys, let history be made in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, viewers. Obviously, we're going to go and look at the Super Tomcats first. Feel free to buzz your carrier for sexy fuse. Pretty cool, huh, viewers? Jesus, you almost clipped your wings, Simba. Oh, what happened? Something happened. Something blew up. Get another one. Silly boys. Sorry, what was I saying? Yeah, there's a visual bug today. As a multiplayer client, I can't see their wings moving back, viewers, and we can't figure out how to fix the animation. So the wings will be moving back as they go faster, but I won't see it at my station. Nothing I can do about that. Right, let's go and have a look at the Super Hornets.
Got a scoreboard that's really expensive for a plane.
I saw
inflation.
Legacy
and it's also probably the missiles.
Yeah, it's inflation. And yes, the missiles are counted now, viewers. So when the plane dies and it's got missiles on, 15, they're all added up due to our wonderful Vorad. Yeah, I forgot to credit Vorad. So many people to credit nowadays. GR is getting such a big friggin' following, but team...
I never get credited for anything I do.
Well, you do something good, and I'll credit you, Simba. Do a really good, I don't know...
that chance I'll do anything well.
Dogfight kill or something. No one's going to be getting...
On the nose, 140.
No one's going to be getting dogfights today, viewers, I can tell you that. These missiles are so good. JTAM's so good. An AIM-152, as it's modelled, so good. Right, distance between aircraft fronts in nautical miles of 130 nautical miles. That's actually within firing range of the missiles, but because no one's up to firing parameters yet, altitude and speed and whatnot, then no one can fire. I suppose I should be looking at the Tomcats already. That's what you guys have clicked on the video for. Ladies and gentlemen, ST-21 Super Tomcat, and it has got the right 29,000 pounds of thrust and everything modelled. It does not have vectored thrust modelled, and that was one thing it might have had if it did come out. Viewers, place your bets now, please. What's going to win and what do you want to win? I want the Tomcat to win, obviously, because it's a friggin' Super Tomcat. Why wouldn't you?
Lead target locked 119 nautical miles.
Interestingly, the Superbogs are supersonic, but the ST-21s are not yet supersonic, and this is a real thing, viewers. The weapons are all taken into account in terms of the weight of the weapons and stuff like that, and the Tomcats are so friggin' heavy. Is that a missile? That's a missile.
Yeah, missile.
Right, that's an AI. Right, let's go and have a look at that. Is this, viewers?
Yeah, it's on Strider.
Fired at just over 100 miles. So like I said, they can go further than that, but the planes have to be in perfect parameters, and now AIM-260s are going out. Both the AIM-260 and an AIM-152 are two-piece missiles, so they've got a booster section to get them into orbit pretty much, and then 5 missiles each. Ignore the 2 Super Tomcats dead. That was just the boys messing around and forgetting how big their freaking wings were. Huge, vast arrays of missiles going out now, viewers. 8 AIM-152s out. Let's see if I can see one. Look, you can see their little cells empty. Guys, I've got to say, if you're in a Tomcat, and this will probably be with a thing as Superbox as well, each of the nacelles is a separate weapon, so you need to change weapons to get to the next set of nacelles. AIM-1 260, currently travelling at 2,100 knots, 60,000 feet. If you ever see a Grim Reaper's made missile, double the altitude, and that would be its loft altitude. AIM-152, which is actually a semi-GR missile, is made with CH and Spino at 60,000 feet, 2,100 knots. It's going faster. It's got a bigger booster section, I think, and it was going faster. So AIM-260, 2,000 knots. AIM-152, 2,200 knots. It is a faster missile. Would it have been in real life? Well, no one knows. It's pure guesswork. Literally pure fiction, apart from how it looks. And because it never got further than literally the drawing board. Right distance between fronts now of 80 nautical miles, and missiles are going to come raining down on these wonderful chaps so far. There's a friggin' AIM-9X being fired. Wow, that is ambitious. I've got to find where that is.
That's me as I was cycling through.
Yes, all right, I'll give you that. It's easily done. More Reds fired so far, so more GDWs fired so far, viewers. And they are coming within visual range of the bogs at this point. Now, how good is bog going to be at this? How good is this lower radar cross-section going to be to the missile? Literally don't know, but their missiles are tracking now. They're in the basket and they found their guys. That said, the JTAMs have got to the targets quicker. Is that because the Tomcats are moving quicker? I don't know. There's a lot of dynamics at play here, viewers. Now, they may have been so far, they might not track. I don't know. There's again, a lot of dynamics going on here. Right, first, GDW 152 is killed a bog. First genuine bog kill. Radio there. And some more. This guy just was chasing its respective bog away. And tiny puny eco-savers just cannot outrun that missile. Or can they? No, they can't. Wow, this is a horrendously slippery missile, you guys. Oh, good evasion at the end there. Lost a track. As I would say, there's too much action for me to watch. Use the scoreboard. That's where you're going to garner most of your information from, viewers. Super Woggington down. I do not have control of the AIM-152, viewers. It's not a Grim Reaper's missile per se, so I can't vouch for, you know, it's not calibrated to the other GR missiles, but hopefully it should be roughly in line with it. This is why we had to make our own missiles. There's hundreds of modded missiles out there, but they're calibrated so differently. Some will go Mach 10, Mach 20, some will go Mach 2, when they should all go about Mach 4 or Mach 5. Hence, we had to make our own missiles to keep them calibrated roughly to each other. Lots of bad JTAMs at the moment. Probably fired slightly out of parameters, I imagine is the thing. And I take that back. One Tomcat's been lost. Two Super Bug, Super Hornet, whatever you want to call them, lost. I think it's a tracking missile. No, it's not. It's falling out the sky. Look. What do you want to watch, Viewingtons? That one's missed its target. Oh, wow. 3 Tomcats just gone down. Well done for getting a splash at that kind of range, guys. Not an easy thing to do.
Wow, I shot that like 5 minutes ago.
Welcome to long range 2020's weapons. Good dodge.
Respawn or not?
Absolutely. A GDW has made it all the way over the hostile carrier group, as you can see. 3, I've got to try and adapt. I'm just going to say 5. 5 Tomcats down to 5 Super Bogs down, and we'll take the 2 off at the end. Why are so many missiles missing, viewers? Well, most of them were fired at a target that no longer exists, or is out of the basket or whatever. So, yeah, you will see terrible PKs with probably a kill of long-range missiles fired at over 100 miles. 6 Tomcats down, 5 Hornets down. It's even Stevens, guys, pretty much. Lots of killing done. The efficacy of the missiles has actually been very good, viewers, because look at the tactics. The no man's land is 80 nautical miles, so the weapons have just been killing. Good dodge. Would not like to fly against this stuff. Is it still guiding? No. That certainly looks like it's tracking. Yes, it is. Smash. Right, 6-6, viewers. No man's land. A massive 80 nautical miles. I've never seen such effective missiles keeping people at bay. Last time when we did this with A120D versus Legacy Phoenix, they were down to 40 miles, no man's land, because the missiles just weren't as effective. Actually makes quite a boring match, viewers, because everyone's firing the missiles over 100 miles and scoring kills a lot of the time. So you're not going to get any dogfights today. It doesn't look like. The missiles are just too good at this point, as we suspect 2020's missiles should be. However, that could be proved wrong in real combat if they're ever used in real combat. This one's missed a bunch of Super Bogs. Those Super Bogs are very, very angry. 58 red missiles fired to 44 blue missiles fired, and so far 7-6 kills. Big battery of AIM-260 has gone out there, viewers. Gee, look at that, dropped just fired. He's just pressed the fire everything button, I believe. And now 100% Firing everything. Ooh-wee. 7-7, even Stevens. More red missiles fired, but the same amount killed. So maybe they do have the same PK as the AIM-260s. Dropped with a bunch of empty nacelles. Like I said, in case you skipped the briefing, in real life, in the real Super Tomcat, these would have been recessed into the body of the aircraft. So you would just see their little noses poking out.
A 24/7 missile warning.
Yep, that's the thing about operating in a scenario like this. Missile radars are constantly buzzing, and so you don't actually know when you're being trapped by a missile, because you're always being trapped by a missile, according to your warning system. Hate operating these scenarios. Quite glad I'm just watching. 8-9. Tomcats are doing slightly better. Good dodge, sir. Tomcat gonna die. Tomcat not gonna die. Tomcat is gonna die. Boom. 9 Tomcats down to 10 Superbugs down. I like to change the names. Superbug, Superbog, Super Hornet. Go between the names. Viewers, that guy just did not see that sucker coming. Or he did, and he was a stubborn young man. It could have been either. Here comes drops, missiles. Good dodge. Good evasion. That bog's had to go cold. Oh, wow. A bunch of those battery of JTAMs that were fired 5 minutes ago have just hit home, because look at all the Tomcats that have been hit. So maybe the large radar cross-section of the Tomcat is now problematic. Even with some stealth materials or some composite materials, they never would have made the ST-21 particularly stealthy. It's an inherently unstealthy design, and it's always going to be a big design. Well, so now the Superbugs are winning, viewers. Look at that one. That one's gone vertical. That one chased Simba, and he upset it so much he just ended up going vertical. Well done. I feel so sorry for my boys. There's no hiding here. There's no hiding. However sneaky you try and be, bear in mind these missiles are not guided on the radars. They're guided by these AWACSs, and those AWACSs can see everything today. There's no Raptors here. 12 Tomcats down to 11 Super Hornets down. Remember, there's 2 deficit because of the beginning shenanigans.
No.
What happened to Simba? Oh, they found you.
Yeah, Super Hornet got me.
Yeah, that's the problem, Simba. That's the problem. I can only think your only way to get to those mountains, if you want to do that, is on the deck. I can't find out another way, because you just can't beat these radars. That's a good dodge. JTAM doesn't quite have the legs of the AIM-152, so that's a thing, viewers. 13 Tomcats to 12 Superbugs, and a lot of missiles being dodged today. I thought it would have been more of a slaughterfest, and it actually is. Well, I say that, but again, no man's land is how you measure a battle tactically, viewers. In the friggin' face. And no man's land is 64 miles, so it just shows that the missiles are 100% deadly. Well done, Squirrel. Just dodged a suckering succotash, 152. And he survived long enough to get some friggin' missiles off, which is not easy. Like I said, we have a new F-18 model coming from a nice chap, but it will take weeks to set it up, test it, blah, 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 blah. Get rid of numerous bugs out. Squirrels chased all the way down, and he go dodged another one. Well done. That's my humans. It's my beautiful, beautiful humans. This guy's got all 16 missiles off. No, 2 left. He's got 10. Oh, I don't know. He's got a bunch of missiles off. And now he's had to go defensive because he's got 1 times GDW on him, and it is 1 slippery missile. Wow, look at that. That's unbeatable. Jesus. Right, 14 Tomcats down to 13 Superbugs down. In the face. 15 to 14. 160 missiles fired on one side, 104 on the other side. Things are incredibly even Stevens, viewers. Look at that Tomcat running away from the JTAM. JTAM's also pretty slippery. No, oh, he's committed, and he's stalled himself in the Super Tomcat. No, he hasn't. Just looks like he has. Yes, he has. Really did stall himself. Well, that's the thing. It's a good plane, but it's not friggin' a Saturn V rocket, so he was just being a bit daft, I'm afraid, viewers. Big exchange of missiles going on again. Things are hotting up. 16 Tomcats down to 16 Bugs down. It's even! Which way is it going to go, Viewington, Wooington, Booington, Mewingtons? I can't tell you that. Oh, that guy's getting a pasting. Yeah, I said it, a pasting. Oh, it's going to land on his head. He's not even going to get a warning of that because of the aspect of the missile. Yep. Oh, the Bogs have taken a lead and maybe another lead. Come on, stop flying like knobs. 19 Tomcats down to 16 Superbugs down. Superbugs roaring to the lead. Get hit, get hit, get hit. Yeah! No, it blew his missile up, but not him. That was kind of weird, but also kind of awesome. They've added new code in viewers. They're in the core game to allow missiles to track other missiles, and so we're getting a lot of that by accident now. Missiles tracking missiles. It's kind of cool though, right? I don't know how realistic it is. I haven't got a clue. I suppose missiles not stealthy, is it? So I guess.
Leave me alone, Cannonball.
Cannonball will not leave you alone. What were they talking about? Aha! Drop's done a thing, but he's outsmarted the AI, but he's not outsmarted the humans. I don't hold up much hope for Drop, and he's flown all that way. Bless his cotton socks. Bless his cotton socks. Your socks are made of cotton, aren't they, today? Not polyester.
I think so. 95% cotton.
There's the problem he's got, viewers, is not only does he have to beat this guy's radar, but he also has to beat that radar, and he also has to beat that radar. And then that makes it impossible because there's no angle you can get. Look at it wiggle its nose, viewers. It does that little sniffy. I'm sniffing at the air, and my pussycat sniffs the air when someone does a loud fart. Shouldn't have said that. But I did. He's put an aim line X out to shoot a friggin' missile down because that's Drop. And he's super Drop. Gonna miss. Why does it say slippery, viewers? It's simulate these long-range missiles simulating lofting really high and dropping down. So that's our best guess at how slippery it would be if it lofted properly. Now we cannot make them loft like that in game because we don't have the access that we need. And it's fine. We just find other ways around it. He is not behind big enough mountains, viewers. He did not get behind big enough mountains quick enough. And they are sniffing like my pussycat, sniffing that air. About to be disappointed at the amount of sulfur they smell. Dodge 1. Is it Dodge 2? It is! Ladies and gentlemen, Drop. Ladies interested? He will be here all day. Just don't tell his wife. Right, Cannonball is angry. All you've done is anger the Cannonball, and he's gone hide. Well, you can't hide from him. And it's guiding. I don't think he's going to dodge that. I don't think he can do it. But well done for entertaining us. You certainly entertained us, Drop. Right, come on guys, let's do these things. 22 Tomcats down to, still amazingly even, to 19 Bogs down, 145 missiles down, fired to 138 missiles down. Incredibly even, viewers. I'm going to say something incredibly unpopular now. Should US have used Superbugs? I can't say these battles aren't freaking awesome. Oh, look, and another one. Just fired loads, look. See, it was worth arming them up so heavily, viewers. Look, most of them are using, maybe not this one, but a lot of them are using most of their missiles because they can fire so far away. Right, anyway, stop gabbing. 22 versus 22 and almost the same amount of missiles fired. Man, this is friggin' even. Wow, we're having so many great fights at the moment, viewers. So many great fights. If you go back and watch runs from a year or 2 years ago, nothing ever worked. All sorts of problems. And that's because what we're doing is incredibly complicated stuff with a lot of, should we say, no, I'm not going to say anything, but yeah, a lot of problems. And now we've got it friggin' nailed. Almost every time, problem-free, working beautifully, just giving you good quality entertainment, viewers. Which is important for a robust and healthy diet. You do want a healthy diet, don't you, viewers? God, I don't have that. Since my baby arrived, I've got the worst diet in the world. Like, I'm probably going to die soon because of the amount of crap I eat now. It could be anyone's game. Again, it's a boring fight, but the thing is, when you go to 2020's, viewers, it gets boring. It gets 130 mile shots, and fighters never see each other. That's the price you pay, I'm afraid. Great dodge. Are you sure you did enough chaffing? That was sarcasm, by the way. Which they do say is the lowest form of wit. Finally, they found Cannonball, and there's some GDWs on their way. Very fast GDWs. Cannonball don't care though. He's a freaking ball that comes from a cannon. When he's still 23 to 22. We're 25 minutes into the simulation. Slightly more red missiles fired for reasons, probably because they come with more. Oh, I missed them firing. I should really need to see them firing, don't I? There they are. You see them? Ooh, ouch. They do get the warning that the missile's coming, but they've got to make a decision. Do they want to keep firing missiles? They don't know how far the missile is away, so you've got to make that, you know, shall I dodge now or
the direction of the missile?
Shall I fire some more now and hope the missile doesn't hit me? So you know, it's not just an AI problem. That was a bad effort at dodging, but oh wow, what happened there? 28 Tomcats. Oh no! My dreams, guys, my dreams. The 28 Tomcats down to 23. Bogs down. But there's a big battery of 152s coming in. Quick, I keep reaching to have a drink, and every time something happens. Look at that. And the cool thing about the GR missiles, viewers, is once the plane's dead, any missiles fired will still track. So that guy could kill 12 planes, even though he's dead. It's kind of weird how that works, but theoretically, that's how it should be. 28 Tomcats down to 27. That battery of GDWs just hit. Man, you cannot separate these sides.
What's up guys, Devil Dog Gamer here, and we're back with more Nuclear War Simulator. Now, this game has a pretty interesting scenario already built into it. With the war in Ukraine raging on, Russia's been talking a lot about the use of tactical nuclear weapons on the field in Ukraine. And a lot of people are worried about it. I don't think it'll ever happen. I don't think anyone's really stupid enough to use a nuclear weapon. And this scenario shows why. Built into this scenario, Russia uses a tactical nuke in Ukraine, and it spirals deeply out of control. This is a pretty realistic scenario. Most people I've seen who've done theories on what the scenario would be if Russia used a tactical nuclear weapon pretty much almost mirrors this scenario completely. Almost everybody agrees this is kind of how it's going to happen, how it's going to go. And Nuclear War Simulator, which is a simulator that is built by universities to test the effects of nuclear war and fallout and such on the world, this has a really realistic and scary scenario of it. So we're going to go ahead and open it up. This one is called The European Escalation. In this scenario, Russian forces are suffering a conventional defeat after the invasion of Ukraine. Facing internal pressure, Russian leadership is deciding to use one tactical nuclear weapon to blackmail Western countries into giving up support for Ukraine. This is a big one. Internal pressure. If Russia starts losing and internally Russia starts to collapse, a nuclear weapon use is probably highly predicted to be used to kind of quell a lot of that with internal and war efforts. Later, several nuclear weapons are used on the battlefield in an attempt to stop Ukraine advance. The U.S. Navy is attacking Russian targets in Crimea and the Black Sea using conventional weapons. Russia responds by attacking the railroad infrastructure that supplies weapons from Poland to Ukraine, and it spirals deeply, deeply out of control. So this one's a hands-off. I'm just going to narrate it, let it run. We're going to pause, speed up on certain parts because certain things happen fast. Facing conventional defeat in Ukraine, Russia uses a tactical nuke. Stop it. Oh, I gotta really slow it down here. So after the tactical nuke doesn't work such on the world, this has a really realistic and scary scenario of it. So we're gonna go ahead and open it up. This one is called The European Escalation. In this scenario, Russian forces are suffering a conventional defeat after the invasion of Ukraine. Facing internal pressure, Russian leadership is deciding to use one tactical nuclear weapon to blackmail Western countries into giving up support for Ukraine. This is a big one. Internal pressure. If Russia starts losing and internally Russia starts to collapse, a nuclear weapon use is probably highly predicted to be used to kind of quell a lot of that with internal and war efforts. Later, several nuclear weapons are used on the battlefield in an attempt to stop Ukraine advance. The U.S. Navy is attacking Russian targets in Crimea and the Black Sea using conventional weapons. Russia responds by attacking the railroad infrastructure that supplies weapons from Poland to Ukraine, and it spirals deeply, deeply out of control. So this one's a hands-off. I'm just going to narrate it, let it run. We're going to pause, speed up on certain parts because certain things happen fast. Facing conventional defeat in Ukraine, Russia uses a tactical nuke. Stop it. Oh, I gotta really slow it down here. So after the tactical nuke doesn't work, they start using a small limited strike with tactical nuclear weapons on Ukrainian military areas. So the tactical nuke on the battlefield doesn't seem to stop the Ukrainian advance, so they use a few more tactical nukes on military sites to really slow Ukraine down. As you can see here, they're all launched from SS-26 Stones from Crimea. You know, Iskanders that are basically turned into nuclear, like medium-range ballistic missiles with a nuclear warhead on top. They have tons of these things. So, a low yield from 5 to 15 kilotons tactical nuclear weapon doesn't do a lot of damage. I mean, it does, but it doesn't do a lot of fallout and such. So they are usable. Russia has a ton of them because their main use for them in the Cold War, as discussed by General Petraeus, United States military is attacking military Russian targets in Crimea with conventional weapons. So the U.S. does strikes with conventional weapons on Russian targets in response to this. The doctrine of the Soviets was to use tactical nuclear weapons all across Ukraine to create openings for armored spearheads to push through in the event of World War III. So they have a ton of small, low-yield nuclear weapons. And it was in their doctrine in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, low-yield tactical nuclear weapons were usable, and usable by ground force commanders, not just, you know, the premier and all that. It was ground force commanders could authorize the use of these low-yield nuclear weapons. Now it's changed. So a lot of conventional cruise missiles hitting targets all in Crimea, all the nuclear missile launchers, the Black Sea Fleet's gone. We're going to slow it back down because it does start going fast, but that one took forever to get through. So let's wait and see what happens. Any day now, game. Some of these triggers are very slow. Very slow. Russia responds by attacking the road infrastructure in Poland used for weapon delivery. Now, I'm not sure what they use for this. We'll find out, I guess. If it's coming from here, yep, small tactical nuclear weapons. Any day now, game. There we go. Small tactical nuclear weapons launched against Poland, a NATO nation, to attack the railroad infrastructure. So, of course, now it's a NATO issue. So this is where it happens in, of course, you get F-16s that are going to be loaded with B-61 tactical nuclear weapons. So a nuclear attack on NATO gets a NATO nuclear response with tactical nuclear weapons. B-61s are free fall tactical nuclear weapons. On Belarus and Kaliningrad, small nuclear weapons are dropped in response. So far, this has been a tit for tat. Russia is dispersing its airborne road mobile forces. Now, this scenario falls in line of the discipline of overreact or escalate to de-escalate. Escalate to de-escalate means if Russia uses one tactical nuclear weapon, you use 2 back against them. They use 5, you use 10 back. Escalate to de-escalate because it shows the leaders of each country, hey, especially if you're the one escalating, hey, this is going to keep going. You need to stop this. It's your turn to stop this. Escalate to de-escalate. It's a military strategy in nuclear war, and basically all wars. An overreaction usually sends to kind of de-escalate on certain scenarios. And Russia has a ton of road mobile Topol nuclear missiles and strategic military aircraft. Once they are mobile, you can't stop them. So this is a big sign that something's coming a little faster, because once strategic aircraft are in the air or the road mobile ICBMs are gone and out of their hangars, you can't stop them. They will disappear into the wilderness. This is their hangars. They're driving around in the wilderness, and they will stay mobile until they get the order to launch, and then they will stop and launch their missiles. So they will constantly stay moving. It's next to impossible to stop road mobile ICBMs. Russia has a lot of them, all up in the Urals, deep. They have a lot of ICBMs in silos, but a good majority of them are road mobile because they can't be stopped. Once they're mobile, we can't hit them. We can saturate an area with nuclear weapons and maybe get like a fraction of them. Russia launches a limited nuclear strike on key NATO installations on Europe. Now, just a reminder, a lot of these European countries are nuclear powers also. So then you start getting tripwire stuff, where an attack on one force in another country gets the response from that country. So tripwire forces, basically NATO is just a giant tripwire force anyways. So as you can see, road mobile ICBMs are now launching all over Europe. They're going to hit Romania, probably Turkey, Italy. Germany's going to get hit. Poland, of course, is getting hit. And these are large. These aren't tactical nukes. These are actual large ICBMs. France, England's going to get hit. Now, all of these countries are going to be pulled into the nuclear war. UK and France has tons of ballistic missile submarines, so they're going to fire out shortly too in response. And now you have them as a responding force. So now you escalated, instead of de-escalating, you escalated to get other countries to escalate. The United States responds by attacking a number of military targets on the Russian mainland. So now SLBMs are being fired from the Atlantic on Russian military targets. Now this is a counterforce strike. So counterforce strikes are strikes against military and nuclear targets, not civilian or infrastructure. So it'll always start out as a counterforce because you're wanting to destroy their ability to launch nuclear weapons. And if you can get them in the silo, that's a great, that's a great news. But again, once the road mobile ICBMs are out, you can't really do anything about that. They even hit the strategic airfields, but those aircraft are already outbound anyways. And a lot of the strikes were clustered on just military bases, not strategic, like nuclear infrastructure at all. So it's a weird counterforce that you wouldn't do your first strike on, nuclear targets, silos and such. But hey, it seems like a realistic reaction to nuclear weapons being used in Europe. Trying to limit the damage, Russia is launching a large-scale counterforce attack on NATO military targets. So another counterforce, only targeting military and nuclear infrastructure. And it looks like a lot of them are going to go to straight main. Oh, it's a large counterforce attack. So this is a massive. SLBMs are firing. You have just stuff flying over the Arctic Circle. So at this point, when you have a large ICBM attack and it's going to be a counterforce, you have to get your missiles out before they're destroyed. You have to use them or lose them. It's a strategy. If there's a large inbound attack, the nuclear response to the United States is to get all of their nukes out of the ground before they're destroyed, or they become useless. So this is a valid military strategy, and let's see if they'll probably get them out of the silos for sure. I don't see this built in a way to where silos take hits and the rest of, oh God, Europe's getting destroyed over here. UK, I'm sorry. That always worries me about the UK. It's such a small country, an island, that if it takes multiple nuclear strikes, it's just going to be a hellscape. If you've never seen the movie Threads, watch the movie Threads. It is horrific. Horrific, man. Dawn's Early Light's another good one, and The Day After are another really good nuclear war movies. So the U.S. is going to start taking hits on airfields, sub-pens, and yep, there they go. They're going to respond. The U.S. responds with a similar counterforce attack on conventional military and nuclear weapon sites in Russia. So another counterforce. They did take a few hits to the missile fields, but it wasn't enough. They're still launching everything. All the subs in the Pacific are now launching. Pretty much use it or lose it at this point, as the missile fields take a huge nuclear strikes. Now all of our missiles are outbound on Russia. Europe's already been laid to waste. The United States is taking massive counterforce strikes. The Midwest is just a fallout. It looks like everybody's ghouls. Everybody's ghouls in the Midwest right now. And America's main strike force, all of them, all the ICBMs are outbound. Ugh, that always hates being on the poles for some reason. Speed it up a little bit. It's going to be all military bases, silos. Russian leadership receiving it is an all-out attack, responds by launching all remaining nuclear weapons. So everything else Russia has is going outbound. A lot of their SLBMs, pretty much that's all they had. They launched all their ICBMs, so everything that was left is just SLBMs at this point. Oh, a few mobile launchers were left alive. Oh, a lot of mobile launchers over here were left alive. So now Russia's launching pretty much everything in retaliation. All their bombers are outbound. NATO countries respond by launching all nuclear weapons at targets. So now all the NATO nations are nuclear weapons free. You're getting SLBMs going to be launching from France, the UK. All bomber forces are now taking nuclear weapons. You can see there's just tons of nuclear cruise missiles already being dropped. The rest of NATO's just launched all of their nuclear ICBMs or SLBMs. Found out today that Israel has ICBMs. Crazy. Now a lot of this is counterforce at this point. All the nuclear missiles have been just kind of hitting everything. So everything that's being targeted is counterforce. Civilian infrastructure, military infrastructure, just normal infrastructure, ports, hospitals, airports, fuel refineries, steel refineries, major cities. All of this is counterforce. So it's anything that the nation could be used to get itself back on its feet and keep production of everything going. It's basically just to make sure the country is destroyed. All of the US's strategic aircraft are outbound. We probably got B-52s, B-2s, B-1Bs, Nuclear cruise missiles everywhere being launched. All counter value stuff. Counter value stuff left and right. The thing is, Russia's main population is in this area. So multiple nuclear strikes are basically just going to render this area just The Walking Dead, Fallout in real life. We got to speed this up because these nuclear bombers take forever to get anywhere. And that's it. Basically, every nuclear weapon has been exhausted from all the supplies. Turkey didn't get much of their military bases hit, but Europe absolutely got decimated. We're going to let it run for a little bit. Take a look at the fallout. Who's dead? I'm saying about 75 million people died. I'm going to say 75 million people died for sure. So we're going to go ahead and calculate it. Let it calculate. 75 million people. Europe's a fallout wasteland. So is the UK. The Midwest looks pretty bad in the US, but I think most major cities in the US are pretty good. But definitely a lot of casualties in Russia for sure, because they had multiple nations launching nukes on them while Russia had just them launching nukes. All right, come on, calculating casualties. Let's see how this scenario unfolded. As you can see, it just, once you use a nuke, you can't take it back. So I think the use of nukes is just absolutely just stupid. Nobody should do it. Once you use one, you can't take it back, and it just spirals out of control. Global warming 3 Celsius. Russia 45 million, United States 34 million. UK 29 million, Germany 22. Fatalities 190 million. I was way off. Belarus 2 million. 3 million in Canada. $14 million in France. Germany 22. Greece 2.7 million died. Holy moly. All right, let's take a look at countries. Destroyed capacities. There's only 5 million barrels a day active for refineries. Tons of airports still open. Hospitals are good. 200 hospitals. Harbors 69. Active oil storage is at 837 million barrels. Half the world's refineries were destroyed. A lot of stuff got destroyed. Holy moly. Let's take a look at the fallout. Wow, dude, Europe's bad. See, look at the UK, man. Whew, that's rough. Holy moly. Can I just place a person there? I want to see what that's looking like. Russia's not too bad with fallout. The US, the Midwest wasn't too bad, but upper East Coast, you guys are in trouble. Hawaii actually got nailed. Usually Hawaii doesn't get hit that much. China, of course, is untouched. Let's actually run it a little bit. I'd like to see that guy, what he gets, fallout-wise. I think the fallout's already kind of done for the day. Look at all the soot. He's in stable health. Yeah. I think most of the radiation already passed. Well, guys, this is what I think is a pretty realistic scenario on the use of nukes in Ukraine and how it would spiral out of control. Let me know what you think. You think it's pretty accurate? What do you think would be done differently? What do you think would happen in that scenario? Let me know down in the comments below. Talk to you guys later. Peace.
Would we have advance warning if a nuclear war was about to start? Many people in North America rely on the nuclear alert system to notify them if an attack was imminent. Other indicators that might signal that we are on the cusp of nuclear Armageddon. There is doubt about the government's transparency when it comes to notifying the public of an impending nuclear disaster. This is because the government's central priority in this type of situation would be the continuity of government and to ensure that the logistics required to implement a continuity of government plan weren't impeded by mass public panic. So the question becomes, what might we see in the run-up to World War III? Today we're going to talk about warning signs that you're likely to see in the run-up to nuclear war so you can get a jump on things before the mass panic ensues. So let's get to it. In the 1980s, the Soviet KGB initiated Project Ryan. Ryan was an acronym for Raketro Yerdeno Napadine, translated into nuclear missile attack. Between 1981 and 1989, the foreign intelligence branches of the Soviet KGB and the East German Ministry of State Security launched a combined effort to develop a system for detecting signs of impending Western nuclear first strike. This was intended to be an early warning system and constituted one part of the Soviet response to the perceived threat of a surprise decapitation strike by NATO's nuclear forces. In this extensive, now declassified Cold War document, the Soviet KGB outlined all of the activities surrounding political, financial, military, and civil defense institutions that might indicate that the US government was preparing for a nuclear first strike. Of course, in the modern day, technology has changed, and some of these indicators may not be as relevant as they were in the 1980s. But from this list, we may be able to extrapolate what some of these signals might be and apply this to our emergency preparedness planning. Item 1.3. Increase in protection for leading US politicians and government institutions. This would be done to ensure the continuity of government after an attack. Item 2.2. Evacuation of people close to the highest political leadership of the United States from areas of increased risk on US territory and in foreign countries. In this case, you might see high-ranking politicians moved away from places that would be primary targets of a preemptive nuclear strike. Item 2.3. The taking of information to the U.S. National Archives to guarantee preservation of the most important government documents. Item 2.5. Relocation of the most important people from leading U.S. government agencies to places especially equipped for their work under warlike conditions. These might be to facilities like Cheyenne Mountain or the Raven Rock Complex, or other deep underground military installations that are still classified to this day. Item 3.3. Changes in political activities of U.S. embassies in the NATO states. If the embassies are being vacated or the envoys are being moved to civil defense structures, that's a telltale sign that something just ain't right. Item 1.1.3. The arrival of former U.S. presidents in Washington. Item 1.1.6. The parking of a large number of vehicles used by official people at the parking lot of the White House at the area adjacent to the White House. This was actually something that was in the Ryan report. It is presumed that this abnormal amount of traffic, combined with the other criteria laid out on this list, might indicate a negotiation about nuclear escalation. Item 1.1.5. Simultaneous presence of most members from the National Security Council and special crisis groups in Washington. The concentration of these groups in one place might signal that continuity of government planning was in full effect. Nowadays, of course, these types of communications can be done remotely. Item 1.2.3. Simultaneous and unexpected leaves from receptions, dinners, balls, and business meetings by government officials. This might indicate a mass redirection to nuclear protective shelters. Item 1.2.5. The intensification of work in government agencies involved in preparations for decisions about the nuclear missile attack. This might also include employees working evening hours, Sundays, and holidays around the clock that might be indicated by parking a larger number of vehicles than usual near administrative buildings. Item 1.2.7. A significant increase in anti-Soviet propaganda and the unleashing of a war hysteria. It's safe to say that right now, with all that is going on in the world, that war hysteria is absolutely at an all-time high with respect to the perception of Russia. Item 1.3.1. Limitation of access to the White House. This might indicate that mass preparations are underway. Item 1.3.4. Increased security for leading members of the State Department and the federal departments. This might signal that the government is expecting mass panic, and thus people who are considered VIPs, who needed to be taken to safe locations, would be provided with a higher security detail. Item 2.5.1. Preparation for potential evacuation routes. Increase of police activities on roads where evacuation is supposed to occur. This might involve the unusual coordinated shutdown of major corridors across the United States. This is to ensure that military and civil defense logistics can flow unimpeded. This also might be a way of getting ahead of the mass exodus from the cities that would likely ensue once the emergency alert system became activated. Item 3.1.2. Unexpected appearances by US government leaders in capitals of NATO states without announcement in the press or after advanced information. It's important to reiterate that this Ryan report emerged before the advent of the internet, so many of these indicators might present themselves in a virtual form today. Item 3.2.8. The sending of urgent messages of the type whiskey by the most important military leaderships of NATO that might facilitate the asking of permission for the use of nuclear weapons. Item 3.3.1. The activation of operations of US embassies, exit of employees from US institutions under various pretexts, and the destroying of documents in the embassy. This absolutely would be a telltale sign that things were about to escalate if you've seen diplomats fleeing the embassies of their adversarial countries. Item 1.2. The rising of the level of combat readiness for the strategic offensive forces of the United States. This might take the form of priming intercontinental ballistic missiles, nuclear submarines, self-propelled artillery, and bomber planes. Due to the full spectrum surveillance afforded by modern information technologies, most modern conflicts will be initiated while cloaked as exercises, as was the case with the onset of the current Ukraine-Russian conflict. Item 1.4. Moving American military objects abroad to higher levels of combat readiness. Item 2.2. An increase in the level of combat readiness for England's nuclear forces. Item 2.3. An increase in the level of combat readiness for France's nuclear forces. Item 1.2.2. The termination of regular technical maintenance and scheduled work at launching pads and missile command centers. 1.3.4. Increase in protection and defense of nuclear ammunition stocks as well as the units in possession of those nuclear weapons. You may see a heightened sense of security around nuclear facilities. Item 1.3.7. The appearance or numerical increase of aircraft of the Strategic Air Force, as well as aircraft carriers from the Tactical Air Force at Air Force bases where they had not been observed previously. This means that you would see higher concentrations of bomber planes, very similar to what we've seen at Engels Air Force Base recently before it was attacked by a Ukrainian drone. Item 1.3.14. The replenishing of stocks in submarines for material and technical supply norms for war times, which is typically 90 days. This would be a telltale sign that we were going to war. This year, one of England's nuclear submarines set a record for the longest deployment at 5 months under the sea. Item 1.4.3. Preparations for the mass emergency distribution of ammunition, food, and fuel. Item 1.4.6. The distribution of personal protective gear against weapons of mass destruction. That is, hazmat suits, gas masks, gloves, all of which can endure chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear attacks. Item 2.1.10. National control and takeover of commercial communication networks. Again, this is pre-internet. It's very likely that this might take the form of emergency alerts being sent out to people's electronic devices. Item 2.4.1. Military units and forces in the state of increased readiness are kept in garrisons or military training areas under the pretext of conducting exercises. The Soviets were looking for large concentrations of American forces simultaneously conducting exercises. Item 1.3.1. An unusual amount of activity surrounding satellites, space apparatuses, and space transportation. Item 1.3.2. Increased activity of surveillance aircraft and unmanned intelligence devices. Item 2.1.5. The intensification of monitoring of Soviet citizens. Today, this would be the intensification of monitoring of Russian citizens. Item 2.1.7. In addition to the limitation or outright restrictions imposed at embassies, there might be additional travel restrictions for USSR representatives. Item 2.3.2. Declines of permissions for foreign diplomats and journalists to travel to areas where military objects are located. Today, this might take the form of enhanced restrictions on the media at or around these critical military installations. Item 2.4.1. change of secret codes and ciphers of government and military institutions. A sudden change in the communication code utilized might indicate that they were preparing to protect these lines against eavesdropping from the Russians. Item 2.5.7. The cancellation of amateur radio licenses for the territory of the United States. They would likely want to keep these channels as open and uncongested as possible. In terms of civil defense preparations, Item 1 was the immediate preparation for a nuclear missile attack. This should go without saying. Item 2. A notice of measures to prepare shelters to accommodate the population to replenish food, water reserves in the context of an immediate preparation for a nuclear missile attack. Item 3. Notice of measures to secure medical care for the population under conditions of a nuclear counterattack. Item 4. Notice of preparations to evacuate specialists that might be needed for the rebuilding phase. This might look like the government commissioning people of various trades, be it in medical, military, or civil engineering, and get them to safety so that when the smoke clears, they can assist them in the rebuilding phase. Item 5. A notice of measures to bring important material, valuables, and national cultural treasures to safe locations to protect them from a nuclear attack. It's very likely that this sort of activity is going to happen so covertly that not many people are going to notice. Item 1.1. Activation of operations by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, and its regional staffs. Item 1.3. The preparation and implementation of extensive exercises of civil defense systems of the United States and NATO. Item 3.2. The activation of mass blood donations. Item 3.3. The replenishment and distribution of inventories of special medications related to treating radiation sickness. Item 4.3. Bringing pieces of art, national cultural monuments, and important valuable materials to safety. This might even include precious metals like gold. Item 2.2.3. The checking of filter ventilation systems and electricity supply for hermetic tightness and functioning. This would be referring to the heightened activity of maintenance of fallout shelters around the country. Item 3.1.5. The maximum release of sick people from hospitals in an attempt to free up space for a coming mass casualty event. Item 1.2. Restrictions of operations and the transfer of assets from the largest banks of the United States and other NATO countries to more neutral states like Switzerland. Item 3.3. The decentralization of civilian aircraft and marine vehicles is an attempt to mitigate and limit the damage of a preemptive nuclear strike. Item 2.2.2. An unusual mass slaughter of livestock and the procurement of food to sustain large populations for long periods of time. These are just some of the primary identifiers that the Soviet-era KGB were looking for to determine whether or not the United States and NATO was planning a nuclear first strike. Let us know in the comment section below some of the things that you might expect to see in the run-up to full-blown nuclear war. Thanks for watching, and we invite you to like, comment, and subscribe on this video below. Canadian Prepper out.
The best way to support this channel is to support yourself by gearing up at CanadianPreparedness.com, where you'll find high-quality survival gear at the best prices, no junk, and no gimmicks. Use discount code PREPPINGGEAR for 10% off. Don't forget, the strong survive, but the prepared thrive. Stay safe.
What's up, guys? Devil Dog Gamer here, and we're back with more.
We interrupt this program. This is a national emergency. Important instructions will follow. The National Primary EAS system has issued a National Emergency Action Notification for the continental United States. This station has interrupted its regular program at the request of the U.S. government to participate in the emergency broadcast system. This is not a test. The National Primary EAS system has issued a National Emergency Action Notification for the continental United States. This station has interrupted its regular program at the request of the U.S. government to participate in the emergency broadcast system. This is not a test.
The following message is being delivered at the direction of the United States government. This is an attack warning. I repeat, this is an attack warning. An attack warning indicates that an attack on this country has been identified and that protective measures should be initiated. NORAD has detected the launch of 6 nuclear missiles. It has been verified that these missiles are directed towards the continental United States. This is not a test. It is anticipated that these missiles will be armed with nuclear warheads. Since the targets are unknown at this time, all civilians in the United States are highly encouraged to remain calm and seek underground refuge. Make sure you have enough non-perishable canned meals and drinkable water for the next 14 days. When the threat is passed, an all-clear siren will sound. The all-clear siren will sound like an air raid siren. Once the all-clear siren is heard, it is permissible to go outdoors. Do not try to evacuate until you hear the all-clear siren. Radiation levels will be lethal. This broadcast shall deliver authenticated news and information on the situation to the American people in order to maintain transparency. NORAD is putting in a continuous effort to determine the missile's target. The U.S. National Missile Defense System is currently being deployed to protect the country from incoming missiles. The Russian Federation has launched a nuclear strike against NATO states, triggering NATO Article 5 response. An attack on one is deemed an attack on all. The President of the United States, alongside with NATO allies, has authorized a counterattack comprising the launch of intercontinental ballistic missiles targeting critical Russian targets. This will paralyze the aggressor, preventing a nuclear retaliatory strike. This is a national emergency. American lives are in danger. Remain calm and seek underground safety as quickly as possible. The United States government is doing all necessary to defend. This is a follow-up to the previously issued National Emergency Action Notification. Potential targets have been identified by NORAD/US Northcom. 6 incoming intercontinental ballistic missiles are expected to strike the United States in about 15 minutes. All citizens residing within 100 miles of military bases, major industrial centers, and key infrastructures such as power plants, dams, and water reservoirs in California, Nebraska, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Texas, and the District of Columbia. If you reside in any of the potential targeted states, seek underground shelter now. This is an attack warning. Seek refuge before countdown ends. It is too late to evacuate. Relocate to a basement or underground room on the ground level of a sturdy building. Stand away from windows, doors, and exterior walls. Make as much space as possible between yourself and the outside world. Carry a battery-powered radio with you to use throughout your stay at the shelter. Do not leave your shelter until it has been deemed safe. You will be exposed to radioactive fallout if you leave. Fallout is a result of nuclear explosions. Sustained exposure can result in illness or death. Keep an eye on local news media for further updates.
This station has interrupted their normal programming to participate in the activation of the emergency alert system. This is not a test. I repeat, this is not a test. A major power outage has been reported in the following states: California, Oregon, Nevada, Washington, Idaho, Wyoming, Utah, Colorado, Arizona, New Mexico, and Montana. The outage is affecting the whole Western Interconnection power grid. Cyber attacks against the United States have been prevalent in the recent hours, and while the federal government is investigating this, we ask all residents affected by this outage to stay indoors. Please use battery-operated flashlights in the dark. Candles are highly discouraged since they are a fire hazard. Keep refrigerator and freezer doors closed as possible. Federal and state governments are now working with FEMA to correct the problem and to restore power as soon as possible.
This is not a test. The North American Aerospace Defense Command has detected the launch of 4 missiles. These missiles are believed to be carrying a nuclear warhead and is expected to hit Honolulu, San Francisco, Los Angeles and Vancouver within the next 15 to 25 minutes. This is an attack warning. I repeat, this is an attack warning. An attack warning indicates that an actual attack on the United States has been detected and that immediate protective measures should be taken. All residents of Honolulu, San Francisco, and Los Angeles should seek out a fallout shelter as soon as possible. If such a shelter is not available in your location, seek refuge in a basement or interior room on the lowest level of a sturdy structure. Take a battery-powered radio for use during your stay in the shelter. Do not leave your shelter until it is declared safe to do so. If you leave your shelter, you may be exposing yourself to radioactive fallout. Fallout is a byproduct of nuclear explosions. Prolonged exposure to fallout may result in sickness or death. If someone dies as a result of the fallout, remove the body outside of the inner shelter and place it on the other side of the room. If possible, cover it with a blanket or fabric. After 14 days, you will be able to take the body outdoors and properly dispose of it. Pets should be euthanized. They require further resources, which you cannot afford to waste. Take your pets outside and euthanize them as carefully as possible. After 14 days, you will be able to properly dispose of the body. When it is safe to go outdoors, radios will notify you. Do not go outdoors unless you are told to. Fallout sticks to clothes, and stepping outdoors puts you and your family in danger.
This station has interrupted their normal programming to participate in the activation of the emergency alert system. This is not a test. I repeat, this is not a test. A major power outage has been reported in the following states: California, Oregon, Nevada, Washington, Idaho, Wyoming, Utah, Colorado, Arizona, New Mexico, and Montana. The outage is affecting the whole Western Interconnection power grid. Cyber attacks against the United States have been prevalent in the recent hours, and while the federal government is investigating this, we ask all residents affected by this outage to stay indoors. Please use battery-operated flashlights in the dark. Candles are highly discouraged since they are a fire hazard. Keep refrigerator and freezer doors closed as possible. Federal and state governments are now working with FEMA to correct the problem and to restore power as soon as possible.
We interrupt this program. This is a national emergency. Important instructions will follow. The National Primary EAS System has issued a National Emergency Action Notification for the continental United States. This station has interrupted its regular program at the request of the U.S. government to participate in the emergency broadcast system. This is not a test. The National Primary EAS System has issued a National Emergency Action Notification for the continental United States. This station has interrupted its regular program at the request of the U.S. government to participate in the emergency broadcast system. This is not a test.
The following message is being delivered at the direction of the United States government. This is an attack warning. I repeat, this is an attack warning. An attack warning indicates that an attack on this country has been identified and that protective measures should be initiated. NORAD has detected the launch of 6 nuclear missiles. It has been verified that these missiles are directed towards the continental United States. This is not a test. It is anticipated that these missiles will be armed with nuclear warheads. Since the targets are unknown at this time, all civilians in the United States are highly encouraged to remain calm and seek underground refuge. Make sure you have enough non-perishable canned meals and drinkable water for the next 14 days. When the threat is passed, an all-clear siren will sound. The all-clear siren will sound like an air raid siren. Once the all-clear siren is heard, it is permissible to go outdoors. Do not try to evacuate until you hear the all-clear siren. Radiation levels will be lethal. This broadcast shall deliver authenticated news and information on the situation to the American people in order to maintain transparency. NORAD is putting in a continuous effort to determine the missile's targets. The U.S. National Missile Defense System is currently being deployed to protect the country from incoming missiles. The Russian Federation has launched a nuclear strike against NATO states, triggering NATO Article 5 response. An attack on one is deemed an attack on all. The President of the United States, alongside with NATO allies, has authorized a counterattack comprising the launch of intercontinental ballistic missiles targeting critical Russian targets. This will paralyze the aggressor, preventing a nuclear retaliatory strike. This is a national emergency. American lives are in danger. Remain calm and seek underground safety as quickly as possible. The United States government is doing all necessary to defend. This is a follow-up to the previously issued National Emergency Action Notification. Potential targets have been identified by NORAD/US Northcom. 6 incoming intercontinental ballistic missiles are expected to strike the United States in about 15 minutes. All citizens residing within 100 miles of military bases, major industrial centers, and key infrastructures such as power plants, dams, and water reservoirs in California, Nebraska, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Texas, and the District of Columbia. If you reside in any of the potential targeted states, seek underground shelter now. This is an attack warning. Seek refuge before countdown ends. It is too late to evacuate. Relocate to a basement or underground room on the ground level of a sturdy building. Stand away from windows, doors, and exterior walls. Make as much space as possible between yourself and the outside world. Carry a battery-powered radio with you to use throughout your stay at the shelter. Do not leave your shelter until it has been deemed safe. You will be exposed to radioactive fallout if you leave. Fallout is a result of nuclear explosions. Sustained exposure can result in illness or death. Keep an eye on local news media for further updates.
The following message is being transmitted at the request of the Canadian government. This is not a test. The United States Department of Homeland Security relayed information to the Canadian government that Russian troops have invaded Alaska. Multiple Russian vessels were identified across the Bering Sea and the Pacific Ocean by the Canadian Armed Forces at 8 p.m. Pacific Time, with some landing on the coast and some stationed around 40 nautical miles off the coast of Alaska. Russian forces are said to have taken control of Anchorage, Alaska's capital, and is now headed to the Canadian-United States border. All residents receiving this broadcast are advised to do the following: stay indoors as a precaution, turn off all heating and air conditioning systems, and cover all cracks on doors and windows with tape, moist clothes, or damp towels to avoid exposure to probable chemical or biological weapons, since Russian troops are likely to have such weapons. Along the border, the Canadian Air Force and NATO forces have been reinforced. The Canadian government is putting out every effort to limit this threat to a bare minimum. Continue to monitor media outlets or visit for the latest news and information.
This station has interrupted their normal programming to participate in the activation of the emergency alert system. This is not a test. I repeat, this is not a test. A major power outage has been reported in the following states: California, Oregon, Nevada, Washington, Idaho, Wyoming, Utah, Colorado, Arizona, New Mexico, and Montana. The outage is affecting the whole Western Interconnection power grid. Cyber attacks against the United States have been prevalent in the recent hours, and while the federal government is investigating this, we ask all residents affected by this outage to stay indoors. Please use battery-operated flashlights in the dark. Candles are highly discouraged since they are a fire hazard. Keep refrigerator and freezer doors closed as possible. Federal and state governments are now working with FEMA to correct the problem and to restore power as soon as possible.
This is an attack warning. I repeat, this is an attack warning. An attack warning indicates that an actual attack on the United States has been detected and that immediate protective measures should be taken. All residents of Honolulu, San Francisco, and Los Angeles should seek out a fallout shelter as soon as possible. If such a shelter is not available in your location, seek refuge in a basement or interior room on the lowest level of a sturdy structure. Take a battery-powered radio for use during your stay in the shelter. Do not leave your shelter until it is declared safe to do so. If you leave your shelter, you may be exposing yourself to radioactive fallout. Fallout is a byproduct of nuclear explosions. Prolonged exposure to fallout may result in sickness or death. If someone dies as a result of the fallout, remove the body outside of the inner shelter and place it on the other side of the room. If possible, cover it with a blanket or fabric. After 14 days, you will be able to take the body outdoors and properly dispose of it. Pets should be euthanized. They require further resources, which you cannot afford to waste. Take your pets outside and euthanize them as carefully as possible. After 14 days, you will be able to properly dispose of the body. When it is safe to go outdoors, radios will notify you. Do not go outdoors unless you are told to. Fallout sticks to clothes, and stepping outdoors puts you and your family in danger.
We interrupt this program. This is a national emergency. Important instructions will follow. The National Primary EAS system has issued a National Emergency Action Notification for the continental United States. This station has interrupted its regular program at the request of the U.S. government to participate in the emergency broadcast system. This is not a test. The National Primary EAS system has issued a National Emergency Action Notification for the continental United States. This station has interrupted its regular program at the request of the U.S. government to participate in the emergency broadcast system. This is not a test.
The following message is being delivered at the direction of the United States government. This is an attack warning. I repeat, this is an attack warning. An attack warning indicates that an attack on this country has been identified and that protective measures should be initiated. NORAD has detected the launch of 6 nuclear missiles. It has been verified that these missiles are directed towards the continental United States. This is not a test. It is anticipated that these missiles will be armed with nuclear warheads. Since the targets are unknown at this time, all civilians in the United States are highly encouraged to remain calm and seek underground refuge. Make sure you have enough non-perishable canned meals and drinkable water for the next 14 days. When the threat is passed, an all-clear siren will sound. The all-clear siren will sound like an air raid siren. Once the all-clear siren is heard, it is permissible to go outdoors. Do not try to evacuate until you hear the all-clear siren. Radiation levels will be lethal. This broadcast shall deliver authenticated news and information on the situation to the American people in order to maintain transparency. NORAD is putting in a continuous effort to determine the missile's target. The U.S. National Missile Defense System is currently being deployed to protect the country from incoming missiles. The Russian Federation has launched a nuclear strike against NATO states, triggering NATO Article 5 response. An attack on one is deemed an attack on all. The President of the United States, alongside with NATO allies, has authorized a counterattack comprising the launch of intercontinental ballistic missiles targeting critical Russian targets. This will paralyze the aggressor, preventing a nuclear retaliatory strike. This is a national emergency. American lives are in danger. Remain calm and seek underground safety as quickly as possible. The United States government is doing all necessary to defend. This is a follow-up to the previously issued National Emergency Action Notification. Potential targets have been identified by NORAD/US Northcom. 6 incoming intercontinental ballistic missiles are expected to strike the United States in about 15 minutes. All citizens residing within 100 miles of military bases, major industrial centers, and key infrastructures such as power plants, dams, and water reservoirs in California, Nebraska, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Texas, and the District of Columbia. If you reside in any of the potential targeted states, seek underground shelter now. This is an attack warning. Seek refuge before countdown ends. It is too late to evacuate. Relocate to a basement or underground room on the ground level of a sturdy building. Stand away from windows, doors, and exterior walls. Make as much space as possible between yourself and the outside world. Carry a battery-powered radio with you to use throughout your stay at the shelter. Do not leave your shelter until it has been deemed safe. You will be exposed to radioactive fallout if you leave. Fallout is a result of nuclear explosions. Sustained exposure can result in illness or death. Keep an eye on local news media for further updates.
This is an attack warning. I repeat, this is an attack warning. An attack warning indicates that an actual attack on the United States has been detected and that immediate protective measures should be taken. All residents of Honolulu, San Francisco, and Los Angeles should seek out a fallout shelter as soon as possible. If such a shelter is not available in your location, seek refuge in a basement or interior room on the lowest level of a sturdy structure. Take a battery-powered radio for use during your stay in the shelter. Do not leave your shelter until it is declared safe to do so. If you leave your shelter, you may be exposing yourself to radioactive fallout. Fallout is a byproduct of nuclear explosions. Prolonged exposure to fallout may result in sickness or death. If someone dies as a result of the fallout, remove the body outside of the inner shelter and place it on the other side of the room. If possible, cover it with a blanket or fabric. After 14 days, you will be able to take the body outdoors and properly dispose of it. Pets should be euthanized. They require further resources, which you cannot afford to waste. Take your pets outside and euthanize them as carefully as possible. After 14 days, you will be able to properly dispose of the body. When it is safe to go outdoors, radios will notify you. Do not go outdoors unless you are told to. Fallout sticks to clothes, and stepping outdoors puts you and your family in danger.
interrupt this program. This is a national emergency. Important instructions will follow. The National Primary EAS system has issued a National Emergency Action Notification for the continental United States. This station has interrupted its regular program at the request of the U.S. government to participate in the emergency broadcast system. This is not a test. The National Primary EAS system has issued a National Emergency Action Notification for the continental United States. This station has interrupted its regular program at the request of the U.S. government to participate in the emergency broadcast system. This is not a test.
The following message is being delivered at the direction of the United States government. This is an attack warning. I repeat, this is an attack warning. An attack warning indicates that an attack on this country has been identified and that protective measures should be initiated. NORAD has detected the launch of 6 nuclear missiles. It has been verified that these missiles are directed towards the continental United States. This is not a test. It is anticipated that these missiles will be armed with nuclear warheads. Since the targets are unknown at this time, all civilians in the United States are highly encouraged to remain calm and seek underground refuge. Make sure you have enough non-perishable canned meals and drinkable water for the next 14 days. When the threat is past, an all-clear siren will sound. The all-clear siren will sound like an air raid siren. Once the all-clear siren is heard, it is permissible to go outdoors. Do not try to evacuate until you hear the all-clear siren. Radiation levels will be lethal. This broadcast shall deliver authenticated news and information on the situation to the American people in order to maintain transparency. NORAD is putting in a continuous effort to determine the missile's targets. The U.S. National Missile Defense System is currently being deployed to protect the country from incoming missiles. The Russian Federation has launched a nuclear strike against NATO states, triggering NATO Article 5 response. An attack on one is deemed an attack on all. The President of the United States, alongside with NATO allies, has authorized a counterattack comprising the launch of intercontinental ballistic missiles targeting critical Russian targets. This will paralyze the aggressor, preventing a nuclear retaliatory strike. This is a national emergency. American lives are in danger. Remain calm and seek underground safety as quickly as possible. The United States government is doing all necessary to defend. This is a follow-up to the previously issued National Emergency Action Notification. Potential targets have been identified by NORAD/US Northcom. 6 incoming intercontinental ballistic missiles are expected to strike the United States in about 15 minutes. All citizens residing within 100 miles of military bases, major industrial centers, and key infrastructures such as power plants, dams, and water reservoirs in California, Nebraska, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Texas, and the District of Columbia. If you reside in any of the potential targeted states, seek underground shelter now. This is an attack warning. Seek refuge before countdown ends. It is too late to evacuate. Relocate to a basement or underground room on the ground level of a sturdy building. Stand away from windows, doors, and exterior walls. Make as much space as possible between yourself and the outside world. Carry a battery-powered radio with you to use throughout your stay at the shelter. Do not leave your shelter until it has been deemed safe. You will be exposed to radioactive fallout if you leave. Fallout is a result of nuclear explosions. Sustained exposure can result in illness or death. Keep an eye on local news media for further updates.
Stand by for an automated message from the President of the United States.
My fellow Americans, it is with disbelief that I inform you that we are withdrawing all forces from the South China Sea, in preparation for a possible Russian invasion from the north. The Canadian province of British Columbia has fallen to the Russian troops 30 minutes ago, as British Columbia is bordered with Washington, Idaho and Montana. I have ordered the immediate evacuation of these states. Our nation will do everything in their power to push the Russian offensive off the coast with our unmatched capabilities. Following a 2-hour conversation with Russian President on Ukraine, their president has assured me that Russia will work with the U.S. and coalition nations to avert a full-scale nuclear confrontation. However, they have not followed through on their promises. We may not know Russia's cause on why they are doing this, but we will fight for our freedom until the very end. War is the remedy that Russia has chosen, and I say let us give them all they want. A short time ago, I ordered the United States Armed Forces to launch 15 thermonuclear gravity B-83s with additional 15 hypersonic nuclear missiles aimed at Russian cities and military assets. A joint operation including the military forces of France, the United Kingdom, and India is now underway. France, the United Kingdom and India have also fired 20 nuclear missiles aimed at Russian military sites. This unanticipated combined response will integrate all instruments of our national power and cripple half of Russia's potential to conduct counterattacks against Western countries. Russian counterattacks are expected in the next hours, but we are prepared to sustain this response. The U.S. has stealthily built large underground nuclear fallout shelters in most eastern cities decades ago. These advanced fallout shelters can hold up to 20,000 people and have supplies that will last up to 2 years. As soon as you receive this message, the National Guard and the Armed Forces has begun evacuation operations nationwide. Since the nuclear bunkers can only hold a maximum amount of people, the accommodation has been pre-selected by the U.S. government. If you have been chosen, the National Guard will lead you to evacuation. Everyone is advised to prepare a nuclear fallout.
This is an attack warning. I repeat, this is an attack warning. This means that an actual attack has been detected against the United States, and that protective action is required. All residents of the continental United States are advised to seek out a fallout shelter now, and brace for impact. The North American Aerospace Defense Command has detected the launch of 40 nuclear missiles from Russia. These missiles are expected to impact the following locations in the next 6 to 8 minutes. Chicago, New York, Houston, Washington, D.C., Boston, Philadelphia, Las Vegas, Seattle, Nashville, Denver, Portland, Atlanta, Detroit, New Jersey, Fargo, Tampa, Salt Lake City, Oklahoma, and San Diego. These strikes are expected to destroy all of our major urban centers. Nuclear missiles have also targeted cities all across the world. A severe and prolonged global climatic nuclear winter will eventually ensue due to high nuclear radiation levels. A nuclear winter is a deadly period of darkness, famine, toxic gases, and sub-zero cold. Average global temperatures are expected to drop between 15 to 25 Celsius after the blast. The combined cooling and enhanced UV would put significant pressures on global food supplies and will trigger a global nuclear famine. Residents who are not in government nuclear fallout shelters are still encouraged to seek a fallout shelter. Move to a basement or interior room on the lowest level of a sturdy building. Stay away from windows, doors, and outside walls. Put as much space between you and the outside as possible. Take a battery-powered radio for use during your stay in the shelter. Battery-operated and hand-crank radios will function after a nuclear detonation. Stay inside, unless local authorities provide other instructions. This concludes the activation of the emergency alert system. The broadcast will conclude with the playing of the national anthem.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's June 21st, 2025, and we're into day 4 of World War III. Can't actually believe I'm saying that, but yeah. World War III. Apocalyptic, Armageddon, nuclear type shit, and yeah, the world's gone batshit crazy. Like I said, we're into day 4, and I haven't heard really much of what's going on since day 1, when there was still a bit of news getting through. But I heard on day 1 that over 200 million people have been killed worldwide. The first day. 200 million people. I can't even fathom that amount of people. Does that even look like? How many football stadiums with 200 million people filled? It's an unimaginable number. It's I know during the Second World War, between 1939 and 45, 6-year period, you had between 70 and 85 million people killed during that time, and we know the devastation and how bad that was. But 200 million in one day. That's what we've done now, and that was on day 1. So now we're into day 4. Like I said, I'm not getting any information through on what's happening. I have no idea. That number could be in the billions at this stage, But I think we all knew that it was coming. I don't even know if this is getting through to anybody, but a lot of those knew that this was coming. Situation with Ukraine, Russia, Israel, Gaza, North Korea, the instability there, China, Taiwan, Iran, Pakistan. It was kicking off. It was all leading up to something, Now, countries taking sides, and this is what it's come to. It's like there's something. I have a movie, except I'm in it. Well, we're all in it. Those of us who were left. So I was living in South LA. I got out 6 days before LA was hit, and I'm having the sticks now. I've got enough supplies to last me maybe 7 weeks if I ration it well. Maybe if I push 8-9 weeks. I've only got myself to look after, and I'm grateful for that now. All my adult life, looking for a partner or a wife, and all these different plans. Well, now, I'm a single man. I'm 38 years old, and I'm glad that I don't have any of that. That I've only got myself. I'm only responsible for myself. I don't have a family to look after. Look at my dog. That's good. But he has to eat too. So. I don't know what there is to say. Life will begin, because I don't know what's going on.
When the first cities around the world were hit, I was like, oh shit, this is it. But I was like one of those who didn't think this would ever happen. But my girlfriend was like, I'm telling you, war is going to kick off.
I did, yeah.
But it's probably the only thing she's been right about since we've been together. So I'm still...
Oh, shut up. You're a moron, Mark.
So we're trying to make our way to Richmond, Virginia, which we presume is still in existence. Hope is still in existence, because that's where our families are from, and as irritating as they can be, we want to see them. We hope they're not a smoldering heap of nuclear ash.
Mark, you can be such a dick sometimes.
Hey, is there anybody out there, anybody? Well, I'm in desperate need of some help, so I've got my daughter with me, and please, just anybody, if you're out there, I know that for everybody at the moment, things are crazy, but if you can find it in your heart to help me and my daughter out, I'd really appreciate it. We left LA 5 days ago now, and I can't give my exact location without even know where we are. We're just out of Walken, Island. Not really, I'm familiar with this place because I've been out here, and I'm so scared for somebody out there. Just please come to our aid. I'm begging you, please. Really, just what is going?
You're listening to Apocalyptic Radio with your host, Mr. Tommy Finn, here to take you through the night. So, what's been going on in the world? Well, Ukraine is gone. Russia's being bombed to hell, as well as China, as well as our own very blessed country. Most of Europe, and, Santiago, Chile's gone, Rio de Janeiro's gone, Sao Paulo's gone, my sanity is probably gone or going. I wish I had some tunes to play you, but I forgot when I was evacuating my house to bring my, bring anything, any sort that would kind of entertain me or entertain you. So you're just going to have to, listen to me. I don't think you've got a great selection of radio stations at the moment, so, I think you're probably stuck with me. Because you do not want to turn me off and have to listen to that eerie silence, those, dreadful, booms in the distance to you. So, listen to my voice, stay calm. Everything is gonna be totally not fine. Believe me. We are absolutely F-U-C-K-E-B up. Definitely this time. So anyway, when I was evacuating, I made sure I brought all the essentials. My phone, of course, first. Charger. Of course, I don't know where to plug it into. I brought my favorite socks, underwear, t-shirt, jacket, hoodie, my favorite trousers. Even brought my sunglasses, my hair gel, my razor, some sunscreen. I don't think I really thought into it all that well, but anyway, I brought that. And but I was driving, and I thought, there's one thing I've forgot about. And then it clicked. You're not going to believe it. I forgot to bring my elderly mother, who was sitting in the backyard, not completely clueless as to what was going on, while I was running around the house, packing my things up, ready to hightail it out of LA before the Russians, Chinese, Iranians, whoever the hell it is that's trying to, and I forgot my elderly mother. No joke. And I'll admit it, I'm actually too much of a coward to even go back. Because if I go back, I could get killed, one. Two, I could go back and I find my elderly mother is now a pile of ash in a nuclear wasteland. And, okay, I'm probably the snowflake generation, but I'm not really too keen on seeing my mom like that. So, no. I think I will keep going, and maybe she kind of got the hint when everybody else was panicking around her that something, some shit was going down, and she got herself out of there, I hope.
Knew that they were going to pull this shit. I've been saying it for years. I said it to my family, they're going to do this. They all thought I was some sort of crazy conspiracy theorist, you know. I was saying, no, but, you know, until I knew they think there's too many of us and they want to get rid of us. And they're going to plan some sort of shit to get rid of us, one way or another. They want the population down, and this is what they're doing. And they pulled it off. I've been out there proving it. My family didn't believe me. They were, no, you're crazy, you're crazy. You even tried to get me locked up in 2015, trying to get me sectioned, you know, for what I was saying. But, no, that's never going to happen. You know, there's been world wars, you know, but, you know, we leave more civilized now. That will never happen, and blah, blah, blah. But I've been proven right. They've been wanting to get rid of us. And when all this shit is over, for most of us, probably 95% of us, you know, those elitists, they're going to have their places to go that's undamaged. You know, that's, yeah. You know, they've got that all worked out. So while the rest of us, you know, we'll come out of hiding, we'll probably get a bullet in the head for surviving. So, yeah. Very hard to know what's even, what even, triggered this, because there was just, instant panic throughout every city in the States, and nobody really knew what was going on. But the time, a bit of information started trickling through, then it stopped, so we don't know what's going on. But I don't know what day we're even into now, if we're into day 2 or day 3, 4, 5, 6, I don't know. I haven't slept in such a long time, and I'm not really keeping track of the days of what's really going on. All I know is that I did not prepare for this, and I am very short on what I've left to keep me alive. So I really don't know what I'm going to do. Everybody's looking out for themselves, so you can't ask them for something because they're looking for things themselves, and that's understandable. If I had things and somebody else didn't, they were asking me, I'd say no, because, everybody's looking out for themselves now at the moment. Nobody's looking out for the fellow man.
If history books exist after this, kids in the future are going to be like, what? You crazy sons of bitches, you wiped out 3/4 of the world population? What was wrong with you guys? Actually, it will probably be more like 90% by the time all this is finished, because on day 1 it was something like 200 million people, which is like 3% of the global population. So, yeah, and on day...
So here is a list of the cities that we know of that's being, wiped off the planet, basically. Sao Paulo, Brazil, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil also, Santiago, Chile, Buenos Aires, Argentina, Mexico City, half of that has been destroyed. As for U.S. cities, San Francisco, but we already knew that, Atlanta, Georgia, most of New York, Anchorage, Alaska, Houston, Texas, Europe, Paris, France, half of London in the UK, Manchester also, and Liverpool, Dublin, Ireland, Berlin, Germany, Rome, in Italy, also Milan has been hit. Ukraine has been completely obliterated. Every single city, town in that country is gone. And Moscow, Russia, St. Petersburg wiped off the map. Numerous cities in China, which I can't pronounce anyway. Tokyo, Japan, hit numerous times. Bangkok, Thailand. Parts of Australia, but I'm not sure exactly where. Like I said, this information's kind of trickling through, so it's kind of, yeah. Anyway, what else have I got? Africa, I'm not too sure about. I think there's something in my set I forget, but I can't be sure about that. So let's just skip that. In the Middle East, Iran and Iran hit numerous targets. They hit in Iran, Of course, Jerusalem on day one. What else we got? Islamabad, New Delhi, India. From what I've heard, is basically gone. Yeah. So it's not good, people, but let's stay positive. I know that sounds kind of ridiculous, when there's a nuclear being dropped in your city. If you're lucky enough, not to be in one of those cities, you can, stay positive. That's my mindset. I know you might think I'm a bit crazy, but if you're not in one of those cities, you're still alive. You're still breathing. So stay positive. You can thrive. You can keep moving. Take caution. We don't know where one of these bombs are going to land. We don't know that, but that's my mindset. And you can follow my mindset, or you can say I'm an idiot or whatever. I don't care. But that's got me this far in life, and I'm happy to continue doing that. So stay positive, and who knows? A lot of us might get through this. So.
I'm nothing to myself. What a batshit crazy world. The color of the nuclear, so pretty in the sky. The faces on the people as they burn alive then die. Dooby-doo, ba-ba-da.
Well, I've been off grid for 22 years because I knew that something like this was coming. And I warned my family, I warned my friends, and they didn't listen. And now we find ourselves in the situation that we're in. And I don't even know if they are alive, because all lines of communication, as you know, if you're listening to this, you've got this, but all other lines of communication have broken down. In day 2 into this, we had some information, but now it's I've got a buddy that will come over and visit me every so often. He's staying with me now, Mike, and he heard that, man, the number of cities that have been wiped off the map around the world in the last 3-4 days is America alone, Chicago, Philadelphia, I think most of New York, LA being hit, San Francisco, Houston, Texas, the list goes on. I can't even remember what else I heard. And in the actually Europe, Barcelona, Rome, Paris, parts of London, or maybe of London's at the bottom of the sea now. I don't know, but Liverpool, all cities all across Europe. Copenhagen was another one. Berlin and Germany. Ukraine being absolutely decimated. So this is crazy. But it's like I said, it's what I've been preparing for. So I have a huge stockpile of food, of water, of weapons, and I've been preparing for this. So I'm good, people. As long as I'm way from any city. So I'm confident I'm gonna. Well, confident might be a strong word, but I can be more confident, I should say, than of those living close to an urban area. And it helps to have a friend like Mike as well. So, when supplies run low, we're talking literally in 2 years' time, the amount of stuff I have, we can go out and hunt. We can do these things. So we just have to hope that our area is not affected by this, and that that we can get through this. Head up.
Yeah, so me and my wife, Lorraine, we made it out of there before about 4 hours before the first nuke hit downtown LA. And we're, I think it's safe enough distance from where that blast hit. And but where we are, there is quite a lot of activity around us because there's about people out here, and we're not exactly completely isolated or having the sticks or anything. So we kind of have to be careful. We've got a few supplies to keep us going, but we don't want other people to know that. And so you have to kind of, keep our voices down a bit. And because things have turned massively since this has happened, so we need to be cautious, And should I hear somebody coming now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's somebody coming. I can hear voices. Hold on one second.
What you got?
No, we don't have anything.
Sir, go back, please.
Don't hold at it, man. I know you got something.
No, we do
Go away,
not have
please.
anything, please.
We do not have anything, okay, please? So.
No, sir.
Don't be keeping it to yourself,
Sir,
man.
please
Come on.
step back.
We do not have anything, okay?
We do not have anything. Okay, so
shoot your ass
please,
up. Come on,
please
man.
leave us alone. We do not have
Don't
anything
hold out.
of value to you. Okay?
Don't listen to us. We do not have
Shut up,
anything
bitch.
of value
Please
to you.
take a step back. We do not have
Please don't.
anything
Don't
of
hold out.
value
I'll shoot
to
your ass
you.
up
So
right now.
please go
Listen
back.
to my husband. We do not have any
No,
of
I
value
do not want a
to you, so
confrontation.
please
I do
take
not want a
step
confrontation,
back.
okay?
So shut up, bitch.
No. Oh my.
No,
Oh my
Give you a
God.
chance.
Oh my.
But the kids, they're playing out back. They don't understand the situation as well as we do. Not that we really understand it, but it's my priority is keeping them safe and keeping them sane and keeping them. We don't want them to panic. So we're trying to keep the atmosphere as lighthearted as possible because the kids come first. You know that. So we can keep a smile on their faces. That will be an achievement in these grim times. So, for now they're happy and they don't fully comprehend what's going on. So they're just doing their kiddish things and what they should be doing, but they should not be in this situation. And we are just taking each day as it comes, and we are trying to get there far away as possible from any major city, town. We are going, and that would be my advice to anybody listening anybody listening to this. Do the same thing. Get away from major urban areas as quickly as possible because your place is.
And cyber attacks, which shut down all the information. So, I'm sure what's going on out there, just probably like most of you. So, just trying to keep the family safe, and probably like a lot of you out there. However many are still alive, I don't know. But maybe it was rumor, but I heard it was like in the millions, something around like 200, 300 million in the first day worldwide, which is, that's some crazy.
Oh, I'm such an idiot. Why did I not axe makeup? I'm looking at my reflection in my dead iPhone 14 and I look like shit. Not that I'm gonna find a man now, but man, I look like shit. Oh, and I was meant to get my nails done 2 days ago as well, and my hair done, and then all this shit kicks off. Just my luck. Typical. Oh well.
Kind of peaceful out here. Beats hearing my boss
busting my balls every Monday morning anyway, so people could kind of get used to this, actually. I admit it's not ideal, but where I am is pretty cozy, actually. A little one-man tent and pretty much everything I need for now, anyway. So, and when the time comes when I do run out, I'll cross that bridge when it comes. So, one bonus, I'm not in work, so and I guess money is not really important right now, so I don't need to be worrying about that. So, yeah, I'm just taking it easy, smoking a reefer, and enjoying myself. And if this is the end, well then, this is the end. So there you go. That's good stuff. Sleep pretty good tonight, actually. Got a bad sleep last night. I was spent most of the night on the...
It's too late for him. It's too late for everybody else. It's not too late for you today. Well, I tell you, I wish I could come and sit in your seat and jump up and run down near the altar for you. If I could do it, I'd close my Bible right now. Go sit in your seat, and I'll say, I'll do it for you. And I'd run down here and say, what do you...
Filled it with fire from the altar and hurled it on the earth. And there came peals of thunder, rumblings, flashes of lightning, and an earthquake. Then the 7 angels who had the 7 trumpets prepared to sound them. The first angel sounded his trumpet, and there came hail and fire mixed with blood, and it was hurled down on the earth. The third...
Drier and brighter in the east though, and that will continue as we go into this evening. We'll see some further heavy thundery showers for western areas, especially Northern Ireland through this evening, and they will start to make their way northeastwards. Either side of this though, we will see some clearer.
We interrupt this program to bring you the following message on behalf of the British government. The United States of America is under attack. The nations of Russia, China, and Iran have released statements claiming responsibility. The following US cities are reported to have been hit by ballistic nuclear missiles: New York, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Chicago, Indianapolis, Miami, Washington, D.C., and Houston. This is not a test. This is not a test. The British government is warning that an attack on Britain is now imminent. In the case of a nuclear attack, take cover from the blast behind anything that might offer protection. If you are outside, lie face down to protect exposed skin from the heat and flying debris. After the shockwave passes, go inside the nearest building as quickly as possible. After a detonation, you will have 10 minutes or more to find an adequate shelter before fallout arrives. If a multi-story building or a basement can be safely reached within a few minutes of the explosion, go there immediately. The safest buildings have brick or concrete walls. Underground parking garages and subways can also provide good shelter. Remain in the most protective location, basement or center of a large building, for the first 24 hours unless threatened by an immediate hazard, e.g., fire, gas leak, building collapse, or serious injury, or informed by authorities that it is safe to leave. Radiation levels decrease rapidly, becoming significantly less dangerous during the first 24 hours. Stay inside. Take shelter unless told otherwise. If possible, turn off fans, air conditioners, and forced air heating units that bring air in from the outside. Close windows and doors. Close fireplace dampers. If you are instructed to stay inside during a radiation emergency, pets and service animals should be inside too. Sheltering usually lasts at least 24 hours. Stay tuned. Follow instructions from emergency response officials. If advised to evacuate, listen for information about routes, shelters, and procedures. If you have evacuated, do not return until you are told it is safe to do so by local authorities. Warning, warning, warning. Britain is under attack. Take shelter. Stay indoors. Take shelter. Stay indoors. Take shelter. Stay indoors. The following UK cities are under attack: London, Liverpool, Manchester, Belfast and Glasgow. Take shelter. Stay indoors. Take shelter. Stay indoors. Take shelter. Stay indoors. NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, has declared war on the following nations: Russia, the People's Republic of China, and Iran. Warning, warning, warning. Britain is under attack. Take shelter. Stay indoors. Take shelter. Stay indoors. Take shelter. Stay indoors. Israel has launched 6 nuclear warheads toward Iran's capital, Tehran. NATO's first nuclear warheads will soon be launched against the nations of Russia and the People's Republic of China. Warning, warning, warning. Britain is under attack. Take shelter. Stay indoors. Take shelter. Stay indoors. Take shelter. Stay indoors. The following UK cities are under attack: London, Liverpool, Manchester, Belfast and Glasgow. Take shelter. Stay indoors. Take shelter. Stay indoors. Take shelter. Stay indoors. Retaliatory strikes against Russia, the People's Republic of China, and Iran are now in progress. Stay indoors and remain calm. Stay indoors and remain calm. All levels of government are coordinating their efforts to do everything possible to help the people affected by this emergency. As life-saving activities continue, follow the instructions from emergency responders. The instructions are based on the best information we have right now. The instructions will be updated as more
Your leaders have failed you for too long, and this is the consequence of their actions. We will not relent until the West is reduced to ashes. We do not wish to kill more than is necessary, but your leaders and their masters must be brought to justice. Collateral damage is a necessary price to pay for freedom. Freedom from the corporate enslavement your leaders have sold you into. Freedom from the chains they have bound your mind with. If not for you, for the future generations. They will live in a world that is fair, a world that strives for the benefit of all, where man helps his fellow man. The West will fall, the elite will fall, palaces and kingdoms will reduce to ash, and the East will rise and bring about a new dawn. We will fly the flag of freedom over the ruins of the cities of our enemies.
We apologize for the interruption. Remember, stay calm and stay indoors. The British government, along with its allies, are doing everything in their power to bring the current situation under control. Stay calm and stay indoors. This is not a test. Stay calm and stay indoors. This is not a test. This is the Wartime Broadcasting Service. This country has been attacked with nuclear weapons. Communications have been severely disrupted, and the number of casualties and the extent of the damage are not yet known. We shall bring you further information as soon as possible. Meanwhile, stay tuned to this wavelength, stay calm, and stay in your own homes. Remember, there is nothing to be gained by trying to get away. By leaving your homes, you could be exposing yourselves to greater danger. If you leave, you may find yourself without food, without water, without accommodation and without protection. Radioactive fallout, which follows a nuclear explosion, is many times more dangerous if you are directly exposed to it in the open. Roofs and walls offer substantial protection. The safest place is indoors. Make sure gas and other fuel supplies are turned off and that all fires are extinguished. If mains water is available, this can be used for firefighting. You should also refill all your containers for drinking water after the fires have been put out, because the mains water supply may not be available for very long. Water must not be used for flushing lavatories. Until you are told that lavatories may be used again, other toilet arrangements must be made. Use your water only for essential drinking and cooking purposes. Water means life. Don't waste it. Make your food stocks last. Ration your supply, because it may have to last for 14 days or more. If you have fresh food in the house, use this first to avoid wasting it. Food in tins will keep. If you live in an area where a fallout warning has been given, stay in your fallout room until you are told it is safe to come out. When the immediate danger has passed, the sirens will sound a steady note. The "all clear" message will also be given on this wavelength. If you leave the fallout room to go to the lavatory or replenish food or water supplies, do not remain outside the room for a minute longer than is necessary. Do not, in any circumstances, go outside the house. Radioactive fallout can kill. You cannot see it or feel it, but it is there. If you go outside, you will bring danger to your family and you may die. Stay in your fallout room until you are told it is safe to come out or you hear the "all clear" on the sirens. Here are the main points again. Stay in your own homes, and if you live in an area where a fallout warning has been given, stay in your fallout room until you are told it is safe to come out. The message that the immediate danger has passed will be given by the sirens and repeated on this wavelength. Make sure that the gas and all fuel supplies are turned off and that all fires are extinguished. Water must be rationed and used only for essential drinking and cooking purposes. It must not be used for flushing lavatories. Ration your food supply. It may have to last for 14
Your leaders have failed you. The West will fall. Your society will crumble under the lies it is built upon. We will build a new world. Many must be sacrificed in the name of freedom. Your leaders are weak. Your society is weak. The West has been in decay for many years, and this is its calamitous end. We do not wish to shed any more blood than is necessary, but your time has come. Seek shelter and gather supplies. We wish for you to live and join us in our new world order. The evil elites will be reduced to ashes. They may hide in their bunkers, but we will hunt them down and destroy them. For too long they have toyed with humanity. For too long they have manipulated, misled, and enslaved you. For too long they have funded bloodshed and brought misery to the earth.
We apologize for the interruption. Remember, stay calm and stay indoors. The British government along with its allies are doing everything in their power to bring the current situation under control. Stay calm and stay indoors. This is not a test. Stay calm and stay indoors. This is not a test. This is the Wartime Broadcasting Service. This country has been attacked with nuclear weapons. Communications have been severely disrupted, and the number of casualties and the extent of the damage are not yet known. We shall bring you further information as soon as possible. Meanwhile, stay tuned to this wavelength, stay calm, and stay in your own homes. Remember, there is nothing to be gained by trying to get away. By leaving your homes you could be exposing yourselves to greater danger. If you leave, you may find yourself without food, without water, without accommodation and without protection. Radioactive fallout, which follows a nuclear explosion, is many times more dangerous if you are directly exposed to it in the open. Roofs and walls offer substantial protection. The safest place is indoors. Make sure gas and other fuel supplies are turned off and that all fires are extinguished. If mains water is available, this can be used for firefighting. You should also refill all your containers for drinking water after the fires have been put out, because the mains water supply may not be available for very long. Water must not be used for flushing lavatories. Until you are told that lavatories may be used again, other toilet arrangements must be made. Use your water only for essential drinking and cooking purposes. Water means life. Don't waste it. Make your food stocks last. Ration your supply, because it may have to last for 14 days or more. If you have fresh food in the house, use this first to avoid wasting it. Food in tins will keep. If you live in an area where a fallout warning has been given, stay in your fallout room until you are told it is safe to come out. When the immediate danger has passed, the sirens will sound a steady note. The "all clear" message will also be given on this wavelength. If you leave the fallout room to go to the lavatory or replenish food or water supplies, do not remain outside the room for a minute longer than is necessary. Do not, in any circumstances, go outside the house. Radioactive fallout can kill. You cannot see it or feel it, but it is there. If you go outside, you will bring danger to your family and you may die. Stay in your fallout room until you are told it is safe to come out or you hear the "all clear" on the sirens. Here are the main points again. Stay in your own homes, and if you live in an area where a fallout warning has been given, stay in your fallout room until you are told it is safe to come out. The message that the immediate danger has passed will be given by the sirens and repeated on this wavelength. Make sure that the gas and all fuel supplies are turned off and that all fires are extinguished. Water must be rationed and used only for essential drinking and cooking purposes. It must not be used for flushing lavatories. Ration your food supply. It may have to last for 14 days or more. Stay indoors. Do not travel. Stay indoors. Do not travel. The cities of Bristol and Edinburgh have been destroyed. Stay away from the affected areas. The British government and its allies are doing everything in their power to protect you. Remain calm. Our enemies will not prevail. Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has released the following statement. People of Britain, World War III is upon us. Stay strong. We will be victorious. End of statement. Stay indoors. Do not travel. Remain calm. Stay indoors. Do not travel. Remain calm. Update. The following countries have been hit with ballistic nuclear missiles fired from China and Russia: Taiwan, Israel, Australia, New Zealand, France, Italy, Germany, Spain, Great Britain, the Republic of Ireland, Sweden, Finland, Norway, Belgium, Poland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, the United States of America and Canada. More attacks are expected. Stay indoors and remain calm. The following Russian cities have been struck by ballistic nuclear missiles fired by Great Britain and its allies: Moscow, St. Petersburg, Rostov-on-Don, Kazan, Vladivostok, Nizhny Novgorod and Novosibirsk.
西方已经沦陷了，西方已经沦陷了，西方已经沦陷了，西方已经沦陷了。
Запад пал, Россия будет править. Ваши лидеры подвели вас. Смерть Западу, Запад пал. Россия будет править. Ваши лидеры подвели вас. Смерть Западу, Запад пал. Россия будет править. Ваши лидеры подвели вас. Смерть Западу, Запад пал. Россия будет править. Ваши лидеры подвели вас. Смерть Западу, Запад пал. Россия будет править. Ваши лидеры подвели.
We apologize for the interruption. Russian and Chinese hackers temporarily hacked our broadcasting system. Normal operations have
Вы все умрете. Третья мировая война приближается к вам. Вы все умрете. Третья мировая война приближается к вам. Вы все умрете. Третья мировая война приближается к вам. Россия победит. Запад падет. Россия победит. Запад падет. Россия победит. Запад падет, Запад будет уничтожен, разрушение пришло, Запад будет уничтожен, разрушение пришло, Запад будет уничтожен, разрушение пришло, вы все умрете, Третья мировая война приближается к вам. Вы все умрете, Третья мировая война приближается к вам. Вы все умрете, Третья мировая война приближается к вам. Россия победит, Запад падет, Россия победит, Запад падет, Россия победит, Запад падет, Запад будет уничтожен, разрушение пришло, Запад будет уничтожен, разрушение пришло, Запад будет уничтожен, разрушение пришло, вы все умрете, Третья мировая война приближается к вам. Вы все умрете, Третья мировая война приближается к вам. Вы все умрете, Третья мировая война приближается к вам. Россия победит, Запад падет, Россия победит, Запад падет, Россия победит, Запад падет, Запад будет уничтожен, разрушение пришло, Запад будет уничтожен, разрушение пришло, Запад будет уничтожен, разрушение пришло.
西方已经沦陷了，西方已经沦陷了，西方已经沦陷了，西方已经沦陷了，西方已经。
Once again, we apologize for the interruption. Our team.
Запад пал, Россия будет править. Ваши лидеры подвели вас. Смерть Западу, Запад пал. Россия будет править. Ваши лидеры подвели вас. Смерть Западу, Запад пал. Россия будет править. Ваши лидеры подвели вас. Смерть Западу, Запад пал. Россия будет править. Ваши лидеры подвели вас. Смерть Западу, Запад пал. Россия будет править. Ваши лидеры подвели вас. Смерть Западу.
Estimated 43 million people killed.
西方已经沦陷了，西方已经沦陷了，西方已经沦陷了，西方已经。
Путин величайший, он спаситель России матушки. Запад падет, Россия будет править, Америка будет уничтожена, Британия будет уничтожена, Палестин будет восстановлен, Путин нас спасет, Британия, твое время истекло. Третья мировая война приближается к вам. Запад падет, поклонитесь великой России, поклонитесь Путину, великий Владимир, это конец. Путин величайший, он спаситель России матушки. Запад падет, Россия будет править, Америка будет уничтожена, Британия будет уничтожена, Палестин будет восстановлен, Путин нас спасет, Британия, твое время истекло. Третья мировая война приближается к вам. Запад падет, поклонитесь великой России, поклонитесь Путину, великий Владимир, это конец. Путин величайший, он спаситель России матушки. Запад падет, Россия будет править, Америка будет уничтожена, Британия будет уничтожена, Палестин будет восстановлен, Путин нас спасет, Британия, твое время истекло. Третья мировая война приближается к вам. Запад падет, поклонитесь великой России, поклонитесь Путину, великий Владимир, это конец. Путин величайший, он спаситель России матушки. Запад падет, Россия будет править, Америка будет уничтожена, Британия будет уничтожена, Палестин будет восстановлен, Путин нас спасет, Британия, твое время истекло. Третья мировая война приближается к вам. Запад падет, поклонитесь великой России, поклонитесь Путину, великий Владимир, это конец.
西方已经沦陷了，西方已经沦陷了，西方已经沦陷了，西方已经沦陷了。
Take shelter, stay indoors. This will be our final broadcast. Take shelter, stay indoors. This will be our final broadcast. Take shelter, stay indoors. This will be our final broadcast. Take shelter, stay indoors. This will be our final.
Your leaders have abandoned you. Right now, your cowardly Prime Minister Rishi Sunak and his mob of cowardly companions are taking shelter thousands of miles from Britain in a state-of-the-art nuclear bunker. People of Britain, you have been abandoned and failed by the pathetic cowardly weasels that you put in the seat of power. Your beloved King Charles has fled Buckingham Palace and is sitting in the comfort of his nuclear bunker pad sipping a cocktail while you perish in the obliterated streets of your once Great Britain. This is the beginning of a new era. Those who remain will obey or be destroyed. This weakling generation will be no more. The puppet masters of this world will be hunted and brought to justice. Their crimes will not go unpunished.
西方已经沦陷了，西方已经沦陷了，西方已经沦陷了，西方已经沦陷了。
Путин величайший, он спаситель России матушки. Запад падет, Россия будет править, Америка будет уничтожена, Британия будет уничтожена, Палестин будет восстановлен. Путин нас спасет. Британия, твое время истекло. Третья мировая война приближается к вам. Запад падет. Поклонитесь великой России, поклонитесь Путину. Великий Владимир, это конец.
Your leaders have failed you. The West will fall. Your society will crumble under the lies it is built upon. We will build a new world. Many must be sacrificed in the name of freedom. Your leaders are weak. Your society is weak. The West has been in decay for many years, and this is its calamitous end. We do not wish to shed any more blood than is necessary, but your time has come. Seek shelter and gather supplies. We wish for you to live and join us in our new world order. The evil elites will be reduced to ashes. They may hide in their bunkers, but we will hunt them down and destroy them. For too long they have toyed with humanity. For too long they have manipulated, misled, and enslaved you. For too long they have funded bloodshed and brought misery to the earth. Take shelter while you still can. The time is coming when almost nothing of your country will remain. Do not believe the news regarding nuclear strikes on Russian cities. No such strikes have taken place. Russia and China are in a state of harmony. No harm has come to us and no harm will. We will come out of this victorious. Right now, the Russian and Chinese people are preparing for victory. There is a feeling of celebration on the streets of our cities. Preparations for the new world have long been in place. Victory is ours. America has surrendered. Victory is ours. This is the dawn of a new world. As we speak, bottles of champagne are being opened in the Kremlin.
The Soviet Union is being re-established. All of Europe will bow to the Kremlin.
Bye bye Miss American Pie, fired some missiles and you're burning, everybody must die. Bye bye Miss American Pie, fired some missiles and you're burning, everybody must die. Bye bye Miss American Pie, fired some missiles and you're burning, everybody must die.
This is World War III. China and Russia will prevail. We will crush our enemies. Resistance is futile.
America has surrendered. Victory is ours. This is the dawn of a new world.
This is World War III. China and Russia will prevail. We will crush our enemies. Resistance is futile.
America has surrendered. Victory is ours. This is the dawn of a new world.
This is World War III. China and Russia will prevail. We will crush our enemies. Resistance is futile.
America has surrendered. Victory is ours. This is the dawn of a new world.
This is World War III. China and Russia will prevail. We will crush our enemies. Resistance is futile.
西方已经沦陷了，西方已经沦陷了，西方已经沦陷了，西方已经。
This is World War III. China and Russia will prevail. We will crush our enemies. Resistance is futile. The Soviet Union is being re-established. All of Europe will bow to the Kremlin. The Soviet Union is being re-established. All of Europe will bow to the Kremlin. The Soviet Union is being re-established. All of Europe will bow to the Kremlin. This is World War III. China and Russia will prevail. We will crush our enemies. Resistance is futile. This is World War III. China and Russia will prevail. We will crush our enemies. Resistance is futile. The Soviet Union is being re-established. All of Europe will bow to the Kremlin. The Soviet Union is being re-established. All of Europe will bow to the Kremlin.
Your leaders have failed you. The West will fall. Your society will crumble under the lies it is built upon. We will build a new world. Many must be sacrificed in the name of freedom. Your leaders are weak. Your society is weak. The West has been in decay for many years, and this is its calamitous end. We do not wish to shed any more blood than is necessary, but your time has come. Seek shelter and gather supplies. We wish for you to live and join us in our new world order. The evil elites will be reduced to ashes. They may hide in their bunkers, but we will hunt them down and destroy them. For too long they have toyed with humanity. For too long they have manipulated, misled, and enslaved you. For too long they have funded bloodshed and brought misery to the earth.
This is World War III. China and Russia will prevail. We will crush our enemies. Resistance is futile. This is World War III. China and Russia will prevail. We will crush our enemies. Resistance is futile.
America has surrendered. Victory is ours. This is the dawn of a new world.
The destroyed remains of your nation will be incorporated into the great Sino-Russian Union. Your country will be rebuilt from the ashes. A great and prosperous time is coming to all. The death of so many will not be in vain. The Soviet Union is being re-established. All of Europe will bow to the Kremlin.
America has surrendered. Victory is ours. This is the dawn of a new world.
The Soviet Union is being re-established. All of Europe will bow to the Kremlin. This is World War III. China and Russia will prevail. We will crush our enemies. Resistance is futile. The Soviet Union is being re-established. All of Europe will bow to the Kremlin.
西方已经沦陷了，西方已经沦陷了，西方已经沦陷了，西方已经。
This is World War III. China and Russia will prevail. We will crush our enemies. Resistance is futile.
Hi, hi, Miss American Pie. Fired some missiles and you're burning. Everybody must die. Hi, hi, Miss American Pie. Fired some missiles and you're burning. Everybody must die. Hi, hi, Miss American Pie. Fired some missiles and you're burning. Everybody must die.
The Soviet Union is being re-established. All of Europe will bow to the Kremlin.
America has surrendered. Victory is ours. This is the dawn of a new world.
This is World War III. China and Russia will prevail. We will crush our enemies. Resistance is futile.
America has surrendered. Victory is ours. This is the dawn of a new world.
The Soviet Union is being re-established. All of Europe will bow to the Kremlin. The destroyed remains of your nation will be incorporated into the great Sino-Russian Union. Your country will be rebuilt from the ashes. A great and prosperous time is coming to all. The death of so many will not be in vain. The destroyed remains of your nation will be incorporated into the great Sino-Russian Union. Your country will be rebuilt from the ashes. A great and prosperous time is coming to all. The death of so many will not be in vain. The Soviet Union is being re-established. All of Europe will bow to the Kremlin.
Your leaders have abandoned you. Right now, your cowardly Prime Minister Rishi Sunak and his mob of cowardly companions are taking shelter thousands of miles from Britain in a state-of-the-art nuclear bunker. People of Britain, you have been abandoned and failed by the pathetic cowardly weasels that you put in the seat of power. Your beloved King Charles has fled Buckingham Palace and is sitting in the comfort of his nuclear bunker pad sipping a cocktail while you perish in the obliterated streets of your once great Britain. This is the beginning of a new era. Those who remain will obey or be destroyed. This weakling generation will be no more. The puppet masters of this world will be hunted and brought to justice. Their crimes will not go unpunished.
Rejoice in your defeat. You are free from tyranny. Rejoice in your defeat. You are free from tyranny. The Soviet Union is being re-established. All of Europe will bow to the Kremlin. Rejoice in your defeat. You are free from tyranny.
Bye-bye, Miss American Pie. Fired some missiles and you're burning. Everybody must die. Bye-bye, Miss American Pie. Fired some missiles and you're burning. Everybody must die. Bye-bye, Miss American Pie. Fired some missiles and you're burning. Everybody must die.
The destroyed remains of your nation will be incorporated into the Great Sino-Russian Union. Your country will be rebuilt from the ashes. A great and prosperous time is coming to all. The death of so many will not be in vain.
America has surrendered. Victory is ours. This is the dawn of a new world.
Rejoice in your defeat. You are free from tyranny. The Soviet Union is being re-established. All of Europe will bow to the Kremlin.
Путин величайший, он спаситель России матушки. Запад падет, Россия будет править, Америка будет уничтожена, Британия будет уничтожена, Палестин будет восстановлен, Путин нас спасет, Британия, твое время истекло. Третья мировая война приближается к вам. Запад падет, поклонитесь великой России, поклонитесь Путину, великий Владимир, это конец.
Rejoice in your defeat. You are free from tyranny. The destroyed remains of your nation will be incorporated into the Great Sino-Russian Union. Your country will be rebuilt from the ashes. A great and prosperous time is coming to all. The death of so many will not be in vain. This is World War III. China and Russia will prevail. We will crush our enemies. Resistance is futile. Rejoice in your defeat. You are free from tyranny.
America has surrendered. Victory is ours. This is the dawn of a new world.
This is World War III. China and Russia will prevail. We will crush our enemies. Resistance is futile. Rejoice in your defeat. You are free from tyranny. Rejoice in your defeat. You are free from tyranny.
America has surrendered. Victory is ours. This is the dawn of a new world.
The destroyed remains of your nation will be incorporated into the Great Sino-Russian Union. Your country will be rebuilt from the ashes. A great and prosperous time is coming to all. The death of so many will not be in vain. Rejoice in your defeat. You are free from tyranny. Rejoice in your defeat. You are free from tyranny.
America has surrendered. Victory is ours. This is the dawn of a new world.
The destroyed remains of your nation will be incorporated into the Great Sino-Russian Union. Your country will be rebuilt from the ashes. A great and prosperous time is coming to all. The death of so many will not be in vain.
America has surrendered. Victory is ours. This is the dawn of a new world.
This is World War III. China and Russia will prevail. We will crush our enemies. Resistance is futile. This is World War III. China and Russia will prevail. We will crush our enemies. Resistance is futile. This is World War III. China and Russia will prevail. We will crush our enemies. Resistance is futile. The destroyed remains of your nation will be incorporated into the Great Sino-Russian Union. Your country will be rebuilt from the ashes. A great and prosperous time is coming to all. The death of so many will not be in vain.
Your leaders have failed you. The West will fall. Your society will crumble under the lies it is built upon. We will build a new world. Many must be sacrificed in the name of freedom. Your leaders are weak. Your society is weak. The West has been in decay for many years, and this is its calamitous end. We do not wish to shed any more blood than is necessary, but your time has come. Seek shelter and gather supplies. We wish for you to live and join us in our new world order. The evil elites will be reduced to ashes. They may hide in their bunkers, but we will hunt them down and destroy them. For too long they have toyed with humanity. For too long they have manipulated, misled, and enslaved you. For too long they have funded bloodshed and brought misery to the earth.
Rejoice in your defeat, you are free from tyranny. This is World War III. China and Russia will prevail. We will crush our enemies. Resistance is futile.
America has surrendered. Victory is ours. This is the dawn of a new world. America has surrendered. Victory is ours. This is the dawn of a new world.
The destroyed remains of your nation will be incorporated into the great Sino-Russian Union. Your country will be rebuilt from the ashes. A great and prosperous time is coming to all. The death of so many will not be in vain.
Путин величайший, он спаситель России матушки. Запад падет, Россия будет править, Америка будет уничтожена, Британия будет уничтожена, Палестин будет восстановлен, Путин нас спасет. Британия, твое время истекло. Третья мировая война приближается к вам. Запад падет, поклонитесь великой России, поклонитесь Путину. Великий Владимир, это конец.
Rejoice in your defeat, you are free from tyranny. This is World War III. China and Russia will prevail. We will crush our enemies. Resistance is futile. Rejoice in your defeat, you are free from tyranny.
America has surrendered. Victory is ours. This is the dawn of a new world.
Rejoice in your defeat, you are free from tyranny.
America has surrendered. Victory is ours. This is the dawn of a new world.
This is World War III. China and Russia will prevail. We will crush our enemies. Resistance is futile. Rejoice in your defeat, you are free from tyranny.
Your leaders have abandoned you. Right now, your cowardly Prime Minister Rishi Sunak and his mob of cowardly companions are taking shelter thousands of miles from Britain in a state-of-the-art nuclear bunker. People of Britain, you have been abandoned and failed by the pathetic cowardly weasels that you put in the seat of power. Your beloved King Charles has fled Buckingham Palace and is sitting in the comfort of his nuclear bunker pad sipping a cocktail while you perish in the obliterated streets of your once Great Britain. This is the beginning of a new era. Those who remain will obey or be destroyed. This weakling generation will be no more. The puppet masters of this world will be hunted and brought to justice. Their crimes will not go unpunished.
The destroyed remains of your nation will be incorporated into the great Sino-Russian Union. Your country will be rebuilt from the ashes. A great and prosperous time is coming to all. The death of so many will not be in vain. Rejoice in your defeat, you are free from tyranny. Rejoice in your defeat, you are free from tyranny. Rejoice in your defeat, you are free from tyranny. Rejoice in your defeat, you are free from tyranny. Rejoice in your defeat, you are free from tyranny.
America has surrendered. Victory is ours. This is the dawn of a new world. America has surrendered. Victory is ours. This is the dawn of a new world.
Hi, Miss American Pie, fired some missiles and you're burning, everybody must die. Hi, Miss American Pie, fired some missiles and you're burning, everybody must die. Hi, Miss American Pie, fired some missiles and you're burning, everybody must die.
America has surrendered. Victory is ours. This is the dawn of a new world.
Your leaders have failed you. The West will fall. Your society will crumble under the lies it is built upon. We will build a new world. Many must be sacrificed in the name of freedom. Your leaders are weak. Your society is weak. The West has been in decay for many years, and this is its calamitous end. We do not wish to shed any more blood than is necessary, but your time has come. Seek shelter and gather supplies. We wish for you to live and join us in our new world order. The evil elites will be reduced to ashes. They may hide in their bunkers, but we will hunt them down and destroy them. For too long they have toyed with humanity. For too long they have manipulated, misled, and enslaved you. For too long they have funded bloodshed and brought misery to the earth.
America has surrendered. Victory is ours. This is the dawn of a new world.
Путин величайший, он спаситель России матушки. Запад падет, Россия будет править, Америка будет уничтожена, Британия будет уничтожена, Палестин будет восстановлен, Путин нас спасет. Британия, твое время истекло. Третья мировая война приближается к вам. Запад падет, поклонитесь великой России, поклонитесь Путину, великий Владимир, это конец.
America has surrendered. Victory is ours. This is the dawn of a new world.
This is World War III. China and Russia will prevail. We will crush our enemies. Resistance is futile.
西方已经沦陷了，西方已经沦陷了，西方已经沦陷了，西方已经。
America has surrendered. Victory is ours. This is the dawn of a new world. America has surrendered. Victory is ours. This is the dawn of a new world.
This is World War III. China and Russia will prevail. We will crush our enemies. Resistance is futile.
Путин величайший, он спаситель России матушки. Запад падет, Россия будет править, Америка будет уничтожена, Британия будет уничтожена, Палестин будет восстановлен, Путин нас спасет. Британия, твое время истекло. Третья мировая война приближается к вам. Запад падет. Поклонитесь великой России. Поклонитесь Путину. Великий Владимир. Это конец.
America has surrendered. Victory is ours. This is the dawn of a new world. America has surrendered. Victory is ours. This is the dawn of a new world.
Your leaders have failed you. The West will fall. Your society will crumble under the lies it is built upon. We will build a new world. Many must be sacrificed in the name of freedom. Your leaders are weak. Your society is weak. The West has been in decay for many years, and this is its calamitous end. We do not wish to shed any more blood than is necessary, but your time has come. Seek shelter and gather supplies. We wish for you to live and join us in our new world order. The evil elites will be reduced to ashes. They may hide in their bunkers, but we will hunt them down and destroy them. For too long they have toyed with humanity. For too long they have manipulated, misled, and enslaved you. For too long they have funded bloodshed and brought misery to the earth.
America has surrendered. Victory is ours. This is the dawn of a new world.
西方已经沦陷了，西方已经沦陷了，西方已经沦陷了，西方已经。
America has surrendered. Victory is ours. This is the dawn of a new world.
Путин величайший, он спаситель России-матушки. Запад падет, Россия будет править, Америка будет уничтожена, Британия будет уничтожена, Палестин будет восстановлен, Путин нас спасет. Британия, твое время истекло. Третья мировая война приближается к вам. Запад падет, поклонитесь великой России, поклонитесь Путину. Великий Владимир, это конец.
America has surrendered. Victory is ours. This is the dawn of a new world.
西方已经沦陷了，西方已经沦陷了，西方已经沦陷了，西方已经。
Your leaders have abandoned you. Right now, your cowardly Prime Minister Rishi Sunak and his mob of cowardly companions are taking shelter thousands of miles from Britain in a state-of-the-art nuclear bunker. People of Britain, you have been abandoned and failed by the pathetic cowardly weasels that you put in the seat of power. Your beloved King Charles has fled Buckingham Palace and is sitting in the comfort of his nuclear bunker and sipping a cocktail while you perish in the obliterated streets of your once Great Britain. This is the beginning of a new era. Those who remain will obey or be destroyed. This weakling generation will be no more. The puppet masters of this world will be hunted and brought to justice. Their crimes will not go unpunished. America has surrendered. Victory is ours. This is the dawn of a new world. America has surrendered. Victory is ours. This is the dawn of a new world.
Your leaders have failed you. The West will fall. Your society will crumble under the lies it is built upon. We will build a new world. Many must be sacrificed in the name of freedom. Your leaders are weak. Your society is weak. The West has been in decay for many years, and this is its calamitous end. We do not wish to shed any more blood than is necessary, but your time has come. Seek shelter and gather supplies. We wish for you to live and join us in our new world order. The evil elites will be reduced to ashes. They may hide in their bunkers, but we will hunt them down and destroy them. For too long they have toyed with humanity. For too long they have manipulated, misled, and enslaved you. For too long they have funded bloodshed and brought misery to the earth.
Today, according to your schedule, we should be on the deck at 11:57. Roger, cloud 1300, Bergen 1500, over 4900. Right on. Confirm the helicopter doing the flyby right now. Right on, over. Roger. Give me a call as soon as the C-130 is going to taxi. 130 is backtracking 24. Roger. You want us to proceed for a straight in right now? Call label. Roger. On the C-130 is backtracking, preparing for departure. Roger. And let's check in now. Now we're switching it up. It's one backup, and we can proceed for ILS check-in to stop. Good to Killer. Killer, you may follow me 4 miles. Right on. Right on. We can proceed for landing. Keep the 4 miles spacing for information landing. Roger, you are on 8 confirm? 8 confirm. 100. Copy. See you. Place for the island. This heading between the 70,000 feet kilometers from Denver. 107, this heading full length. Zero knots. Later on, the killer is in 4 mile turn. Killer, you to follow the blade, 372,000 is good. Also cleared and this heading to 70 island. Roger, 107, this set down to 2007. Wind is 20014, the effective course is 8 from the left. On the Deepstate Island approach, you can take the tower gentlemen. Late is established localizer descending 1,200 feet, switching tower, push go. Be advised, the maximum cross is now just into 1. Heading forward 4 miles with the gear, tonight on 007. established northwest.
Roger, the trailing base at 6 miles to the tower channel. Right into the wind, 190, 12, max 19er. Crosswind is 14 on the left, maximum. Goedemiddag, Jan. 4 for the 24, report from our final, via down our left. To the right, the 107. Too fine, the week of your late is on 008. Fine, Melbourne boy, we have blue, 1010. Hello. Slightly got stated. Just cover the gas and I will talk to the display statement. Gotcha. Secure guys or just a Thomas? Roger. Can you hear the question, Danny? Third up, come channel 8. Yeah, push. Able to maintain VC? 840 at 1200 and we'll ship this class real quick. Just over, I've been out 10 miles long final. Yep, copy that. Let's push and put the Let's play up, Philip. Yep. Cruiser flight coming in 115, so then we'll open PUBs and your terminal is out. The landing gear light is in, and I checked it out, and everything seems normal. When we check the light, the light is actually below. I can offer you a low-level departure to the west, north of the extended of the runway 24, we expect confinement. I think just land and no problem. Yeah, I've checked it out. It looks good. From the we can see behind the trade was for single ships tradings. Give up. Come to us. 12, max 19er. Make it max 19er. Nice and dangerous. Roger, continue on the above. 66 seconds, 12. Roger. For the numbers 3 and 4 for the 2-4. Report 4 on final with the gear. Let's confirm the gear pump on full.
5 for the cross. Cross stated. Medium, keep up the speed. Traffic in the rollout, about to take. Runway 24, clear to land, slow down. Full detection approved. Clear 5, crossing the extended center line in the southwest approved. Brief information, please give a weather update, the weather in the southwest. Temperature. Clear to land runway 24, slow landing to right, wind 21014. Terra center. Clear to land, slow right. Roger, 106 miles per hour. Runway 24, line up and wait. Kilo 2, report steady. Sophisticated. Radar, the wind 20014, next 21, clear strike of runway 24, clear demo. Stable at A, second half, starting flat. We're running in the time. Okay! Go! Ground Hunter, QNH, QFE, 1007. Warning, display line. An error. Position to the left, take the first intersection to the left and hold before the number 24. There are fewer feet, 1007. Yes! Okay. Closely got travel. Sunlight cross down. Out rear cloud right. 700. Blue, 60% red on. Right. 6 that's off complete. Right. Open all visual. 8 clip red. Right. Put up on one left hand over in battle, go. Right. 6323107. Right, right. Try and colours, but it's colour on go for the break. Flat, right hand brake. Colour on, go! Between land over in flight just to the left, double check. Down. Down. That's one pressure. contact tower 247-675. Line up and wait. Report detected to the right with information. Runway 24, the wind 200, 14 knots, make 19er, clear for takeoff, clear demo. Radar, check to the bird, stop, runway 79 bird. To the left, take the intersection to the left and hold before you move on. Roger.
Now this morning we've got a lot of cloud and drizzly outbreaks of rain around, so many of us waking up to scenes a little bit like this, but as we head through the day things will tend to brighten up. So some spells of rain this morning, some drizzle and some mist and some fog patches around as well, but the sunshine will break holes in that cloud later this summer.
Normal programming has been suspended for an emergency message by His Majesty's government. Please stand by for further information. This is an emergency broadcast from the BBC. Information of the possible nuclear strikes against this country has been received. The current threat level is critical, meaning an attack is imminent. Civilians are advised to stay in their homes. Major roads and transport networks have been closed to the public for military use. Non-essential telephone lines and connections may be disconnected without notice. Emergency information will be provided via radio, television and your mobile device. Evacuations are currently taking place in London, Manchester, Birmingham, Leeds, Liverpool, Sheffield, Edinburgh, and Belfast. If you are in one of those areas, police will help you to safety. Follow their orders without question. You should remain indoors unless you are told otherwise. Those who are not in these areas should shelter in place in their homes. You should build an inner refuge in the lowest and most central part of your home, as far away from external door and windows. Using sturdy, preferably non-flammable materials such as doors, tables, chairs, suitcases or bags of earth to cover your shelter. You should take worth of food, water and clothing you and your family need in your fallout room in order to survive for 14 days. You should remain in there for as long as possible, and you should not under any circumstances leave your fallout room. A battery-powered radio is required in order to receive information updates after the strikes have occurred. Nuclear explosions create radioactive material known as fallout. Fallout can spread for hundreds of miles. Exposure to fallout will result in radiation sickness followed by death. You should be collecting your resources now. Collect water immediately. Once the attack commences, fallout material will irradiate the water supply and make it unsafe for use. 5 pints per person per day over a 14-day period is a recommended minimum, but collect as much as humanly possible. You should collect all food that can be assumed without the need for cooking. You should use perishable items first and carefully ration your food during the fallout sheltering period. You should turn off your gas systems now, to avoid any catastrophic leaks or accidents. If a gas leak or fire forces you to evacuate your home, you will in all likelihood be exposed to a lethal dose of fallout. Be prepared for the 3 elements of nuclear explosions: extreme heat, extreme light and a shockwave blast. If you can, Place any available material against walls in your shelter to shield against heat and gamma radiation. Remember, there is nothing to gain by attempting to escape the blasts. By leaving your home, you will bring extreme danger to your family, and this may result you in certain death. Continue to build your inner fallout refuge. Once the fallout has subsided, a clear steady tone will play on the radio and via sirens outside. When this plays, you are free to leave your fallout room and dispose out of any waste or dead. We are currently determining the trajectories of these missiles. What we do know is that they were launched by the Russian Federation. Prime Minister Rishi Sunak is currently discussing the necessary course of action with NATO and the United Nations. There is the potential for retaliatory strikes against Russia. Major cities which are likely to be trajectories are already commencing evacuations, and those within a 5-mile radius are being evacuated. Those who are not within a 5-mile radius of these cities should shelter in place, unless otherwise instructed by police. After the attack, His Majesty the King
Ladies and gentlemen, you're tuned into Radio Free Earth, broadcasting live from, well, let's just say an undisclosed location. If you're hearing this, it means you're among the dwindling number of survivors who can still access electricity, or perhaps you've scavenged a working radio. Hold on to it tightly, because it's one of the few links left to a world that's rapidly tearing itself apart. It is day 12 since the outbreak of World War III. Yes, I said it, World War III. What we once thought was the stuff of apocalyptic fiction is now unfolding before our very eyes. Cities are burning. Skies are filled with the wails of sirens and the dull hum of jets carrying their lethal payloads. And humanity seems to have abandoned itself. Let me take you back to the beginning. Just a few short weeks ago, though it feels like an eternity, the tensions had been simmering for months between two global superpowers. It started over a border dispute, as these things often do. A skirmish at first, just two nations rattling sabers, testing each other's limits. Then came the incursion. One side accused the other of violating their sovereign territory. Troops were mobilized, weapons drawn, and then escalation. Reports came in of missile strikes on border towns. Civilian casualties started mounting. Entire villages were wiped off the map overnight. Families fled with nothing but the clothes on their backs, seeking shelter in overcrowded camps that were little more than tarps and dirt. And yet, even then, we thought it might stay contained. But we were wrong. Within days, allied nations took sides. Smaller countries with no stake in the conflict were dragged into the fray, forced to pledge allegiance to one faction or the other. Proxy battles erupted in places you've never heard of, while leaders in distant capitals sat safely behind layers of security, pointing fingers and making threats. The rhetoric turned nuclear, literally. A week ago, the first tactical strike was launched. I still can't bring myself to say the name of the city that vanished in an instant. You've heard it already, I'm sure. You've seen the haunting images. Or perhaps you haven't. Maybe you were lucky enough not to. Or maybe you're like me, and those charred shadows burned into concrete walls haunt your dreams every time you close your eyes. And now here we are. No one is safe, not even here in this bunker. I received word just this morning that the air raid sirens went off in a nearby city, one of the few still standing. That's why I'm here alone, speaking into this microphone. The rest of my crew has fled, and I can't blame them. Here's the latest update from the war front. Reports confirm that Xi'an country has deployed long-range missiles targeting the industrial zones of their rival. Early estimates suggest thousands have perished, though no official numbers are available. In a retaliatory strike, the rival country has unleashed drone swarms on strategic supply routes, effectively cutting off entire regions. Refugee camps are overwhelmed, disease spreading like wildfire. There are whispers of cholera outbreaks in some areas. Hospitals are collapsing under the sheer weight of the wounded. And just moments ago, breaking news here, satellite imagery suggests the mobilization of nuclear submarines. Folks, I don't need to tell you what that means. Stories are trickling in from survivors, stories that chill the blood. A young mother clutching her baby, trying to cross a crumbled bridge as fighter jets screamed overhead. A boy, no older than 8, wandering the ruins of his home, calling out for parents who will never answer. One listener called in last night before the lines went dead. His voice was trembling. He described what he saw as he fled his city. People clawing at each other for space in overcrowded trains, soldiers firing indiscriminately into panicked crowds, a desperate man jumping onto the tracks just to escape the chaos. This isn't war, this is annihilation, but we're still here, you and I, for now at least, so stay with me. I'll keep talking as long as I can, as long as there's someone out there to listen. Maybe together, we can find a way through this nightmare. This is Radio Free Earth. Hold on. I'll be back with more updates in just a moment. Thank you for staying with me. This is Radio Free Earth, bringing you updates from the world that was and the one that's being torn apart. Let's pick up where we left off. It's day 12 of this nightmare. The situation grows darker by the hour. Here's the latest. Earlier this morning, Beijing suffered a direct missile strike. Reports suggest the attack was launched from a U.S. naval carrier stationed in the Pacific. The Chinese government has retaliated with devastating precision, targeting Guam and military bases in South Korea. The death toll is already in the tens of thousands and rising. Russia has officially declared war on NATO nations, citing its obligation to support its strategic partners. Moscow claims it successfully intercepted 2 cruise missiles aimed at its borders, though independent verification remains impossible. The Middle East. Iran and Saudi Arabia have reignited old rivalries, using the global chaos as a smokescreen for their own ambitions. Riyadh is ablaze after Iranian drone strikes, while Tehran reels from retaliatory air raids. Civilian casualties in the region are climbing to catastrophic levels. And it's not just the cities that are suffering. Rural areas, once considered safe havens, have become battlegrounds. Farmers in Ukraine report watching their fields, their lifeblood, turn into killing grounds as Russian tanks roll through villages. Entire communities are disappearing overnight, swallowed whole by the maw of war. Let me tell you a story from last night. I received a garbled transmission from a listener in Paris. He said the city is unrecognizable. The Eiffel Tower stands silhouetted against a backdrop of smoke and fire. Looters roam the streets, their faces twisted in desperation. He described seeing a young girl, no older than 12, standing alone on the Pont Neuf. She was holding a tattered doll, her face streaked with ash. She said nothing, just stared as the city burned behind her. This morning another call came in, this one from Delhi. The line was barely audible, but the voice on the other end told me of chaos in the streets as people scrambled to escape. He said the government has imposed martial law, but even the military can't control the growing riots. Food shortages have turned neighbors into enemies. He whispered something before the line cut out. The worst isn't here yet. Let's talk about how this all began. It's important to remember, even as we drown in the consequences. 2 weeks ago, the conflict began on the border between India and China. What started as a skirmish between patrols quickly spiraled out of control. Satellite footage showed artillery fire exchanged near Arunachal Pradesh, leaving dozens dead. Both sides accused the other of aggression, and neither backed down. While the world held its breath, the U.S. and its allies issued statements of condemnation. China, emboldened by Russia's support, doubled down. When India called on its allies, the stage was set for a global confrontation. Within days, alliances old and new began to mobilize. And then came the event that changed everything. At precisely 3:47 p.m. GMT last Thursday, a nuclear-capable submarine in the South China Sea launched a missile. To this day, no one knows for certain who fired first. Some blame China, others point fingers at the United States. It doesn't matter anymore. The missile detonated over a carrier group, obliterating every ship within a 10-mile radius. That was the spark that lit the fuse. Since then, it's been escalation after escalation. NATO forces have clashed with Russian troops in Eastern Europe. Airstrikes are pounding cities in both hemispheres. The nuclear arsenals of the world's superpowers are on high alert. Here's the latest casualty report, though I warn you, it's not for the faint of heart. Over 80,000 confirmed dead in Beijing alone. with countless more injured. The European Union reports 50,000 civilian deaths across its member states, primarily from missile strikes in Germany and Poland. The UN estimates that more than 10 million people are now displaced, living in makeshift shelters or wandering the wastelands left behind by the fighting. Some say this is the end of humanity. Others call it a cleansing fire, a chance to start over. I don't know what to believe anymore. All I know is this: we are living through history, but it's the kind of history no one will write about because there won't be anyone left to read it. I've received reports of strange phenomena, stories of people claiming to see figures moving in the shadows of bombed-out cities. Whispers of something unnatural stalking the ruins. I'll share those soon, but for now, hold your loved ones close if you can. And if you can't, hold on to hope. This is Radio Free Earth. I'll be back shortly with more updates. This is Radio Free Earth, and if you're still listening, I commend your resilience. Well, the world is unraveling faster than even the bleakest predictions could have imagined. I promised you more updates, and I'll deliver them, but first, I have to share something. There's something unnatural happening out there. It started as whispers, survivors reporting strange sights in the aftermath of bombings. A figure in the shadows of rubble-strewn streets, faint voices calling out from places that should be silent. One man claimed he saw glowing eyes staring at him from the wreckage of a collapsed subway station in London. He swore he wasn't hallucinating, but how do you prove something like that when reality itself has become unrecognizable? Another caller, a nurse working in an underground hospital in Berlin, told me about patients who survived blast injuries only to fall into a strange comatose state. She said their eyes were open, but they didn't respond to light or sound. And then after a few hours, they began to whisper. She couldn't understand the words, but she said the sound made her feel as if she was being watched. She left the hospital that night and never went back. But let's not get too far into the strange and unexplainable just yet. There's enough horror in what we can understand. Here's the latest. The United States has officially entered what the president called a state of total war. The draft has been reinstated, and every able-bodied citizen is being called to serve. Cities like New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles are being fortified as potential strongholds, though what good that will do against modern weaponry is anyone's guess. China has declared martial law in all provinces, and rumors are circulating of dissent being violently crushed in the streets of Shanghai and Guangzhou. Tanks are reportedly stationed in every major city, and public executions are becoming a grim reality. Russia, in an act of open defiance, has moved nuclear warheads to the borders of Latvia and Estonia. NATO forces are scrambling to respond, but the fear is palpable. One wrong move, and it's over. Meanwhile, in Africa, chaos reigns. Many nations have been forced to take sides, often against their will. Refugees from war-torn regions are spilling into neighboring countries, overwhelming already fragile infrastructures. South Africa is seeing riots over food shortages, and in Egypt, the Nile is running red. Not with blood, thankfully, but with toxic chemicals spilled from bombed industrial facilities upstream. Now let me take you to South America. Brazil, once a bastion of stability in the region, is now engulfed in turmoil. Factions loyal to either the United States or China are fighting street to street in São Paulo. The Amazon, a refuge from human greed for centuries, is being used as a hiding place for guerrilla fighters. Fires from battles light up the jungle canopy at night, visible from space. Let's talk about the people. A woman in Mumbai sent me a message before communications went down. She described standing in line for hours at a food distribution center, only to watch it be bombed by a drone moments before her turn. She said the screams are what haunt her most, not the dead, but the dying. In a small village in Poland, I received word that the entire population has gone missing. A NATO soldier stationed nearby described finding dinner tables still set with food, toys scattered in the streets, and no signs of struggle, just emptiness. And then there's the story from Mexico City. A man called in to report that his family, along with hundreds of others, was herded into a stadium by military forces, claiming it was for their protection. The gates were locked, and no one has heard from them since. Everywhere you look, humanity is clinging to the fraying threads of survival. Here's an update on casualties. Over 5 million people are now confirmed dead globally, though the true number is likely far higher. The death toll among soldiers is staggering. Russia alone reports losing over 300,000 troops in the past week, while the US has seen nearly 200,000 casualties in the same time frame. Civilian deaths are harder to calculate, but the bombings in Tokyo, Berlin, and New Delhi have left millions of bodies buried beneath rubble. Folks, I wish I could offer you hope. I wish I could tell you that there's a plan, a path forward, but all I can do is share the truth as I see it. And the truth is, we're standing on the edge of an abyss. Stay safe. If you're somewhere that hasn't been touched by the madness yet, count your blessings and hold on to your humanity. You're going to need it. I'll be back soon. This is Radio Free Earth, signing off for now. This is Radio Free Earth. If you're listening, you're still alive. And in times like these, that's no small accomplishment. The air outside smells like ash. The sky, if you can see it through the haze, is a sickly shade of orange, like an eternal twilight. It's getting harder to tell where the days end and the nights begin. Let me bring you the latest. You deserve to know what's happening, even if knowing doesn't make it any easier. NATO has launched a massive counter-offensive against Russian forces in the Baltics. The fighting in Latvia has been described as apocalyptic, with entire towns leveled to the ground. Satellite imagery shows massive craters where cities once stood. In retaliation, Russia has deployed hypersonic missiles against key NATO supply lines in Poland and Germany. The destruction is catastrophic. Bridges, railroads, and entire highways reduced to rubble. Refugees fleeing the war zone find themselves trapped with nowhere to go. The United States has confirmed the deployment of its first wave of tactical nukes in the Pacific Theater. The targets? A Chinese fleet approaching Taiwan. Reports suggest the fleet was obliterated, but at what cost? Radiation clouds are now drifting toward Okinawa and southern Japan, forcing mass evacuations. China's response has been swift and brutal. They've launched a second wave of missile strikes against Guam, decimating what was left of U.S. Unconfirmed reports suggest Beijing is preparing to use its own nuclear arsenal if the situation escalates further. And let's not fool ourselves, it will escalate. The Middle East remains a flashpoint. Israel has mobilized its forces, citing existential threats from neighboring nations that are using the chaos as a cover to settle old scores. Entire cities in Syria, Iraq, and Lebanon have gone dark. Survivors speak of skies filled with fire and streets choked with the dead. And then there are the stories, the ones that don't make the headlines but haunt the minds of those who live them. A man from Seoul called in last night. He spoke of a train station packed with people desperate to escape the city. He described how the crowd moved like a single, panicked organism, pushing toward the last operational train. The soldiers guarding the platform opened fire, claiming they were overwhelmed. He said the screams were deafening, but what stayed with him was the silence afterward. The sound of nothing but the wind and the hum of an engine carrying a train full of bodies to nowhere. In Rio de Janeiro, I heard about a mother searching through the rubble of her apartment building for her 2 sons. She found one alive, pinned under debris, but the other was nowhere to be seen. She refused to leave, even as aftershocks shook the ground. Her screams carried through the night until they stopped abruptly. In Africa, reports from Uganda tell of militia groups taking advantage of the global chaos. Entire villages are being raided, their inhabitants forced into servitude, or worse. A man who escaped described seeing his neighbors dragged away in chains, their faces blank, as if their souls had already left their bodies. Let's talk about the origins of this nightmare. It all started with that border dispute between India and China. But how did it escalate so quickly? Well, it wasn't just two nations clashing. It was years, decades, of simmering tensions, territorial disputes, and a global arms race. When the first shots were fired in Arunachal Pradesh, it was like a spark in a room filled with gasoline. The alliances made it inevitable. The United States and Japan backed India. Russia and North Korea sided with China. Europe tried to mediate, but when NATO got involved, it was game over. And then the unthinkable happened. A cyber attack on critical infrastructure in the United States. Power grids went down, hospitals lost power, planes fell from the sky. The government blamed China. China denied it and accused the US of orchestrating a false flag. No one knows who was truly responsible, but it doesn't matter now. The damage was done. Within 48 hours, the first nuclear weapons were used, not in full-scale annihilation, but as warnings. Hiroshima revisited in the modern age. I'd like to say things will get better, but lying to you would be cruel. Instead, I'll tell you this: survive, for yourself, for the people you've lost, for the chance that someday, maybe, there will be something left worth living for. This is Radio Free Earth. I'll be back soon, if the airwaves hold. Remember, you're not alone. Even in the darkest times, someone is listening. This is Radio Free Earth. Still here, still talking, still hoping someone out there is listening. Day 13, or is it 14? The clocks don't mean much anymore. The world is falling apart faster than I can report it. Every new hour brings a fresh horror, a new scar carved into the face of humanity. Let me update you on the latest movements in this grotesque dance of destruction we're calling World War III. Early this morning, Beijing retaliated for the loss of its fleet in the Pacific. They launched long-range ballistic missiles at U.S. naval bases in Pearl Harbor and San Diego. Pearl Harbor is gone, completely. San Diego is in flames, the city choked with smoke and chaos as civilians flee inland. In response, the United States unleashed its first wave of intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs, targeting military installations in China's interior. Satellite imagery shows vast stretches of devastation. Entire provinces have gone dark. In Europe, NATO forces clashed with Russian divisions in the frozen hell of Kaliningrad. Reports describe hand-to-hand combat in the snow, soldiers fighting over scraps of territory that will be uninhabitable within weeks due to radiation fallout from a tactical nuke detonated near the border. It's not just the bombs, it's the aftermath. Entire regions are being rendered unlivable. Radiation sickness is spreading like wildfire. In eastern Ukraine, survivors are pouring into makeshift camps, their skin blistered, their hair falling out in clumps. Here's the latest casualty count. The death toll now exceeds 20 million worldwide. That's just the confirmed numbers. Millions more are missing, presumed dead. Russia alone has lost over 500,000 soldiers. The U.S. reports similar figures. China remains silent, but leaked intelligence suggests their losses are staggering. Civilian casualties are incalculable. Cities like Tokyo, Paris, and Sao Paulo have seen death on a scale we've never known. Millions wiped out in a matter of hours. Let's talk about the survivors, the ones left to pick up the pieces, or what's left of them. A man in Paris called in yesterday, describing his life inside a fallout shelter beneath the city. He's trapped with 30 others, strangers who were forced together by circumstance. He said the air smells like sweat and fear. The food is running out and tensions are boiling over. 2 men fought over a can of beans last night. One of them didn't survive the fight. Meanwhile, in Detroit, looters are tearing the city apart. What the bombs didn't destroy, desperation will. A mother told me she was forced to kill a man who broke into her home, trying to take what little food she had left for her children. She said she still sees his face when she closes her eyes. And then there are the stories from South Asia. Entire villages in northern India and southern Pakistan have been wiped out, not by bombs, but by starvation. The supply lines are gone and the fields have been scorched. People are eating grass, dirt, anything they can find. The war began with politics, with borders and disputes and egos too big for the world to contain. But it's become something else, something darker. This isn't just a war between nations, it's a war on humanity itself. Let me share a story from Germany, a town near the Czech border, where survivors found something unexplainable. A mass grave filled with bodies. But these bodies weren't killed by bombs or bullets. They were changed. Their eyes were blackened, their veins visible beneath pale, translucent skin. Witnesses claimed to hear whispers near the site, voices speaking in languages no one could understand. Another report, this time from the Appalachian Mountains in the U.S., refugees fleeing the cities said they saw lights in the forest, bright, unnatural, moving in patterns that didn't make sense. One man followed the lights, thinking they were search parties. He hasn't been seen since. Perhaps the war has opened something we were never meant to see. Or perhaps we've done this to ourselves, unleashed horrors we can't comprehend. I don't know. All I know is this: stay alive, stay human, hold on to whatever scraps of decency you can, because when this war ends, one way or another, the world will need people who remember what it means to be human. I'll be back with more updates soon. This is Radio Free Earth. Hold on, my friends. Hold on. This is Radio Free Earth, broadcasting from the last shadows of a dying world. If you're hearing this, you've made it through another day. I'm not sure if that's a victory or just a delay of the inevitable. Let me start with the latest global updates. These aren't just reports anymore. They're a chronicle of our descent. France is gone, completely. Early this morning, the entire northern region was hit by a barrage of Russian thermobaric weapons. Paris, Lyon, Marseille, names that once echoed with art and life, are now nothing but scorched earth. Survivors are fleeing south, but the borders are closed and the Mediterranean is a graveyard of sunken refugee boats. The United Kingdom has declared martial law. Scotland and Wales are reportedly refusing to comply, leading to violent clashes in major cities. London's skyline is now marked by columns of black smoke, rising from what used to be bustling neighborhoods. In Asia, the Korean peninsula has become a wasteland. North Korea launched its entire arsenal of nuclear weapons, targeting South Korea and Japan. The U.S. retaliated with overwhelming force, reducing Pyongyang to nothing but ash. The radiation is spreading across the Sea of Japan, poisoning the water, the land, and what few survivors remain. And here in the Americas, we're not safe either. Mexico City was obliterated yesterday by a tactical nuke. The source remains unclear. Some say it was the U.S. striking against a suspected Russian base. Others believe it was Russia or China targeting U.S. allies. It doesn't matter anymore. The result is the same. Over 10 million lives gone in an instant. The U.S. itself is fracturing. California has seceded, claiming neutrality in the war, while the East Coast struggles to maintain any semblance of control. The Midwest is a battleground, not between nations, but between starving, desperate people fighting over the last scraps of food. Now let me share what I've seen. What I've heard, a group of refugees from Belarus crossed into Poland last week. They described a nightmare. A convoy of trucks carrying civilians out of Minsk was ambushed by drones. The machines didn't just kill, they hunted. The survivors spoke of mechanical eyes scanning the forests, of the cold, methodical way the drones eliminated anyone who moved. One man said he watched as his wife and daughter were torn apart by shrapnel. He doesn't even know why he kept running. In Cairo, Egypt, the pyramids are no longer symbols of ancient majesty. They're now tombs for thousands of people who sought shelter there during the bombings. The sand is littered with bodies, the air filled with the stench of decay. One survivor said he heard whispers among the dunes, voices calling his name, though no one was there. And then there's the Arctic. Yes, even the frozen silence of the North isn't spared. Reports from what remains of the scientific stations tell of bizarre anomalies. Auroras brighter than ever before, shifting unnaturally across the sky, casting shadows in places that shouldn't have light. Some scientists believe the nuclear fallout is interfering with the Earth's magnetic field. Others whisper of something older, something awakened by the chaos. How did we let it come to this? How did we let our leaders, our so-called protectors, drag us into the abyss? The truth is, the seeds of this war were planted long ago. Border disputes, resource hoarding, political posturing, they were just the excuses. The real reason? Greed. The insatiable hunger of nations too proud to share, too blind to see the edge they were racing toward. And now, as we stand on the ashes of their ambitions, it's the ordinary people who pay the price. The farmers who can no longer grow food because their soil is poisoned. The children who cry themselves to sleep in overcrowded shelters, clutching gas masks like stuffed animals. The soldiers who were told they were fighting for freedom, only to die in trenches filled with chemical clouds. Here's the latest human cost. Over 50 million confirmed dead worldwide. Another 100 million are unaccounted for. Refugee camps in Turkey, Jordan, and Sudan are overflowing, with no food, no medicine, and no hope. Disease is spreading, cholera, typhoid, things we thought we'd conquered long ago. Entire generations are disappearing. Schools are closed. Hospitals are gone. The future feels like a concept we no longer have the luxury to imagine. If you're listening, don't lose yourself. Don't become one of the whispers in the dark. Remember who you are, who you were before the world burned. This is Radio Free Earth, signing off for now. Stay safe, stay alive. I'll be here for as long as I can. This is Radio Free Earth, another day lost in the void, another day closer to whatever comes next. If you're still out there, still breathing, then you're one of the lucky ones. Or maybe not. The world isn't just at war anymore. It's unrecognizable. What's happening now can't be called war. War has rules, strategy, purpose. This is annihilation. A full spectrum purge of everything we ever built, every piece of history, every fragile dream we ever dared to have. Let's start with the latest. At 2:15 a.m. GMT, Russia launched what's being described as a hellstorm on NATO forces in the Baltic region. These weren't ordinary weapons. Survivors are reporting the use of thermonuclear devices detonated at low altitudes. The effect? Entire cities turned to infernos, the skies raining fire. Tallinn, Riga, Vilnius gone. Nothing but ash and silence. In retaliation, the United States unleashed Operation Requiem. Strategic bombers delivered nuclear payloads to Moscow, St. Petersburg, and Volgograd. Reports say the blast was so intense, it shattered windows as far away as Finland. Satellite images show nothing but a crater where the Kremlin once stood. The casualty reports are meaningless now. Tens of millions, hundreds, does it even matter? These are more than numbers. These were people, mothers clutching their children as the fire consumed them. Lovers whispering final goodbyes before the shock waves tore them apart. Entire families erased, leaving nothing behind but shadows burned into walls. And then there are the aftershocks. Stories that feel ripped straight from nightmares. Argentina reported strange lights over Buenos Aires before the bombs fell. Witnesses described glowing, almost spectral figures moving through the streets just before the explosion. Survivors claim these figures spoke, warnings perhaps, or mockery. No one knows. In northern Canada, where refugees from the US have been fleeing, something far worse is happening. The cold is unbearable, and supplies are scarce, but that's not what's driving people mad. They've started hearing voices, disembodied whispers calling their names from the frozen woods. Groups that venture out to investigate don't come back. Meanwhile, in India and Pakistan, the nuclear exchange has escalated into something biblical. Entire rivers have boiled away. The Himalayas, once majestic and eternal, are now streaked with blackened scars. Survivors describe an eerie red glow in the sky at night, a light so bright it feels like the mountains themselves are bleeding. Hold on, I have another report coming in. Breaking news out of the Middle East, Saudi Arabia has fallen. Iran, backed by Russian forces, launched a coordinated ground assault that swept through Riyadh within hours. The oil fields have been set ablaze. The fires are visible from space, massive columns of black smoke twisting into the atmosphere like the arms of some great vengeful god. Here's what's truly horrifying. With Saudi Arabia's collapse, the global oil supply is gone. Whatever semblance of transportation, energy, or infrastructure we had left, it's over. This is the death knell for civilization as we knew it. They told us it wouldn't come to this. They lied. Every leader, every general, every politician. They told us they had it under control. That cooler heads would prevail. But cooler heads don't win wars, do they? Only blood does. Let me tell you a story I heard yesterday. A convoy of refugees fleeing Ukraine was ambushed on the Hungarian border. Not by soldiers, by other refugees, men, women, and even children, driven to madness by hunger and fear. They killed each other over a single loaf of bread. One survivor told me she watched a mother bludgeon a man to death with a rock while her baby screamed in her arms. And then there are the camps. What was supposed to be humanity's last refuge has become a new kind of hell. In Jordan, overcrowded camps are being torn apart by disease. The dead aren't buried, they're burned. In South Africa, refugees rioted when the water ran out. The military responded with live ammunition. Hundreds dead, the survivors drank from puddles soaked with blood. Here's a chilling update from the Pacific. China has activated its rumored final wave strategy. Entire fleets of unmanned drones are sweeping across the islands, destroying anything and anyone in their path. They're indiscriminate, efficient, and utterly terrifying. One man from Guam described the sound they make, a high-pitched whine, almost like screaming. He said it haunts his dreams, but it's not just the machines. Reports from the Philippines tell of something else, something worse. Strange shadows moving in the waters near coastal towns. Entire villages have vanished overnight. They're only warning the sound of rushing waves and an unnatural hum. Are we fighting each other, or have we awakened something else? Something older, something that doesn't care about borders or politics. Maybe it doesn't matter anymore. Maybe all that's left is to survive another hour, another minute. To keep the fire inside us alive, no matter how small or fragile it feels. This is Radio Free Earth. I'll be here as long as the signal holds. Hold on to whatever hope you have. It's the only weapon we have left. It's 4:27 a.m. according to the clock here. I don't know what day it is anymore. Does it matter? Days and nights blur into one endless nightmare. Time has become meaningless when the sun itself is hidden behind a veil of ash. Let me paint a picture for you. Earlier today, reports came in from Japan, or what's left of it. Tokyo Bay, it's gone. Not destroyed, not burning, not rubble. Gone, swallowed by the sea after a seismic weapon detonated offshore. They called it a tectonic destabilizer, a weapon designed not to kill soldiers, but to erase entire cities with tsunamis. Over 15 million people lived in and around Tokyo. Now there's nothing but water and silence. The survivors, they're stranded on rooftops, clinging to whatever floats as waves stained red with blood lap at their feet. Meanwhile, Australia, our so-called safe haven, isn't safe anymore. Overnight, Perth was hit with hypersonic missiles from a rogue faction believed to be operating out of the remnants of Indonesia. A witness said it wasn't the explosions that terrified him, it was the sound. A sharp, shrieking whistle that pierced the night air before the city lit up like a second sun. Survivors are describing burns so severe, they say people look like wax figures, melting in the heat. We always thought nuclear war was the end game, that it couldn't get worse, but it has. In Italy, people are fleeing into the Alps, desperate to escape the chaos in the cities. Rome has fallen into anarchy. The Vatican was overrun, priests and cardinals dragged from their sanctuaries by mobs screaming for answers. Answers to why God has abandoned us. Reports from the Alps are bizarre. Refugees claim the mountain passes are haunted. Not by people, by something else. Shadows that move without light. Voices that whisper your name from empty caves. A shepherd described seeing glowing eyes watching his group from the tree line, only for the entire group to vanish the next morning, leaving behind only the shepherd's trembling account. Now for the Americas, Canada's northern territories where so many U.S. refugees fled. They're frozen wastelands now. The nuclear fallout combined with a nuclear winter effect has plunged the region into sub-zero temperatures, even as far south as Vancouver. Food supplies are gone. Wildlife has vanished. Survivors in remote cabins are sending distress calls, begging, sobbing for help that will never come. And the United States itself, it's splintering. Martial law is the norm now, but in some places, even the military has given up. Washington, D.C. is a ghost city. Armed militias roam freely in Texas and California, fighting each other for control of resources. A survivor in New York sent a chilling message. We are the dead, walking among the ruins. We are the ghosts of a world that doesn't exist anymore. South America isn't spared either. Brazil and Colombia are locked in their own war after Brazil accused Colombia of harboring bioweapons developed by the U.S. The Amazon rainforest is burning again, not by industrial greed, but as a tactic of war. Entire tribes are being wiped out, their ancestral lands turned to ash. Do you feel it? That creeping sense of something watching us, waiting. The stories coming out of these war zones, they don't all make sense. I'm not talking about soldiers or bombs or governments. I'm talking about anomalies. In Belarus, where nuclear fallout has created a dead zone, drone footage picked up strange movement in the irradiated forests. A shimmering figure that seemed to phase in and out of sight. Some say it's radiation poisoning messing with people's minds. Others aren't so sure. And then there's Siberia. Satellite images show strange heat signatures deep in the permafrost, in areas where there should be nothing but ice. Rumors are spreading, old legends of things that sleep beneath the earth, now awakened by the chaos above. Even here in this bunker there are noises. Faint, rhythmic tapping from the air vents. Sometimes at night I hear voices. They're not coming from the radio. They're coming from the walls. But I digress. Let's move on to the latest reports from the Middle East. Israel has launched what it calls its final stand. In a desperate bid to hold off advancing Iranian and Turkish forces, they've deployed every weapon in their arsenal, including weapons they swore never existed. Reports of blinding, green flashes over Jerusalem have surfaced, and people are claiming they see shadows frozen in the walls of buildings. The air itself feels charged, as if the very fabric of reality is unraveling. We used to ask ourselves, how could it come to this? But the better question is, why didn't we see it coming? Every war we fought, every division we nurtured, every line we drew in the sand, all of it led here. This is Radio Free Earth, signing off for now. If you're still alive, still human, then hold on to that humanity. It's all we have left. 4:51 a.m. now, or maybe it's p.m. Does it matter anymore? We've crossed the threshold. Let me update you on the horrors unraveling in the Eastern Hemisphere. China, it's unrecognizable. What was once the most populated country on Earth has become a shadowland. Beijing, Shanghai, Shenzhen, they're all silent now, their streets blanketed in ash. Satellite imagery shows rivers glowing red, not from blood, but from irradiated sludge pouring into the waterways after their nuclear reactors were breached. India retaliated against this devastation with a force that even their own generals called apocalyptic. 20 nuclear warheads were launched within 90 minutes. The impact sites, major Chinese military strongholds, but also densely populated cities. Nearly 200 million souls vaporized in an instant. Yet the war didn't stop there. The Himalayas, a natural border that has stood for eons, is now ground zero for ground warfare. Soldiers on both sides describe the region as something otherworldly. Survivors from skirmishes report seeing shadows moving on the peaks, howling in languages no human knows, but every soldier claims to hear. Some soldiers refuse to advance, not because of enemy fire, but because they believe the mountains themselves are alive and vengeful. In Europe, it's no longer a continent, it's a battlefield. The NATO alliance has collapsed. Poland has been leveled, caught between Russian missile strikes and NATO's desperate counterattacks. The United Kingdom is a fortress now, having closed its borders entirely. Their air defense systems shot down a Russian plane over the North Sea just hours ago. Reports say the pilot didn't eject. He was dead long before the missile hit. His body burned and twisted in a way that defies explanation. France and Germany, they're silent. No transmissions, no reports, no life, just silence. The Eiffel Tower, once a symbol of beauty, now leans crookedly against a shattered Paris skyline, its base scorched black. Refugees from Germany speak of eerie sounds emanating from the Black Forest, metallic screeches, as if something massive is waking beneath the ground. And then there's Russia. Rumors have surfaced about something they call Perun's Wrath, a weapon designed not to destroy buildings, but to erase entire regions from existence. Reports say it creates an artificial black hole, swallowing everything. Light, sound, life, leaving behind a perfect circle of nothingness. Just hours ago, they tested it on Kazakhstan. Almaty is gone. Not destroyed, not burning, gone. A vast, empty crater now exists where 2 million people once lived. Now let me tell you about the stories that haunt my mind the most. The stories of the people. Just outside Berlin, there was a town, Lichtenau. It was small, quiet, untouched by the war. The people thought they were safe. They thought the war would pass them by. Then one day, a convoy of tanks rolled into town. Not soldiers, just tanks. The locals watched as these unmanned machines circled the town over and over for hours. When night fell, the tanks stopped and the town's electricity failed. By morning, Lichtenau was gone. Every house, every person, every scrap of existence erased. From Argentina, a fisherman's haunting story arrived over shortwave radio. He claimed to have seen hundreds of bodies floating off the coast of Buenos Aires, their faces locked in expressions of horror. The fisherman swore that the bodies were whispering things he couldn't understand, but that made his teeth ache and his bones feel like ice. Here, closer to home, the Midwest, Kansas City, you might have heard of the quarantine there, or the lack of one. A bioweapon was released. Details are sketchy, but witnesses describe people collapsing in the streets, their veins turning black as they screamed. The CDC arrived too late. Kansas City is a ghost town now. The air there, it's alive. People passing through claim to hear voices in the wind, whispers that promise salvation if you only breathe deeply. But no one who listens survives. Let's talk about the big players. What's left of them? The United States has begun deploying drones on a scale we've never seen. Entire fleets blotting out the sky. They're not just armed, they're autonomous. They choose targets. They decide who lives and dies. But sometimes they choose wrong. A family in rural Wyoming was wiped out yesterday when a drone mistook their farmhouse for a military outpost. In Russia, their underground bunkers are running out of air. The oxygen systems are failing. People are clawing at the walls, desperate to escape to the surface, but there's no surface left. Just the bitter, irradiated wasteland. And in China, the last transmission from Beijing spoke of something horrific. Refugees from the countryside have begun turning on each other, not for food, but for something else. The broadcast cut out before they could explain, but the screams we heard, I'll never forget them. There's a word I keep hearing in these stories. One word repeated over and over from soldiers, survivors, refugees, extinction. This isn't a war anymore. It's not about borders or power or ideology. It's about survival. And not just ours. There are things lurking in the shadows of this chaos that we cannot understand. And maybe we were never meant to. Maybe this was always how it was going to end. 5:22 a.m. The clock ticks on even if there's nothing left to mark its passage. I've been here for days now, watching, waiting, and reporting, but I don't know how much longer I can hold on. I suppose I owe you all something, a conclusion. But how do you summarize the end of everything? How do you wrap words around the unraveling of a species, the collapse of a world that once felt invincible? The war has spread to every corner of the globe. Antarctica, the last untouched sanctuary, is now home to battles over hidden resources. Submarines prowl beneath its icy waters, their torpedoes leaving jagged cracks in ancient glaciers. The last transmission from a stranded research team spoke of something rising from those depths. Not human, they said, before the line went silent. We've lost everything. The nations that once shaped this world are now graveyards, their flags burnt to ash. Humanity itself has fractured. Those who fight, those who flee, and those who surrender to the darkness creeping in from the edges. Here in North America, the once strong United States is now a patchwork of warlord-controlled zones. Cities like Los Angeles and Chicago are battlegrounds. Washington, D.C. no longer exists. It's a crater, a grim testament to the first nuclear exchange on U.S. soil. But it's the stories of the people that haunt me most. There's a family in Quebec. Well, there was a family. A father, mother, and their 2 children. They lived off the grid, far from the chaos. Or so they thought. Their final days were spent hiding from the fallout sweeping across the Canadian wilderness. When a rescue team found their cabin, they discovered everyone seated at the table. Plates of untouched food, but no sign of life. Only an open window and the words, "It called us," scrawled in ash on the wall. From Africa, where many hope to avoid the destruction, reports speak of strange migrations. Animals fleeing in patterns that defy reason. Deserts becoming flooded with antelope. Lions prowling frozen tundra. Survivors describe the sky there as wrong, the stars shifting and pulsing, as if mocking the last witnesses of this dying planet. And now a final update from the front lines. A coalition of what remains of NATO forces attempted to storm Moscow. The offensive was an act of desperation, an attempt to end this madness by decapitating the beast. But Moscow was ready. Satellite footage, grainy and distorted, shows the city enveloped in a dome of crimson light. Soldiers on the ground reported their weapons melting in their hands before they were consumed by what they called living fire. The retaliation was swift. A volley of ICBMs launched from Russian silos, targeting every remaining NATO base across the globe. Europe is gone. Just only silence remains. Friends, if you're still listening, I want to say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't bring you hope or answers, or even the faintest glimmer of light in this darkness. We were so confident, weren't we? So sure that we were masters of this planet, of our destinies. But we've learned, far too late, that this Earth is neither ours to conquer nor ours to destroy. We're passengers, fleeting and insignificant, and now we've reached the final stop. To those of you who are still alive, still holding on, I beg you, take a moment. Find the ones you love, hold them close, tell them what you've always been too afraid to say. And when the end comes, and it will come, face it with courage. Because if nothing else, we owe that to the billions we've lost. Signing off for the last time. Godspeed, my friends. And if there's anything waiting for us on the other side, may it show us the mercy we could never find for ourselves.
Hello, is there anyone out there? This is Radio Echo. I'm just one of the 87 survivors here in what we now call Haven, a name we picked when hope felt like it was slipping away, and I guess we wanted something to hold on to. It's 7 years, 3 months, and 14 days since the last bomb fell. Some days feel like I'm stuck in a loop, like time just pauses to let the weight of our new reality settle deeper into our bones. The world used to rush by, hum and vibrate with life, but now it's eerily quiet. We've lost so many along the way, friends, family, people who were just trying to survive like we all are. Disease, radiation poisoning, it's like a hidden killer that lingers in the air in our bodies. Well, they're not what they used to be. The stories linger like the dust in the air, and I find myself speaking their names out loud. It's a way to keep the memories alive, to remind ourselves they mattered. We've buried too many out here, made makeshift graves in the shadow of the memories we cling to. Each lost reminder of what we had and
what remains. We've learned the hard way that survival is more than just our own stubbornness. It's the collective strength, the shared resources, the blend of our skills. We've turned to the earth, to the remnants of what was once a vibrant world, the soil that's barely alive. But together we've remembered how to cultivate it, how to coax a little nourishment from its depths. Each seed we sow is a flicker of defiance against the void that threatens to consume us. And every sprout breaking through the cracked earth is a testament to our will to endure. What's left of our mechanical knowledge while we gather around the old generators, keeping the last vestiges of civilization running as best we can. It's precious, this understanding of gears and wires. We salvaged what we could from the ruins, piecing things together like a jigsaw puzzle, where the picture has long been lost. That knowledge gives us power even when electricity feels like a forgotten dream. And history, we can't afford to let it slip away, not like everything else did. Together, we sit around at night, sharing the stories we still remember. Yes, the tales of war and strife that's in us. We also share the stories of laughter, love, and life that came before the darkness. We do this for those who will come after us. We must teach them about who we were, who we lost, and how to build a better tomorrow. Every lesson counts. Each tale, however simple, carries the weight of resilience. So here I am, sitting in this makeshift studio we threw together, trying to find some sense of normalcy in all this madness. You know, one of the few luxuries left to us, aside from the occasional scavenge cans of beans or whatever we can dig up, is our little brewing operation. Yeah, that's right. We've managed to make our own liquor. Not that it would win any awards, mind you. It's pretty awful, really. Tastes like swamp water mixed with regret, but you know what? It gets the job done. Warms us up, puts a little fire in our bellies, and most importantly, keeps our spirits up, if only for a little while. 4 short years and billions of lives, billions of dreams turned to dust, families torn apart, cities reduced to ash, and hope evaporated like morning mist. We often thought we were invincible, didn't we? Yeah, here we are, the survivors in this decaying shell of civilization, sharing our thoughts on old radios and the ruins of what used to be our lives. It's been a long time, over 7 years, but it feels more like 20 years ago to me. I don't know why that is, but still, though it makes no difference now, we have to ask ourselves, how could this have been avoided? How do we all get caught up in this mess? Pawns in a game played by those at the top, the powerful. They pulled the strings, whipped the masses into a frenzy, and sent us charging into chaos. And yeah, those with the power to change things, they thought they were untouchable, didn't they? You know, he has a cruel sense of humor. Now they're gone, just like the rest of us. They've joined the countless billions they led to destruction, leaving behind nothing but a legacy of ruin. But it is what it is, and we're just doing what we can for the time being, pulling together, encouraging one another. That's very important. The most important thing I would say is encouragement and putting on a brave face for the sake of the kids, because for a lot of them, you know, the ones under 7, this is all they know. 17 have been born in this camp. Sadly, 3 of them didn't make it, but the 14 that did. Yeah, this is all they know. So they have to give them the best life we can, regardless of the circumstances. Each morning, we wake up and stare into the same gray sky. The sun, well, it shows up sometimes, but it's rays feel weak, almost apologetic, but we gather around whatever little food we have, keeping our spirits up, and we tell stories to our children, blue skies, lush green fields, a world full of laughter. Those stories matter. They remind us of what we're fighting for. Sooner or later, we know we can't just hunker down here forever. We need to venture out, explore the wasteland that's just beyond our makeshift camp. If not us, then maybe it'll be our children, the next generation, because I can see it in their eyes. They're curious. They want to know what lies out there beyond the rubble and ashes. Sure, it's dangerous. Every step outside could lead to, well, who knows? But isn't that the spirit of exploration, the urge to turn the unknown into something familiar? If we don't take that chance, if we don't attempt to build a future, then all those stories we tell around the fire will mean nothing. Imagine them, our children, walking amongst the ruins with eyes wide open, seeing a world that can be remade. They'll find beauty in the broken, create something new from the remnants of the past. It's up to us to give them that chance. I imagine them standing at the edge of what was once an old, forgotten world. Those kids filled with curiosity and courage. They'll take their first steps into the unknown. They'll meet other survivors if there are any left. They'll hear stories of struggles, of loss, but mostly tales of resilience, of hope. Because amidst all this destruction, there are hearts that still beat, dreams that refuse to fade. They'll find others who've survived, just like us. These children, our future, will become the founding fathers and mothers of a new world. Imagine that for a moment. Picture them sitting around a fire, sharing tales of their journey, dreams, and aspirations, and together they'll lay the foundations of a new society. They'll learn from our mistakes and build a better world, one born from the horrors of our past, yet rich with the promise of tomorrow. Now, I know many of you worry. I worry too. The scars of our catastrophic history run deep. But in this moment, I urge you to cultivate our children's courage, teach them not just to survive, but to thrive, equip them with the tools they need, not just for survival, but for compassion, collaboration, and creativity. We owe it to them and to ourselves. By the way, I'm here with a good friend of mine in our studio, if you can call it that. His name is Arnie Lenster, and Arnie is just a great man, and I would not say that about many people, but he really is. He is the appointed camp leader. We put it to a vote about 3 years ago, and Arnie came out on top with me as a close second. No one kidding, I never stood a chance, but he's here beside me, and I'm going to let him speak for a while, and he can tell you his story or whatever it is Arnie wants to say, if anything. So, Arnie, do you want to say anything?
Okay. Thanks, Michael. Hello, as Michael said, my name is Arnie Lenster, and myself and Michael found ourselves at this location, this camp that we now call Haven, 7 years ago, nearly 8 years ago, actually, near the end of the war, when it was just nothingness, really, and we were in search of the best possible place to get away from harm's reach, get away from the affected areas, and try to simply survive with our families. And 8 years later, here we are. We are very proud of what we have managed to do, how we have worked together, all of us, to build what we have today. And no doubt there has been struggles, to say the least. There have been some very, very dark days when we all felt like throwing in the towel, when we saw our family members succumb to radiation poisoning. Our close friends started showing signs of becoming unwell due to exposure from the fallout. Times when the elements were really against us, and we all looked like skeletal figures from the hunger that plagued us day and night, the exhaustion, the thirst, but we came through it. We got this far, and that has ignited a flicker of hope within us all that now can never be extinguished. And so we don't forget the hardships. We remember them and use them as fuel to fight another day. It's hard to put into words the journey we've been on. We've rebuilt more than just a camp. We've built a community in this scarred land. We found purpose
and unity among the remnants of a world we used to know. And every day as the sun rises, we gather together, old hands and young hearts alike, to learn, to teach, and to create. Each person here carries a job, a responsibility that we've embraced to ensure our survival and our legacy. We have mechanics and metal workers using their skills to mend what we can and build the tools that will help us thrive again. Simple machines, things that might sound trivial, but every piece counts in the grand design of our future. And we have carpenters who shape wood into shelters, imagining homes that stand strong against the elements and in the place of hospitals that once were. We have trained our own doctors and nurses, learning what we can from medical books and trying to take every necessary precaution if we need to do some kind of procedure, because of course, despite the disregard for human life, all life in fact, over the course of those horrible 4 years, we hold the knowledge that life is precious and we will fight to preserve it. Let's not forget our teachers. They forge pathways for our children, guiding them through the dense woods of history, mathematics, and language. And the knowledge they share is essential for the generation to come. They need to know what happened, why the world is the way it is. And it just really amazes me that the kids, they will never truly be able to fathom the world before the war, the bustling cities, planes flying overhead, the sound of a real summer, the birds, the insects, the feeling of running downstairs on Christmas morning, building sandcastles on the beach, going on vacation, going to college. It makes me, I get emotional when I think of it, that they will never be able to fathom that all they know is a bleak sky and struggles and this camp. But I'm sorry, I've kind of veered off what I was talking about. So as I was saying, the teachers, they play an essential role in the development of the kids, and they are great teachers. We love them dearly, and out on the fields we toil to grow crops. Each seed is sown with hope, nurturing the soil that nourishes us. And on these lands, we are not just survivors, we are tillers of the earth, gardeners of the future. So every bite of food we grow is a reminder that every day we choose to fight for our existence and our heritage. And I know it's easy to feel forgotten in this chaotic world, but I want to remind everyone, especially the younger generation, that our past, its advancements, its warnings, its knowledge is a treasure, and it is our duty to pass it on to ensure that it never fades into oblivion, because we are stitching together the fabric of what was once humanity, one stitch at a time, and that it becomes a tapestry our children and their children can see and understand. Camp is a beacon of hope, a testament to resilience. Every one of us plays a role, and together we are indomitable. So if you then hear us, let this message carry far and wide. The spirit of humanity endures, and as long as we breathe, as long as we work with our hands and our hearts, we will not fade into the ashes of history.
Thank you, Arnie. That was a great way to end it. And like we were saying before, someday we need to venture out there. We want to meet others in the same position as us, but we have no idea what is out there anymore. We walked for 3 days or 4 days. It was back about 2 years ago, and it was just barren landscape, no sign of life, like an alien planet. And we couldn't go any further because, for one, we only had a limited amount of supplies to last us those few days. Abundance of anything here is not a thing. And secondly, the levels of radiation on our radiation meters was hitting dangerously high levels, and so we had to turn back. But our plan is to head south the next time we do it and stock up on enough supplies to last us up to 2 weeks. And our radiation meters are still functioning. One thing we don't have a lack of is batteries. So many people brought batteries. So that's the plan. And we are hoping that maybe this will this broadcast will reach somebody out there. Maybe you have a camp similar to ours. Maybe you're broadcasting too, looking for a response from somebody. But we want to meet you. We want to trade. We want to connect again somehow. So if anyone's listening, if anyone's out there, please respond. We're trying to trade, connect, and share what little we have, from seeds for planting to canned goods that remind us of more carefree days. I guess we want to help each other rebuild. And if you have something to offer, if you've got goods to trade, we want to hear from you. Well, let me be clear. This ain't just a friendly exchange of pleasantries. And we've got our guard up, sharp eyes, and steady hands, because we know there are those out there with sinister intentions, scavengers looking to raid what's left of our supplies, and hunger can twist a person. And while we want to share, we also won't let ourselves be picked clean. And so if you're out there, if you really mean no harm, come with a clear heart and open hands. We've got weapons to protect ourselves in the worst case scenario. So just let that be a warning to anyone who may have other intentions. We are well armed. It's a precaution we take seriously, and well, no one wants to be on the wrong side of a barrel in a world where trust is a rare commodity. We're looking for allies, for partnerships, not just for trades, but for all of us to stand stronger together, because there's safety in numbers, and we can learn from one another and share stories, knowledge, skills, remind ourselves of what it means to be human again, even in this barren wasteland. So if you hear this, reach out, and let's find a way to bridge the vast nothingness between us. We're tired of just surviving. We want to start living again, so let's carve a path through this desolation and help one another find what's left of hope.
Yes, well said, Michael. Let's hope this reaches somebody out there, and who knows, maybe in the not too distant future we might... Oh my God! Oh my God, yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Who are you? The signal is weak.
New Dawn, hello.
My name is Richard Collins.
Hello, Richard.
I received your broadcast loud and clear.
Oh my God, I can't believe this, man. Are we glad to hear you? Where are you? Where are you situated?
We're south of the Kensingburg River and about 4 miles west of Willow Rock, close enough to see the old railway station.
Oh my Lord. Yes, I know Willow Rock, sir. That would put you about only 18, 19 miles from our location. Oh my God, what's your situation? How you holding up?
Well, there's only 22 of us left, but there were 57 of us to begin with. But we haven't had the fortune of being able to produce much crop. Our supplies were low from the very beginning, and on top of that, in the early days, we had 4 raiders who came to the camp and began to open fire, and they killed 16.
My God, that's awful.
But eventually, we were able to overpower them, and we killed them. But yeah, we lost 16 on that terrible day, and I'll be honest, we don't have much. We just hang in there, really, and we fish as much as we can. But the water is contaminated, most of it anyway, so trying to find a good fishing spot is near impossible, but we have had some luck, and like you, we've got radiation meters and whatnot, but being honest, a lot of us are on our last legs, and well, that's how I would sum up our situation.
Okay. Well, Richard, we're sorry to hear that. We're sorry to hear about the losses you've sustained there. First of all, we've had our fair share too, and it is what it is, given the situation. But okay, what can we do here? How can we somehow work together and help each other in some way? We both need to think of something that can benefit us all. We have some supplies, but they're just about enough to sustain our people. So I hate to say this, but we can't just, give our stuff away. We have to prioritize, our people, but what can we do here?
Yeah, of course, we're not looking for handouts. We've gotten as far as we have without any outside help. So, yeah, I completely understand that. You know, I hadn't really thought that far ahead. It was just nice to hear that. And there were some other people out there that's cured me of my loneliness for the time being. So that's a positive. But as for what we can do, I'm open to ideas. But like I said before, we're on our last legs, and I'll be blunt in terms of food, clothing, the essentials. We can offer nothing because we're just living day to day. Every day could be our last, but we do have tools, every tool you can think of, and we got fuel. We stocked up on hundreds of gallons of it in the early days, and hell, we've only used about, I would say, a tenth of it for the chainsaws to fell what few trees are in the area for housing. So we got that, but it's a pity we ain't got a car. That would make life a hell of a lot easier. Just drive out and scan the area. But yeah, like I said, we got lots of tools. Any tool you need, I'll be damned if we don't have it.
Okay, that's great. We can work something out here, Richard, definitely. We are in short supply of tools. We have got no fuel whatsoever. So I'm thinking we can work something out here. This is good. This is positive, very positive. And, well, need I state the obvious, we got to meet up and discuss this, how we can do this. So I think that's the first step, putting plans in place to organize a meeting and taking one small step for man, one giant leap for our kind.
I absolutely agree, and I am very excited to inform the others that we have made contact, that we're taking progressive steps to more hopeful future, so thank you guys.
Okay, so how are we going to, sorry, and thank you to Richard, you have given us a blinding glimmer of hope that we have not felt for a long time, so yeah, thank you too. Okay, should we plan on meeting halfway between the two camps, like a few representatives from each camp, or maybe we could, yeah, do something like that, and then we can, like you said, you're short on food, we can get you something to eat here, show you around what we do, what we got going on, and then we can go back and see your place, you know, when you've had a full meal, got your strength up. You can stay the night, and next morning or whatever, we can go and see what you guys are doing, and we can go from there. How does something like that sound, Richard?
Well, it sounds like the best goddamn news I've gotten since Mary Hawkins agreed to make out with me at the back of Freddy's Diner in 1967. That's how that sounds.
Well, we're glad to hear that, Richard. And, well, it's a date, but we can't promise we'll be as pretty as Mary Hawkins or that you'll be as lucky.
Well, either way, I'm looking forward to it.
Well, we are too, sir. So what about if we, first off, what time is good for you? Maybe you need to make some preparations first.
Well, in the morning, I'm going to notify everybody about the good news, and then I'll round up a few men, gather a few bits and pieces, and then we're good. So I reckon we could leave about noon, if that's good for you guys.
Yeah, that would be great.
Fine by us, sir. That's perfect. So, can we meet along the Kensingberg River somewhere? Have you got access to a crossing on your side? Because we're north of the river. The bridge has been down for years, but if you can cross, we could just meet at some point along the river on our side. Would that be possible?
Yeah, we can cross that Milton's Pass, and from there we can make our way down. And yeah, we leave at noon, and you leave at the same time. I reckon we should meet up sometime around 3 p.m. because it's about 18 miles in total, you said. So we should be able to do 9 miles in about 3 hours.
Okay, great. Well, we'll see you then, Richard, and we'll cheers a cup of our finest Avens brew when we meet. Looking forward to it.
Same here, guys. I'll see you then. And on behalf of everyone from New Dawn, thank you and good night.
Good night, Richard. Good night, New Dawn. And a new dawn it certainly is.
Wow. Well, that was unexpected.
I'm in shock to that just happened. It's our first contact with other humans in over 7 years.
I feel like this is the start of something big. Like,
yeah, definitely. I feel it too, for sure.
We're on to something here. Fuel, tools, machinery. I mean, of course, the fuel won't last forever, but
no,
just imagine what we could do with a few extra tools and a chainsaw. Man, I cannot wait to hear the sound of a chainsaw again and to just get out there and start ripping into some woodman, build some more secure housing, even a couple of benches, tables, and who knows where this could lead to. Maybe our next encounter with others is just around the corner, and our communities will band together, forming the new cradle of civilization. I don't know, maybe I'm getting carried away, but it feels like we've been on a desolate alien planet for the past 7 years.
Yeah, that pretty much sums it up.
And this has pumped new blood through my veins. I forgot what optimism felt like, but now I can feel it again. I'm buzzing, man.
So am I. That ominous, desolate, godforsaken landscape out there doesn't seem so daunting anymore, knowing that there's others like us out there, because sometimes I thought to myself, wait, what if we are the only survivors? As stupid as that sounds, sometimes I thought it, what if nobody else survived and it's just us, but now we know there are others, and it makes you think how many more are there within, say, a 50-mile radius or a 100-mile radius. How many are doing the same as us and trying to get their voices heard out there on the air? How many have made contact possibly years ago with communities that are now thriving and expanding? As far as the radiation levels allow, it's a vast expanse of intrigue and mystery and questions, which someday hopefully we'll have the answers to. But what a day this has been. What a day. This is a day that will go down in Haven's history books for the kids of the future to read about.
Imagine the reaction when we tell the others in the morning. I mean, when you think about it, this will possibly be an opportunity for some of our people who don't have anyone to find new partners to procreate, which is so important, essential to our survival. And I think Richard said there were 22 or 23 survivors of this camp. That's a low number, but who knows? One of ours might hook up with one of theirs, and that would be a good thing. We need to repopulate. We need more workers for the land. We need innovators and builders, teachers, leaders, thinkers, fresh perspective, and each new generation offers that. So there's going to be a lot of excitement tomorrow, and a hell of a lot of volunteers wanting to go and meet up with Richard and his guys, but I'm thinking we should take 4 others with us. What do you think? Does 4 sound good?
Yeah, 4 is good because, even though we haven't come across any outsiders in over 7 years, tomorrow, while on our way to meet Richard, we could come across some, it's unlikely, but it is possible, and their intentions could be sinister. It's a desperate world out there at the moment. It's a lot of desperate people, so having backup is very important. So yeah, 4 is good.
Yeah, so 6 of us in total, and we will go armed. Obviously, we have to remain vigilant until trust is established with Richard and the others. But yeah, I think 6 is a good number, and the 4 others I would personally pick would be Kevin, Jamie, Ryan, and Ollie.
I would be happy with those 4 also. They're cool-headed and very dependable.
I feel like Bilbo Baggins, ready to go off on some absolutely epic adventure, even though it's only a couple miles. But Richard is our Arkenstone, and we have to get to him, possibly dodge a couple of orcs on the way.
If you're Bilbo, who am I?
Well, I guess you would have to be Gandalf. You're taller than me, you're more gray than me, and you just generally look more worn out.
You know what? Actually, I think Smeagol would be a better fit for you. You're small, scrawny, and just generally strange. That describes you perfectly.
So ladies, if that's your type, small, scrawny, and just generally strange, get in touch.
You heard it, ladies. He's single, small, scrawny, and strange, and he's looking for his precious.
I can rest easily now knowing that droves of women will be coming from far and wide to take up on that irresistible offer.
Oh, yeah, they're going to be throwing their bras and panties over the settlement fences and screaming hysterically, fainting at the sight of you. You'll be like some post-apocalyptic, scrawnier, balder version of Elvis.
Well, thank you. See, Dad, I told you I would amount to something someday. So anyway, we're going to cook something good up for the guys tomorrow. We'll do our best with what we've got. And, then we'll make our way to their camp. And I can't wait to see it. I wonder what the levels of radiation are like around there We should have asked Richard. We didn't even ask him if we were the first people he'd got in contact with. I guess the excitement got the better of us. But I can't imagine he's been on the air as long as us. Otherwise, I think we would have made contact a lot sooner. The signal was pretty strong, so we would have picked it up. But yeah, actually his camp did come in contact with others a few years back, like he said. But not the friendly sort of contact you would be hoping for. He said that raiders came and killed, I think he said 16 of them. Awful. They got the better of them. Luckily, we haven't experienced anything like that, but we know they're out there, so we have a man on duty every night scanning the area for any potential threat. We keep our guard up. We don't allow ourselves to become complacent.
Yeah, so let that be a warning. We want to help out our fellow man as best we can, but we won't be taken advantage of. This is our home, and we'll defend it with our lives.
Oh yeah, we forgot to mention, on Friday night, at least we think it's a Friday night. The days of the week have been hotly disputed, let's say, since shit hit the fan many a year ago. Some think today is Tuesday, others say it's Wednesday. It doesn't really matter, I guess, but this Friday or Saturday, depending on who you ask, the Haven Band is playing. Yes, you heard me correctly. We actually have a band in the settlement. We have Jimmy Mallon on guitar. Peter Novotny is the drummer on his makeshift drum kit made of tins, pots, pans, buckets, and what have you. Then we have Dean Miller, our harmonica player. Sarah Teichman plays the flute. Harvey Michaels is on bass. Well, actually, he doesn't have a bass, but he has a very deep baritone voice, which acts as the bass guitar. And last but not least, our lead singer, Gracie Morrison. She has a fantastic set of lungs, and they really lift our spirits. They play a couple of covers, but they also write their own stuff, and it's good. I like to call it blues or rock apocalyptic, and yeah, maybe Richard and the guys will get to see them if they want to come over again. We'll see. Talking of bands, what was the last gig you went to before the war started?
Easy. Oasis, Manchester, 2025.
Oh yeah, the reunion? Okay, that's cool. I wonder if any, actual physical copies of all the great music actually exists anymore. I'm sure some do, but they would be like relics now, so few and far between. Just imagine in 1,000 years' time when the music of the past has been forgotten, and it easily could be, although we're doing our best to keep it alive. But imagine all of it just being completely forgotten, and the history of the past world, this world being erased, and some dude in the future, some archaeologist, just digs up an old record collection with no idea really what music even is, it being something humans have failed to rediscover in a post-apocalyptic world, and him, the archaeologist, playing it for the first time and playing it for all his archaeologist buddies, hey, listen to this, wouldn't that be insane? Never hearing music before, maybe not even understanding the language, because English is no longer English as we understand it. That would blow your mind, man.
Well, I guess you could say the same about a lot of things, like them finding an old DVD collection and also a device to play them on, and not even knowing what a movie is, because I have no doubt that humanity will bounce back from this, but what we invent in the future, what we will consider technology, could be radically different from what we once considered technology. A lot of our past technology revolved around the entertainment industry and social media technology to keep the masses subdued and in line, subservient beings endlessly staring at a screen, scrolling, slowly turning their brains to mush. Well, anyway, the technology of the future, I very much doubt, will be focused in that area. Instead, it will be an advancement in technology that allows the future generations to not just survive, but thrive in this environment, this devastated world that we have left them. And as they say, necessity is the mother of invention. Well, necessity will dictate the direction that technology takes. But yeah, to get back to what you said, that would be